Aber ich muss mal sagen, für einen Regentag hier ist das ganz schön.
Wenn dann abends.
Schon ein geiles Bild, wenn die da hinten so
schön
mit Bäumen laufen.
Mit den Blumen. Ja. Also die Location ist geil, ne? Und die machen hier zu jedem Tag, gehen die halt hier noch so ein bisschen spazieren. Das ist schon schick und cool.
Typen sieht, wie sie so alleine irgendwo in der Szene.
Ja, und das hatte auch so ein bisschen was so ein künstlerisches, mystisches, so ein bisschen, ne? Ja. So halt so fokussiert.
Hello, welcome everyone to the live stream of the second day of the semi-finals at the Freestyle Chess. This is your host Sagar Shah welcoming you as a new player car has entered here. Very exciting to see who the players will be. Today we decided to go live a little bit sooner than usual to just give you a flavor of what is going on. These are the live scenes from the venue right now that you can follow. A lot is happening here, and yeah, this is going to be very exciting day of chess that we are going to have. I hope that you all are doing well and that you can hear me. And there you see, that's me. Hello guys, I hope that everything's good. Today we'll have a wonderful stream just like yesterday where we had no technical issues, and yeah, let me see if I can access the live chat that is there right now. Yes guys, late base India to early base India. Exactly. Today, Praggnanandhaa versus Richard Rapport. Second game, they drew the first one. Arjun Erigaisi in a must-win against Nepo. Then the two semi-finals between Carlsen and Caruana and Hikaru Nakmaura and Vincent Keymer. So a lot. Muget Soup says, Sagar bhai, we are very disappointed with Indian players. Well, sometimes you don't have good events, and I think one of the things that we should do here is to support our players, to root for them, and they will come back stronger next time, stronger than ever, I believe. Harshit Bhai will join us very soon. Janit says, who will represent S8UL as esports at Esports World Cup? This is a good question. Actually, we do not know who it will be, but I hope that it will be some Indian player who will represent. Renuka says, bro, I want to become GM, please help me. Well, all the best, Renuka, in this journey. It'll be a long one to become a grandmaster. Never easy, but I'm sure that with consistent work and dedication, it should be possible. Arit Grover says, Sagar bhai, my brother says hi. He has created a drawing of you, only 11 years old. Wow. Can you please send it to me on chessbaseindia@gmail.com? I'll check it out. Vincent Keymer, will he win again? Well, Vincent is sitting here right outside the booth. In fact, I can even show him to you, but let him have his space. He's speaking with his dad right now. Sri Hari GV says, Sagar bhai, hello. What are the standings? Yeah, I will share with you the standings as well that are there, and I believe that there's a lot of action that is going to happen today. We also have today Hikaru, he's in tremendous form, taking on Vincent Keymer. So that will be a very, very interesting battle. Rice Fuel says, hello bhai, hello Romit Yadav, who won? Well, right now it's still going on. Everything's still in progress. Sagar sir, the players choosing for quarterfinal. Actually, I'll tell you what happened was, I was on my way to cover that thing, and unfortunately I couldn't reach on time, and they also did the draw of lots earlier. The traffic in Paris is insane, so then I couldn't shoot it. So it's there on C Squared podcast Twitter channel. You had said Anish was going to come to Paris. Yes, Kirti, today he's coming here to the venue at 1 p.m. Hopefully we can get him here. Asaram Khawne says, your commentary is super. Thank you, Asaram. Vrashank says, hi Sagar bhai, enjoying the stream after so long. Thank you, Vrashank. That's so nice. Romit Yadav, Indian players not showing their class in freestyle chess, but in classical. Well, who knows? Next freestyle chess will be better, I'm sure, for them. And what's the time right now in Paris? Paris, the time is right now closing in on 12:30. The time is, the round will start at 1. Today we might have Peter Heine Nielsen joining us, which will be amazing to have. And there we see another car entering into the premises. This is, I'm sure there will be some players here who will enter. So, by the way, these are all live footages brought to you thanks to Freestyle Chess. And guys, who's the player? Come on, identify both the players here who have entered. In fact, all the 3 grandmasters on your frame. Can you identify who's the first one to identify all 3 GMs here? Nodirbek, yes. One. Who else? Come on. Nodirbek, Nepo, and who's the third one? Everyone got Nepo and Nodirbek, but the third one, not many. I think that's the tough one, because you don't see him often at tournaments. And here we see, this is the common area where we can see everyone. Nodirbek coach, exactly. That is Rustam Kazimjanov, that was there, who was there. And there you see Vincent and his dad sitting there. And I think I might be also, that booth on the left is our booth actually. And that's the ChessBase India booth there already that you can see. So yeah, this is amazing. Could have been nice if he would have come inside. I'm showing him, he's showing us. Where is Harshit Bhai? Harshit Bhai is on his way. Generally we start at 12:45, so today Harshit Bhai must have thought, oh, we are about to begin, but I went live a little sooner than usual. So that's the reason why he's coming. And today we also have shot a venue tour of this place. You will love it when we will put it out. Yes, Rustam Kazimjanov is the correct answer. Neil Modi says, love the view. Where is Amruta? Amruta will join us very, very soon. And yes, Yeshwant, Dinesh Kannan, good to hear you. एंड भाई वहां से करके लाइव में अभी फ्री है? पूछ लो क्या इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो? हाँ ठीक है, बाद में उनको कर सकते। सागर भाई वाई इज नॉट जॉइनिंग अमृता एंड हर्षित भाई? अरे आएंगे दोस्तों, आएंगे। रुद्र खात्री says was waiting for venue tour. बहुत अच्छा venue tour we have made today. It will be uploaded very soon. Will Arjun play the tie breaks today itself if he wins? Yes, he will play the tie break. Arya says why was watching so low? Well, in general, I don't know. I think there are a couple of factors. One is that we have IPL going on. Secondly, the Indian players didn't do so well. So maybe, but I hope that today more people will join in. Not just for Indian players, but also for chess in general. When you have Magnus playing, Fabi playing, Hikaru playing, it's always fun to follow. So I hope more people will join. Will Vidit come on live stream? No, I would rather have Vidit enjoy his time with his better half than come here and do commentary. I think he's just married. It's his time for honeymoon and to relax. So would be nice. Who will next qualify from India? Well, I believe Gukesh gets a direct entry in all legs because of being the world champion. Then the others we will have to see who will it be. Swayam Kumar says Chessbase India is the only platform I watch chess. Arey Swayam Kumar, there are many other good platforms where you can follow chess. So please do check them out. There is Chess.com. There is, you can check out Lee Chess as another website. You can follow Chess24. You can follow Freestyle Chess. And there, Harshit Bhai today is shocked. He's like, "Bhai, इतना जल्दी live कैसे गए आप?" Harshit Bhai, today we have your live. We just thought we were getting some nice footages from the venue to show our viewers. So whenever players are entering, we are also showing them this.
That's amazing.
Yes,
so they can see all the players coming in live.
Yes, live देख रहे थे लोग, enjoy कर रहे थे, and then I was taking some questions. So guys, if you have questions for Harshit Bhai, please shoot over to him. It will be very, very exciting. I would like to watch one and only Sagar, Harshid and Amrita. अरे भाई कितना spelling mistake?
अरे भाई.
Any ideas when will Gookie Boy defend his championship title? Rudra says. Well, that will be in 2026 when that will happen, and Arjun could win.
Actually, I had some dream about that world championship match. I'm not even joking.
Really? Who made it? By the way, I want to show one person. Oh, he just left. But yeah, who do you think will win?
No, I basically was thinking whether I will go to this world championship match or not to see it live, because I've never seen a world championship match live in my life.
Oh, I thought your dream was you were playing world championship. भाई थोड़ा तो ड्रीम में तो आप बड़ा सोच सकते हैं भाई. Oh, the one and only Magnus Carlsen is here. Woo! And Magnus is there. Who is behind him, guys? What's the name of the gentleman in the green shirt? Harshit Bhai looking very smart today. That leather jacket suits him.
Arey, Millie, thank you.
Harshit Bhai. Harshit Bhai, are you pro in chess? Tejas Bhai, Harshit Bhai is the 69th Grandmaster of India. And there you see Magnus taking his chair in the sunlight. This is a great place to enjoy and chill, yeah, Harshit Bhai?
It's a great place. I mean, we already see him sitting down on his chair, getting the sunlight, soaking himself with vitamin D. Amazing venue that Freestyle Chess has come up with.
True. Look at Magnus there. He's really looking so relaxed.
He's like, कि भाई थोड़ा सो लेता हूँ.
By the way, Vrushank Parikh has a question. Is chess shifting towards freestyle, or is there some room left for traditional chess? That's a good question, Vrushank. क्या लगता है?
Well, I think that right now they're trying to experiment with the time control and the format and see what spectators enjoy the most. So please give in your reviews so that what is hi.
Nice.
Interesting. People have already gotten their handshakes and celebrations ready like football. But yeah, I mean, they're experimenting because I saw that in Las Vegas they are going to have 45 minutes time control instead of the 90 minutes.
How did you get to know, bhai?
saw in the regulations. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what I was looking at.
Surprised.
Maybe I'm wrong, but correct me if I'm mistaken. But so they're trying to experiment. So let's see what the future awaits. But so far, the amount of results जो आए सागर भाई draw ही नहीं होते इसमें. मतलब very few draws and we see a lot of excitement.
But कल हो गए. Like for example, 5 game में से 3 draws, 2 decisive games.
हाँ, but if you look at like the qualifiers and like the way we saw like many rounds where we had all 6 results, that's very rare to happen in normal chess.
True, true. Bhai, Harshit bhai, people are saying Harshit bhai for World Championship Challenger.
अरे भाई बहुत देर है भाई अभी तक.
There
Long way to go.
But you are motivated, yes, Harshit bhai?
Yeah, I'm motivated to improve, but World Championship Challenger is very far away. So I need to have, I mean, obviously that could be that could be a very, very long term goal, but right now I need to take baby steps first. And I also need to be pragmatic. I mean, although, you know, like I always like to explain grandmasters as people who don't know a lot about chess, as being a grandmaster is like being in the NBA. You are in the NBA, but still there are different teams. There's Golden State Warriors with Steph Curry, LeBron James, but there's also like Houston Rockets, like, you know, teams which are not that well. And right now I might be something in the Houston Rockets, and I still have a lot of work to do in order to be in the top teams.
Well, Harshit bhai, we are all rooting for you, and we will see Harshit bhai in action very, very soon. Guys, this will be at the Grenke Chess, where we will have, and look at Abhyudaya being, look at this, bhai. Abhyudaya is being...
Abhyudaya is very... He's so good with his content ki bhai, 8 second bhai, how are you so good?
And he has to go and put back his pods there. I think the level of security here is huge. That's huge. Amazing. And I think it's great for chess.
Yeah, I'll just be back in 1 minute.
भाई किधर
भाई कुछ टी लेके आता हूँ.
हाँ पानी भाई पानी
भी नहीं है.
अरे खत्म हो गया भाई 2 बॉटल. Thank you भाई.
Of course भाई.
भाई मेरे को टी नहीं चाहिए.
अगर भाई इसलिए पसंद ही नहीं आया.
कल you brought some tea and all, but not needed भाई.
Looking fresh भाई.
हाँ आज fresh, very fresh. Why don't women players play freestyle chess? I hope that happens more in the coming days. That will be so cool to have more women players. And camera साफ कर लो भाई. Camera is साफ. Just there is some light coming in. I think the light comes from here. We need a bit more light from there. I'll check when we have other footages. Let me put this footage. So you can enjoy this, and then I'll fix the camera.
Jo, men han sa jo også i går at han følte overraskelse hvis man ikke er helt på plass. Så er det ikke det at man blir motivert, men at man ofte kanskje blir litt for kreativ kontra hva man klarer å reise til marka, og da kan det bli litt dissonans mellom de to. I see it. Sorry. Let's see how are you feeling before this.
Okay, so Jeez, if I could just turn around, please. Thank you very much. It's medium age. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. In Germany as well. So what's this one? Just to Thank you very Can close that lamp. Thank you very much. Great, thank you.
Vous avez pas de téléphone?
But you come in and then you can access? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. It's great. Thank you. Okay, that's a quick one.
Das heißt, man kann auch morgen nicht um 2 Uhr hier wieder weg zum Hotel.
Ja,
Eher später.
Just turn around for a second. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Guys, the level of security here is insane.
Yeah.
Full.
I think they've gotten one person who's not
That
even
guy.
from France. Yeah.
That guy.
He's not even from France.
The
He's-
one who is wearing headphones and checking Hikaru right now. He is the main security guy. Sandeep asks, how does the absence of memorized opening theory in chess 960 affect the psychological approach of elite players when competing in this format? What a nice question.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. I think we kind of saw an answer to that in some of the interviews where they mentioned that, they are very happy that they don't have to prepare at all. So they are taking this event in a much more relaxed way.
True.
What do you think?
Yeah, I also feel like this is a very good thing here for players. It's a new thing, but I don't know if the players would like to just keep doing that all throughout the year, because opening prep is such a huge part of their overall thing, right? So like they have worked on it for years. So now, I mean, the youngsters are like, hey, I worked on it for years. Now suddenly you are making it pointless. So maybe it won't go away. That's my feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, the classical chess and freestyle chess will both coexist. But one thing is for sure, that the players are more at peace here. You know, they are not like all the time stressed out
Yeah,
what
they're
to
very
prepare.
relaxed. Regardless of the result, I don't see the players taking a lot of stress in this event.
Yeah, but I mean, in general, result is different because it's still new. But the other thing is that just before the game, they don't have to prepare so much, right? And there we see the players now settling down here to. This is going to be very interesting.
Yeah, because now they're going to choose the position, and Sagar bhai, Fabi versus Magnus Carlsen.
Arre!
If someone wins, they are going to qualify for the finals.
Kya baat hai? And Hikaru versus Vincent Keymer also. I'm very interested and excited.
Big matches today.
Who do you think will reach the finals by? What is your take? Rashid bhai, juice.
I think it will be Vincent and Magnus, but I don't know. It's really close.
I mean, if Magnus today loses, that would be a back-to-back 2 semi-finals where he has lost, which will be very upsetting for him in some ways, I feel, because he would want to win today.
Of course, I mean, also, do you know the prize that they're playing for? The third prize in this event is $100,000.
Yes.
Close to 90 lakh rupees.
Harshit bhai, what is the highest you have won as prize money?
Highest prize money I have won is not that much. Maybe close to 3,500 or something like this.
Where?
Where I came joined first in the Nationals Open in Las Vegas.
Oh. Wow, that's amazing.
So the first prize was 10K, but it was 3 players or like something like this who split it. So I got around 3,500 or 4,000.
Wow.
Just before the game and every game.
By the way, every day they have to watch this video. I think a new video which is created of the previous day is shown to the players. Here you can see the video being played. Maybe if our viewers want to hear, we can also put the audio.
Lighting positions, but it's
Yeah,
impossible to then
nice.
learn the
To see
different
those things
variations
and-
that could happen, because it's already difficult in chess in just
This,
one
by the way,
position
my
to
highest
learn
prize money I have
the
earned is
different
2,000
combinations.
euros. By
Close to
Wow.
impossible as
Yes,
it is. So
not
if
bad at
you
all.
That's
multiply
not
that
much
by
also.
960,
I think it's going to be impossible.
I think it would defeat a little bit of the purpose of freestyle to try and learn the intricacies of every position. I think what is more realistic is that you group certain positions together, that there are certain patterns that will emerge where you can learn if certain pieces are on certain squares, if there are certain configurations, then these rules may sometimes apply, and so I think that can be done a lot faster. To actually remember preparation for every position, I think is very hard.
Fabiano, Caruana and Magnus Carlsen played to a draw, but what else can you expect when two of the world's best players face off?
Well, I was suffering from a risk-free position, so of course I never went outside of the bounds of the draw, but I can't really make progress. That was also what I felt, and then at some point it just started to get worse, so I was trying to already shut the game down at that point.
Hikaru and Nakmaura offered a draw to Vincent Keymer, and the two agreed to split the point.
My sense is that I was much better in the opening. I suspect that I had some chances, but it was very complicated and probably came down to like 1 or 2 moves. And then at some point, once that moment had passed, I kind of should have just made the draw. It wasn't a great game, but I think a draw is always good in a match format.
In the match for 5th or 7th place, Nodirbek Abdusattorov scored a win against Maxime Bachir-Legrave, showcasing sharp play and strong technique. Meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi concluded his game with a commanding victory as Arjun Erigaisi was forced to resign under mounting pressure. The draws today keep the tension high heading into the second day of the semi-finals. Stay tuned.
So we heard it there yesterday. Both games in the semi-finals ended in draws today. A high chance for a playoff. We'll see if we get our first Armageddon. But first off, it is time to draw the first position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage Louis from Gulara. Give him a round of applause.
I mean, like, whenever like, we grab the center, it's fine. No. I mean, B5 we go away for you.
B5 and 4. Yeah, B5.
Everything.
Yeah, this is probably just more C5.
A4, whatever.
E4, B5, I think. C3. I know the yeah, the B5 here.
What about C5? What about C5?
It's fine too.
Also, they might.
Because you have B6, bishop A6, or bishop
Yeah,
B6.
maybe we keep B6 flexible.
No, this one I think is.
D4 is just the wrong.
D4. Okay, now two options. D5. I mean, also B5. Maybe, but okay, let's just say D5 is solid.
Actually, I like. Well, B5, B3. That's a question.
Yeah, B5, B5, A4 also.
B4. Are we upset with that?
93, A5, bishop A6. Yeah, that's probably.
93
okay.
also. Yeah, A4.
Yeah, A4. Yeah. But even this,
I mean, if we want to be solid. Okay. But like, none of us mind being solid.
Yeah. I'm happy to be solid. Somehow this just looks wrong with the queen on A1.
So 93 and C4 is coming.
93? Ah, okay, you're very fast.
Okay, let's say D4, D5, C4.
Yeah. D4.
No, D4. How much can I choose?
But I think that's pretty good. I don't like 96.
I would prefer like choice.
Yeah, like is C4 really such a good threat?
We can't really play.
Bishop. And if we go like C6.
You want to play this one?
Yeah, but okay, I play like gradually like bishop whatever somewhere.
This is probably not bad. Like
Let's
bishop
say
C7,
bishop
knight
F6.
F6.
Okay, bishop F5 legendary goes to bishop 93. Yeah.
Knight F6, bishop 7, queen B8.
Yes. I mean, or maybe bishop C7 or bishop B3.
Yeah, it feels like this. But I don't know. But if white's not getting E4, I don't know.
F6.
Yeah, like bishop C7.
Bishop G4.
I mean, also bishop G4.
Ah, bishop G4. Yeah, bishop G4 and then knight. Yeah. This makes sense.
Bishop G6, maybe bishop to G6 later on.
But bishop G5
No, this is probably okay.
Bishop G5 maybe 96.
But it's still.
Okay, take also. EF6.
But
yeah,
I mean, is there really nothing
take
else?
and then attack with D5.
D4.
How do you attack it twice? So
Like what's wrong with B5? I mean, this is something.
I mean, the structure is a bit concerning.
I still want to go B3 like this. Okay.
But is B5 really so good because we don't really want to put bishop B7 battery because like there's always a free for.
Yeah, I mean,
this looks also like a weakening.
Like queen's in it also. B6, bishop B7.
And C5.
The bishop B7.
Yeah, D5.
Yeah, I think D5. D5 was right. B3.
In general, A5 is probably not the way. Like at any moment, because white's knight goes to C3.
Yeah, knight D3, knight C3 is very fast.
It's already B6 because C4 I have bishop A6. Could be.
Bishop D3?
Yeah, just and then.
Or knight E3,
Yeah, maybe it's.
So let's say E6.
No, bishop A3.
Ah, okay, so okay, knight F6 then. Also no bishop F3.
Bishop A3.
Why?
I mean, this looks
bishop
very.
F3 rook E8.
Knight F5. Or C4. C4, C5, B3.
Yeah.
Not here. Knight C6 maybe.
Yeah, but then you're messing up the queen a little bit, no? Do we get some? Yeah. Also, Also, do we want to put h5?
No, this is a question at any moment.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, castling will be.
I'm not sure we need to meet H5 because like we got.
Yeah.
Especially with queen and pawn, time comes to it.
Yeah.
So h5 there might be some like f4 setup, like 4d3 and then g5 h1.
Yeah, but it looks very nice.
Yes.
Oh,
Nice.
once we get it. It's always.
And we're not worried about like some setup or black because I don't know. Takes like black will set up e6 f5. B6, like B6, B3. Is there really a better move here?
D5 feels weird.
Probably d4.
Yeah. What's the setup like? Let's see. Let's say here. I mean, we're either winning or worse.
Players, 30 seconds to start. We are ready to start. You may start your names. Good luck.
And guys, welcome everyone to the live stream here. And today we have a very special guest joining us. We have Peter Heine Nielsen, the coach of Magnus. Hello, Peter.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Peter, we had an amazing time with you in Weisenhaus, and it was the same day. We had second day of semifinals.
I remember it well, and you said I agree that we had a great time together, but unfortunately my main memory was that Magnus lost the game and was eliminated. So we're hoping for a different, we're hoping for an amazing day, but with a different chess result.
Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah.
Hopefully that happens today. Harshit bhai, also very exciting, yeah, to have Peter with us, because we will be able to analyze much deeper.
We'll see.
And this is the starting position with the king and the rooks right next to each other.
It's a very interesting position, and at least for me, I see, well, the queen, the bishops, the knight, and even almost the rooks. Everything is pointing at the opponent's kings in a way, right?
Ooh.
You can make amazing arrows like this, right? And then you see knight jumping e3, f5, and it looks scary, right?
Yeah.
And well, obviously you cannot, unfortunately, make all these moves in one go. But some position you can see that pieces are pointing in weird directions. Here I feel everything is pointing like that, but well, that goes vice versa in a way. But I think, I checked the computer lines. It says it's nothing particular for white, but this is one of the positions that could go wrong for black pretty quickly. For instance, imagine a knight on f5. Actually, knight takes e7 would be mate. Normally, unprotected pawns would be somewhere on the side, but here we actually have one in the center. But
castling looks so tricky now with the king on g8 and rook on
yeah,
that I'm actually trying to understand what would it look like.
Oh no, you can do it very quickly actually. Just play knight f3, knight f6, rook e1, rook e8, and castle.
But from a, let's say, a betting perspective, what do you think is most likely? That short castling will happen or no castle? And also long castle? I don't think we will see that in any of the games.
Yes.
It seems like a lot of
many pieces.
It looks unlikely.
But extremely unlikely, right?
Yeah.
But even short castle, I doubt it will happen, right? But also I don't think castling happening the first 10 moves. Sometimes you will see castling happening quickly. Also sometimes you castle to cover the weak g7 or h7 pawn, but here
it's all
you cannot no.
And
but
for me, somehow it was logical to go the c4, b3, bishop b2, and just put my two bishops on that diagonal.
I think that's definitely one of the top lines from the computer. What I wanted to point out was that, well, this knight f5 looks scary, but the bishop on c8 is covering this square, so I think it's unlikely.
So like knight e3, there could be d6, maybe.
I think it went knight f. Maybe this allows knight. I think the computer was just saying knight e3, knight f6,
and we also have knight c6.
Exactly. So normally when these tricks works, it's because there is no very natural reply. But here it seems to, that natural moves works. So, well, it's also a bit too much to expect. You can just do like free jet knight moves and that.
True.
So I think c4
By the
or
way,
d4.
c4 has been chosen by Magnus. He makes his move after 3 minutes of thinking, and he gets up from his chair. He goes away. So he's thinking about, I think he's happy with this position. In fact, there are some positions where you feel really inspired, right? This must be one of them.
Yeah, you want to go b3, bishop b2, and I wonder to expand on Peter's idea of maybe just not castle and go h4. If that's at any point, because whenever black goes h5, of course it's symmetrical, but the person who launches the attack first will have a big edge, right? So I feel b3 should be b3 these kind of moves.
I thought you were an aggressive player, yeah? I checked the computer. It says h4, h5, b4.
Yeah.
So,
now
something like this. I don't know if maybe h5 is a threat, right? Then the white king would be eternally cramped.
So
h5
wow.
I don't know. Well, Tempo might matter something, right? And this pawn.
And then bishop b2, yeah?
Actually, I think it might even be d4 actually.
Yeah.
d4 and okay, maybe
no,
not.
It was not a huge fan of, but
with my knight being on e1, it doesn't make.
This looks like a very unlikely move by a human player. No?
How to continue? Because I'm not getting the pawn back at all. Is it just a3?
I haven't.
Is it like a3?
Maybe just develop bishop. You could also play a3. No, whenever we suggest a move, it's not what it wants. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's possible it's a3 just to ask black the question whether you want to take and go d6, because then your b8 bishop becomes really passive.
And that speeds up too much. I don't know if a3 b3 is a move, but it's also.
And then at least we get the c3 square for our.
Yeah. That's actually a good plan. Yeah.
I mean, not immediately, but at some point.
I'm a bit surprised he chose c4 immediately, but.
But I mean, if you don't look like it, somehow feels natural, yeah. That you get b3, bishop b2, and your bishop on b1 opens up because d4 kind of blocked your.
I was surprised the computer was having d4 as top move, but as you says, it really blocks the queen and the bishop. Which I mean, this one looks very. I mean, your setup with c4 and b3 looks very humanly pleasant, right? I mean, all your pieces are coordinating well. That of course will be the same for black.
Yeah.
So I mean, that is the downside of it.
But he has not played, right? Has Fabi played? Oh, he played c5.
He played c5, and right now Magnus will be thinking about his move, what to do. But we also would like to go and check what is happening between Vincent and Hikaru, because I think Vincent generally has some good ideas up his sleeve here.
He's thinking.
Oh, he's not yet made a move, which is I think quite understandable. Vincent generally takes like 30 minutes or so.
But I checked again this Norwegian computer site, and it seemed to indicate that all the natural moves like b3, b4, c4, d4, knight e3, h4 was all slightly better for white. While if you start going e4, you're already slightly worse. But it's
e4,
like
I think if black gets c5, I feel like if black gets this like c5 like kind of thing, he's already.
It's just it doesn't. I mean, it blocks the bit. It doesn't fit in this kind of natural development in a way. I think the move to discuss is perhaps d4. And after d5,
maybe Vincent is just waiting to see how the game between Fabi and Magnus develops, and then he'll make a call. Yeah, like.
But this is a way to get information. I mean, what has the opposing side?
For sure.
Yeah, of course.
Because usually, if Magnus plays something, quite likely will be the same thing what Hikaru does.
Yeah, of course. It makes.
And in some ways, we have. Information symmetry, right?
Yeah. No. It's, I mean, it's a strange thing in a way, but it's also.
I mean, you lose your time. And the question is if losing 10 minutes in the beginning is worth knowing this information.
It's not a given, right? And also, I mean, now he goes to. If c4, he goes c5, but that was perhaps not too difficult. But what I wanted to show that after d4, d5, the computers were saying the move b3. And this is quite typical. I think MVL played it against Magnus. I was about to say in maybe the same position, but that can't be. So a similar position, right?
To go c4?
You play c4, right? And, also you open for the queen at the same time. And this is slightly awkward. Awkward in the sense that most likely black cannot reply with symmetry. And then you have to make some concession or the other. It looks a little bit slow, but it opens for the queen and everything. But,
this looks like an interesting way to continue. Although, let's see if anyone actually went d4. We have some other games as well. We have the game between Nepo and Arjun, where Arjun is in a must-win today. So maybe there, whether this was played or not, could be interesting to check.
I think for a must-win, this is a quite nice position, right?
Yes.
I mean, it has a logical flow and not. I mean, of course, it can become symmetrical, but not in a very dull way, right? So, I mean,
actually, if I was black, I would be trying to like sacrifice a pawn like white, like white played b4, like b5, just to get some initiative.
Well, you're checking my phone because that's exactly what my phone was saying.
Really?
Yeah. Magnus has just played b3, and the phone says to play b5.
Really? Yeah. Because I just thought that somehow if I'm like too slow, then.
Yeah, I don't know how bad it is with b6, but I mean, it feels like just doing symmetry, suddenly there will be a threat, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought that I need to.
To break the symmetry in a way. I don't know how bad. I'm sorry, but it is sort of my job. Yeah, b3. But of course also b3. If Caruana goes b6, Magnus has the typical move d4.
Yes.
And then you break symmetry, or unless you can play d5. And if takes, you get to take with the queen, and the queen becomes, somewhat
like
active.
a Maroczy bind could happen.
Yeah, and this, I mean, I think we have seen examples, maybe not this, but in the previous tournament, where this somehow ends up pretty nice for white.
It's crazy how suddenly this position after 3 moves feels like it feels so good for white, because I'm going to go bishop b2, queen h4, I mean knight c6.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to go queen c3 or something. I think I'm quite likely to go to h4.
Exactly. I mean, the computer says it's not too bad, but the way we sort of see human development, it feels pleasant, right? I have no idea where black should. Well, maybe you can just go knight f6 and everything is fine. But
and also bishop b2, you have this annoying queen f4 idea.
But I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, queen f4. What am I saying? Queen is on a8. Sorry.
Yeah.
What?
No, you managed to get me to believe it. What is it? I don't know if Caruana will play b5. It's hard to believe.
Because CB5, I assume the same idea of A6, yeah. And do I even want to, like, maybe A6 I should just ignore it and try to keep my initiative. Like, could I somehow, like, B5, CB5, A6, is there a way for me to just ignore that in a good way? But I don't think so.
You mean knight e3 here, but or something like this?
Yeah, knight c3 doesn't make that much sense, I guess, because it would run into d5 or.
Yeah, then it's well. B5 is a difficult move to make when it's the standings are still equal and Magnus is somewhat offering a symmetrical line, but.
Oh, he's played a move. He has made a move.
Oh, Fabi?
B6.
B6.
Yeah,
okay.
And by the way, we have Amruta here. Hello, Amruta.
Hi. Oh, so nice to see you, Peter.
And Amruta, why are you muted? I also can't hear you. I mean, others may not be able to hear you. Oh, I am muted. Sorry.
I think you muted me.
Yeah, sure.
You muted me, no?
Sorry. No, I didn't mute you.
No, that's tactics, Sagar.
I have...
nice to... Yeah?
Maybe you can hear her for a bit.
No.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah. Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thanks for joining.
Oh, D4 instantly.
Wow.
Yeah. Amruta, we are following the game of Magnus versus Fabi here. And already we can see Magnus having a small edge out of the opening.
Ooh, after a long time, we have the two rooks so close to each other, like H1, F1. Normally, in freestyle, we don't have.
I have the recollection we had one round like this in Weissenhaus, but I lost.
Yeah, could be. And actually, we were discussing that, castling might not happen at all in this game. Because short castle maybe is not that necessary because the king is safe on G1 and long castle is too far.
Oh, it can happen in an end game even. It's like, it's but it's hard to imagine it's gonna be a priority right soon. But it's interesting. I mean, you can see the computer thinks Fabi hasn't been that optimal now. So let's see how he will respond to this. Also, when he takes the pawn, you have to take back with the queen. You're not gonna go knight f3, right? Yeah. Knight f3, yeah, this is just a blunder. Sure, I thought e3, but no, yes.
This square is not that.
No, I mean, and I mean, maybe bishop b7 is a very strong. Yeah, it sometimes you do like this, but definitely not here. So he wants to take back with the queen. But also,
actually, my biggest question was Amrita saying something.
No.
I was after CD4, knight d4, knight e6, where we're like, oh, I'm just trying to understand because
knight e6 or c6.
Well, if c6, I felt that queen h4 makes sense because you have one piece going farther away from the king side.
But here also you can go here, right?
Yes,
Attack
but
this.
I feel
knight
like,
f6.
Yeah, I mean somehow it feels like you have too many pieces there. So after knight e6, I don't know if I should be tempted to go.
Sometimes you go to d2. Well, I'm just looking at the computer, seems to not like it. Sometimes you go to d2, right?
Yeah,
and
maybe d2 makes.
And then the bishop goes to b2, and somehow it becomes very harmonious in a way,
nice,
right?
Maybe, yeah, because bishop f4, we nicely have e3.
Yeah, I mean, long term, maybe we want to expand with e4, but mainly, I guess we want to put a knight on d5, and it'll be unpleasant, right?
So queen d2 is nice.
Queen h4 looks so much more aggressive, but somehow, I mean...
I think knight c6 will be met with queen h4.
Yeah. I mean...
I feel like it's a subtle difference that you kind of are taking one piece.
I mean, is it a given he should take on d4? Can he keep going symmetry with d5, or is that...
Whoa.
What if I take?
Well,
I
again,
I
take. If you take...
Because if you take here, and this should be very good for white.
I guess so, yes. But I mean, my idea would be to take on c4.
Right. So take here.
No, I meant
TC and take here.
Oh, by the way.
I'm not sure if I blundered a pawn.
Take.
Yeah.
Take.
Okay, AB3, yes. And now you're pinned.
Okay. Yeah. Worst things could happen, I guess. But yeah.
Oh, but this is great compensation, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, this is not too bad.
Oh, and if I go, like, if I forget about bishop...
Knight f3, let's ask the chat. What will they play? With black
nice. Black to play, guys. What is a good move here? That's a good question, Amrita.
We have Shaha who is asking, Peter, what do you think Indian boys should do to improve at freestyle chess?
Oh, good question. The question is, what should Indian boys do to become better at freestyle chess?
I think Indian boys are doing pretty well in chess. I think they don't need too much.
But they are not doing so well in freestyle
I
chess.
understand, but my guess is it's a matter of priority and a matter of, from their perspective, a correct priority, right? I mean, well, Gukesh, the world champion in classical chess, should he actually focus on freestyle chess? I wouldn't think that would make sense for him, right? And I mean, the best players in freestyle chess is probably the more experienced ones who at least has outlived some of their main ambitions, or at least is more balanced in that sense. I think for the young players, they probably still find tremendous excitement in classical chess. But having said that, I'm a little bit surprised that well, the Indian players had, well, no disrespect, but I assume has quite underperformed the expectations you had, right?
Also, Arjun, for that matter, who I thought actually he played quite well in the qualifier, and he has won many freestyle Fridays, so he looked pretty good.
But well, also
and with Hikaru, he got outplayed. Yeah,
he qualified quite confidently, but then he ended up with Hikaru, and well, Hikaru is a very strong player, right? So, and also he's not out yet, so we will see. But
yes, he's not out yet. By the way, just to have a look at a couple of moves of his game, here we see.
We were predicting he would take a very aggressive approach. Yeah, so let's see.
Oh yeah, and people have found bishop f2, by the way. We had asked a question,
good.
so well done.
Oh wow.
So Erigaisi has exactly the same.
Same position, like Magnus.
Yeah, I have a question after d4. Normally, the e3 kind of ideas work, but this time there are no rooks on open file. So it would be a bad idea, no? If c takes d4, e3, you don't get enough compensation, right? Takes knight e3.
I think, I mean...
Amrita is in aggressive...
This is quite reasonable. I don't know if the computer says f6.
This is actually a very good idea because you also get bishop e5.
Oh.
But now
Yeah.
at F3.
Also,
Not enough compensation.
But this.
No, it seems to say enough, but well, you are quite of equal, while the taking with the queen is slightly better. Also, I don't know if e3 can black just ignore it. I mean, you are not forced to sort of. I mean, well, e3. Let's say I go d5 myself. Maybe it becomes a bit boring in that sense. I don't know if
E5 is strong.
By the way, Nepo went knight f6. It seems like Jan is not playing that accurately, and this could be a nice position
Maybe
for
it's
white.
time to go knight e3, knight e6, knight f5.
I wanted to say the same. Yeah. I mean, somehow.
Wow. So
Yeah.
cool.
Unfortunately, it's not very good. But
Queen f4, g6, knight e7. Yeah.
Yeah. Why is this not good for white?
I think short castle. What happens?
Castle.
Also d5.
Really? This looks
really good with the bishop here.
Computer was saying knight f8, and then it said knight takes g7.
What?
Yeah, that was my thoughts as well.
Wow.
Oh,
But the knight defends on g6, no? Like.
It's a trivial perpetual. If he takes with the rook on f8, it's a nice mate. At least. You should show that, yeah. I've never seen this before. But,
So nice.
But not particularly relevant, unfortunately, yeah.
So this is what Arjun has chosen. And let's go to the game of Nodirbek versus Maxim. And Maxim also similar. What is this? Everyone is going for the same.
Yeah. Wow.
C4, C5, B3.
Maybe this common talk actually hurts a little bit if everybody will just aim for the same thing.
Do you think? Here also Prague versus Rapport. C4.
Rapport goes knight f6 because he usually likes to think alone, I've noticed.
Okay.
So he goes for knight f6, and I guess that he's just flexible. Yeah, maybe he'll just go d6.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean d5 maybe. I don't know actually what's his idea.
Is Meroxy Band idea a good idea for white? Like going e4, or is it too early?
It's a very relevant point. The computer doesn't like it, so I assume there is a good response, but I don't fully see. Or is it really e4, e5? But somehow white is probably set better. I don't think it's
e4,
e4,
knight
e5.
c6 is also possible, right?
Yeah. Maybe e4, knight c6 I missed, yeah.
Yeah.
That could be. Well, it's also strange that we find a move like knight f6 unnatural, while it's actually... No, e4 is quite reasonable.
E5 you mentioned, no? For e5? For e4?
Yeah, but then I was trying to backtrack. I thought maybe, well, you are set up for f4 and I'm not. It's probably a good version for you. Maybe just d3 or something like this, or even our computer says f4 immediately. Yeah.
So this is Prague position. So everywhere we had c4. Actually, Vincent is still left. Let's head over to Vincent. Did he make his move? Or did Vincent not make at all? Still.
d4.
Okay, he played this, yeah.
Oh, crazy. Vincent with... Do you feel after like all these that Vincent is really an amazing freestyle player? I mean, do we have enough data on that?
I mean, we have some at least, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this idea that you are just lucky winning... Okay, it's 4 knockout matches, of course. I mean, even if you were, let's say, a 2-1 underdog, it is not... We're not talking about something unheard, but I think generally he's playing pretty well, and that was the impression in Weissenhaus as well, right? That the freestyle aspect, he's quite good, and then, well, in the chess aspect, I guess people play to their rating most likely in a way, right? I mean, it's very noteworthy that he was picked by Nepomniachtchi still, right?
I think Nepo just thought like of all the other players, if this was classical chess, maybe Vincent was the best. But I think now people will choose players based on freestyle chess rather than their classical chess strength.
I mean, it would be weird if he was chosen for a third time the next time, right? I mean, so I don't know. I don't know if he's even qualified for the next time yet. But Well, also you saw the first 2 days. It was not at all a given that Vincent was going to qualify. At some point, it felt extremely unlikely. So I think the combination of classical and freestyle seems to be very suitable for him. But well, I mean, again, to be fair to Jan, the other opponents were
really experienced.
I mean, it was Nakmaura and Caruana, and then it was Nodirbek, who I mean,
No,
also
Nodirbek,
has some impressive results in chess 960. So
by the way, B3, what did he do?
No, he's actually it's Hikaru's move, but Hikaru is not on the board.
No, but Vincent's clock is ticking.
Oh.
Oh,
Actually,
D4, D5, and he's still
B3 is not played.
No.
Okay. By the way, after B3, can Black go C5 and go in a similar concept that I still sacrifice a pawn, or it's too much?
That'd be quite typical.
DC5, I just try to. And my idea was that I just try to go for this E5 stuff, but I feel maybe that's not that good. C4 and it's much worse for me.
Yeah, you get a. I mean, on this the stable is not. But I mean, you could play knight E6. The computer was saying, which is also, I think we saw something in a similar situation.
Oh, B3 played, by the way. He just played it.
Oh, what? He played B3.
Yeah.
But how come you played B3, Sagar, when you were in
No,
this
we were
position?
analyzing. B3 is the best move, actually.
I was mentioning that this Norwegian computer Sesse was saying B3, and that was his top line at high depth. But it's also quite typical. I think, well, D4, D5, B3 was played in Maxim against Magnus in the preliminaries. And, well, with a queen and A1 and this configuration, pushing for C4 is a little bit unpleasant because it breaks the symmetry and it's developing the white queen at the same time. And, well, I'm sure there is a defense for black, but it's black who has to play well, right? I think also some opening positions, it seems like by natural flow, black is okay. I'm sure black is okay in more or less every position, but the difficult ones, you have to play some atypical moves, right? And it strikes me as this is one of the slightly more difficult positions.
Yeah.
I mean,
also actually in this format, like you know, a week, like for example, I've noticed that in compared to classical, where in classical, if I'm playing like a 2700 a top player, I kind of know that I'm slowly, you know, getting outplayed. Whereas in freestyle, all of a sudden, like you feel like the position is around balance and suddenly it's gone.
I mean,
like this, like sudden switch is there.
Lose very quickly. I once tried to play freestyle Friday, and you know, after a few moves, my opponent played bishop takes b7, and my king on b8 was, you know, I had to take back, and I was getting mated quickly, right? I mean, well, if you don't take care, disaster can strike, and well, for us, we were seeing, you know, knight jumping on f5 and d5. It turns out that it's probably not too dangerous, but of course, they don't know that. We know that, and I mean, I don't think black players was very excited with this position. That's my. I mean, again, most position turns out to be less amazing than they look, but still, for a human game, I think white should be generally quite happy. Especially, well, for Erigaisi, I think it's a great position. He needs to win. Here, you can. I mean, you don't have to fight extremely hard to break symmetry or to get it interesting. It's an interesting.
But also Magnus wants to win, right? Because in the shorter time control, there is a bit more. There's some small element of luck and randomness.
I mean,
right?
of course, Magnus would like to win, but still, well, he would also like not to lose. For Erigaisi, that doesn't matter. So
in that sense, too.
Still, I mean, let's say it was a dull position. Magnus could play some symmetry, be slightly better, and that would be okay, right? While for Erigaisi, that would be not too great. But
so Peter, like compared to the last event in Weissenhaus, like what, like was it something different that you did in preparation based on what you saw from the games there, or was there enough data?
I think we are using sort of doing what we always do and mainly focus on ourselves. But of course, I mean, there is new games by opponents, and of course I mean, when you play Abdusattorov, suddenly you have 11 fresh games from the day before where you can, I mean, it's also maybe it's a little bit like I think last year I was asked about what do I think about Prague and Gukesh chances in the candidates, and I thought that, I mean, from what I have seen, I don't think they have great chances, but I could be lacking half a year behind in my understanding of the actual strength. And here it's a little bit, the nice thing with having these very fresh games is that this is Abdusattorov 2 days ago, while if we check his games from 2 years ago, I mean, it's a completely different level because they haven't studied it and they haven't cared. And in that sense, I mean, you can see, I think everybody is quite improving. You can also hear that when they talk.
That's actually, like, in terms of patterns, like, I saw some patterns in this event that I did not see in Weisenhaus.
Yeah, yeah.
And it feels like the players are well versed with some of these, like, typical patterns. For example, with the queen on h1 and bishop on a8, how we saw, like, sorry, yesterday, queen on a1, bishop h8, how b4 was the best move.
Yeah, yeah.
Position 111, I think it was. And, like, those, like, you know,
No, of course. Also, I mean, I try to listen on the commentary when the debate in the openings, and well, you get the idea of what people talk about, right? And it's clear that, you know, some concepts you try to keep a secret because, well, you know, you want to have a competitive edge. But when you can hear others seems to grasp them either by playing or talking, I mean, then you sort of well, you see others has developed, right? And also, well, you're talking about the Nepom gambit, right? But well, this is something the computer was suggesting quite often, these kind of things, and you can see that, well, everybody seems to accept that that's how you play. So I mean, no, that's the nice things that people start to evolve and get better, and that's how it should be, right? That's what makes it. I mean, this is the exciting thing with freestyle that well, everybody can actually improve their knowledge, which is not so typical in general, right?
Because there's the learning curve is quite steep, right?
Of course. I mean, well, we debated it last time. Which kind of ratings do we think these guys have comparable? I mean, let's imagine they're 2600, but of course their potential is 2800, so they can still learn quite a lot.
So by the way, CD4, Queen D4, and Knight E6. Oh, Queen D2 was also
did play
played.
Queen D2, yes.
Wow.
So
Knight F6, and now Magnus is thinking. So we got a few moves that they played quickly, and
for me, a big question is this knight on D1. Is it going to C3 or is it going the other way?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, like, whenever you see the position for the first time, like, do you at that point of time think where your pieces you want to be placed, or you do it a bit later after a few moves? Like, how to start thinking?
It's a bit of both, but also, I mean, well, I think you care also quite a lot about the will of the opponent in a way, right? I mean, well, if I could play knight c3, e4, f4, knight f3 all the same time, I would do it. But, oh, I actually blundered my f4 pawn in the process. Okay, give me 5 moves and I can still blunder something, yeah? But, I don't know. Well, knight c3, I guess, is it bishop b7? Or...
yeah,
probably it is, yeah?
Stopping e4.
And playing
Knight
moves
F3?
like... Sorry?
No, knight f3 or no?
Yeah, I mean, it's...
But now it feels...
F3-4 also is an idea, no? F3-4, again, I don't know if...
Can I even do something very bold like knight f4?
Yeah.
Because, like, you cannot touch this pawn because of this idea, you cannot touch this pawn. I mean, the engine says white has some move here, but I mean, with ideas like this, it feels a little uncomfortable. Maybe
so far, knight c3 and knight f3, well, it feels like development moves, but not sort of using the potential of white. But I have no idea what the potential actually is.
How could I go? F4,
is
F5?
possible? Ah, F4.
I mean, I don't. Maybe it's like a completely... I'm going completely wrong because f4 does weaken my e4 square a lot.
I had the thought of f4, but I thought that was too embarrassing to mention.
Yes,
because...
but sometimes it works. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
But I guess f4, it can, like this knight c5, knight e4, and we just look like what did we just do to our position?
That was what I was. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's okay. Good.
Okay.
Here it's absolutely positionally not working. Like sometimes because F4 has been a move in freestyle. For me, it's the freestyle move. It works most 99% of the time.
What about H4? Is that what they would do? No, that's also wrong. Okay. Damn it, you have some expert. Now I'm gonna cheat and look at my phone. Because I have said too many bad things.
Knight E3, 94, knight D5 is such a cute trap.
93 what?
94, knight D5.
Yeah, but 93 is the top move.
Oh, Amruta, knight E4 and white to... Okay, I
even knight C3, bishop B7, and then it could go bishop A3, but this one is resigned, yeah?
If you take, then it's 93, this is just lost. So 93 is actually a cute trap. Because if bishop F4, I suspect that I can still...
93 now, no? Just attack the bishop.
Knight D3, bishop H6, very nice Amruta. And now again knight F5. We can
E7 is a real weakness, that means.
But for instance, also, it's a good example that we are not we are still too stuck in our patterns. For instance, the move bishop A3, I had not even spotted exists.
Yeah, because I somehow, like, black always wants to go D6 in this structure.
Yeah, but not with the bishop and B8, you don't really want to and
true.
such, right? So.
But I think knight E3 is a really good move.
I mean, well, the computer is saying you should play H5 against it.
Oh, that's never going to happen, yeah.
Never is too strong, I think. I mean, H5 is a very normal... H5 and H4, I thought it should be included at some point, but it's always difficult to know when. Also, I don't know if H5 is the only good move.
Okay,
But what is the idea after H5, knight F5? Like
Rook
this
E8,
time... Oh, you defend. Simple.
I'm curious what happens if Rook E8 now.
Maybe.
I suspect I just... The question is whether I want to do this, right?
I mean, this was the reply to H5, but...
Maybe I prepare for bishop B2.
Yeah.
And I mean, honestly, after if you make a random move, bishop F6 is not crazy. I mean...
We saw something like... maybe in a... Yeah.
I mean... maybe in this exact... Of course, I have to be alert about this bishop, but it does really hamper your pawn structure, right?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that this is not too bad for black, but...
I guess the Rook E8 also is perfectly placed here.
Yeah, maybe maybe this is quite real. I mean, now you can even cast... if you castle and somehow it starts looking not too bad, and black is actually active, right? So the castling apparently do happen once in a...
Yeah.
Peter, are you thinking of playing a freestyle event sometime on the board? Grenke, yeah, maybe.
Well, I mean, I did play for 2 minutes of this Freestyle Friday, but I got mated very quickly. So, I mean, I have played a game or two online, but I'm not gonna go to Grenke now. So, else, yes, but I played 25 years ago, I think. So
really?
Yeah, this was in Mainz tournaments. I was playing them quite regularly, and I think.
So of course you can't compare the blunders or this first time, because just you're not in playing touch, right? But otherwise you won't
it's just very, very difficult. Also at that time, except for the big experts, we were trying to play it like normal chess. We were trying to normalize things. I think at that point, Engines was not too strong, so I mean, very few players understood it quite well. So, I mean, it feels like a new game to me. At that point, it was more odd. Now you actually try to play it quite well. I think my wife also played one of the matches back there.
In 960, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. Have you played with Victoria?
Not 960. No, I don't think so. No. I mean, it's it's a weird game to play casually, right? You have to start drawing lots and stuff like this. But
by the way, Vashier and Nodirbek game also completely identical to the game of.
I mean, it is a pretty natural flow after this d4 queen takes d4 that black tries to develop and such. And it's interesting what Magnus will do here. I don't know fully.
So when you're looking at Magnus's games, are you do you always try to like delve deep and analyze yourself and then ask him what he felt during some situations where you?
I try to figure out which things I assume he has misunderstood. I mean, well, take his win against Nodirbek, right? I mean, it comes natural. He's considerably worse with with white after 6 moves. Of course, I make notes of that and such. But
Also with black, I mean, Nodirbek had a serious advantage, right? With when he played Queen D6 and Queen E6.
Yeah.
Second classical game.
Of course, yeah. I mean, the game we didn't. I think he understood pretty much himself. He just said, okay, as far as he understood, Nodirbek could just have taken the pawn. I said, you're right, and and that's not much to say about that. I mean, well, I think he was having a bad day, but of course we tried to. Okay, he's actually going.
Wow.
He's going for this trick. So I mean.
In fact, MB says in the chat, Magnus was in confession booth, talked about an amazing smothered mate in the position.
Okay, so we know what it was. Okay.
So, I think the chances of that happening is less than 1%.
Yeah, I mean, if that happens, then you will.
yeah. Well, also the problem is knight e4 is not a particularly good move in itself, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand it loses immediately,
Yeah.
but I don't know, queen c2 or something like this. Queen d. I want to show off. Queen d. No. Queen d5, knight e4, bishop b7, bishop e4. I thought was winning, but you have bishop takes h2.
No, you have bishop d5, knight f4. Oof.
Wow. Okay, that is actually noteworthy. Yeah. Sorry.
To show knight e4.
I thought queen d5
queen d5, bishop b7, bishop takes e4, bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, and it feels like Amruta. The black queen is trapped, but there is knight to f4, and suddenly black can be the one who does the trick.
But you saw that there was a reverse. You could take with the knight, and it's winning.
Crazy.
Wow.
It's a lot of
I mean, well, that's what we saw from the starting position. There is potential fireworks, but it needs a bit of help, yeah?
But I mean, if we didn't see knight e3, none of this could happen.
No. But
I think rook e8 will happen. I'm quite certain that he will just defend this pawn and.
Well, it depends a bit if knight d5 is some of a threat. Then you could consider playing bishop b7.
Also, knight f5 looks quite annoying, actually.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised.
It's only exactly. It feels like, can you really allow something to stand there?
I mean, unless black just goes back like knight f8 and then goes d6. No.
Oh, so
maybe knight f4.
I'm sorry. I need to know. Knight f8, queen h6. Is that a perpetual?
Wow.
F8, queen h6.
What?
Yeah, it is a perpetual.
Crazy.
I'm really. I'll apologize to you.
Check.
So what happens after king g6?
King g6, I guess just
knight.
Oh, maybe.
Or knight e7 check or knight e7 check.
Yeah, just take the pawn. Yeah.
Just like this.
I mean,
but
the
king h5.
safest way to make a perpetual is to go knight g3. Just force him to go back.
Like this.
And then go knight f5 check and.
No, in fact, not the safe only way, no, because knight e7, king h5, and then you run away.
Actually,
I was a bit afraid of activating the rook by taking on e7. Yes, so
I would definitely go knight d6 and provoke him to go something like king h5 or something, and then play something like h3. I don't know if it works.
No, but if it does, if it does, then...
wait, does it h3?
It looks good to me, but apparently it does. The queen, I don't know.
Okay, I think we're having too much fun, guys.
Yeah.
No, but this position is such it's very interesting variations we are getting.
I mean, there is quite some weakness in the black. I don't know weakness, but not the usual solidity in a way, right? I mean, this queen, bishop, and queen and two bishops on the queen side are not helping to protect the king at all, right?
Yeah.
But I don't know. For me, bishop b7 looks like the logical move, but I'm not. But I do like the bishop a. You want to go rook e8, yeah? So bishop a3.
Yeah, but I can still just provoke you to go d6 and then continue with my plan. Yeah, maybe after
I mean,
you
by
provoke-
sight,
If
doesn't
three.
this looks quite impressive for white, doesn't
and now I'll just come back bishop b2. Yeah, I'll say that I did my job on a3. I come back to b2, and don't be surprised if I go f3, even e4, or I might even consider g4. I mean, my king is really safe. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. Computer is completely unimpressed with us, but
this looks. I mean,
from a human perspective, it looks very strange for black, right? I mean, what are you doing with all these pieces in the corner? Is it
No, actually, the queen on d2 was a very important factor in the
Yeah.
opening because it always protected the e2 pawn, which at
Mhm.
that point of time, the depth of it, maybe knight f4
Yeah.
threats, we never had
True.
to worry, no?
Uh-huh.
As white. So that was great point by Peter. Queen d4, queen d2. Wow. Okay. Can we have a look at Arjun's game,
Yes.
Harshit?
Yes, we can.
Then Pragg.
Oh no, this is Arjun's game, and can you see it?
This is Pragg's game.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
Pragg's
we can
game.
look at Pragg's also. and
Yes,
then
here.
watch.
Here is Arjun's game. Let me just refresh. Same. Just a different
now
move order.
I want to ask a question to Peter over here. Peter, what do you think? Like, because I was a bit concerned about the initial time when players are looking at each other's games, and a lot of times it's the same moves happening. So maybe in the first few minutes, like they're not allowed to get up from the board. Sounds too, too funny, too unrealistic.
But Amruta, the knight is on
something,
c6
no?
actually. A bit different.
I agree with you that it is a strange problem in a way that you can. And of course, if it's 90-minute games, maybe investing 10 minutes is not too bad. I mean, it is a strange thing that is starting to happen, that they are almost, awaiting who will go first in a way. But on the other hand, just because some other player has played something, it's not particularly. I mean, it's not evidence at all that it's a good move, right? So, e6.
Arjun actually, in a must-win situation, as you mentioned, he got a good position, but the position now, it seems like his advantage has increased even more. I just feel he could make a logical move. Bishop b2,
Is it bishop e5?
Bishop e5, but I was scared that whenever I go knight f3 and you take these dark squares look really weak, right?
Let me just try something weird after bishop e5. How hopeless is bishop a3?
Actually, let's do this and we'll have more fun.
Oh. Yeah. How is bishop a3 now? Yeah.
That's a nice move.
And then you go
knight f3.
Exactly, and I mean.
Actually, this makes more sense. And now the bishop on e5 kind of feels a bit.
Yeah, even knight d3 is also possible, is it? No.
I think knight f3 is really good.
No, but knight d3, what's the problem? 1 second.
The
Bishop
knight
c7,
d3,
yeah?
I feel like it might just be it just might be that you're blocking your own bishop, and that you don't really want to go to f. So
No, I wanted to stop bishop f4, but if that's I mean, then you can play g3. I get also.
Got it. So knight f3.
Yeah, knight f3, bishop f4, and I wouldn't be surprised if bishop d6 is
Again,
possible.
this also keeps away that I don't have the position fully in my head. I mean, I hadn't realized that bishop d6 was possible. I thought somehow, just mentally, you think the queen is on b8. while the bishop,
Yeah.
It's. I hope it doesn't happen to the players. But okay, e6 is strange for me. But as we also said, it's an unnatural position for black, so that mistake starts happening. It's not at all illogical.
And I think he definitely didn't want to allow knight f5. I mean, the
of
engine
course,
said that it's fine, but we both
it's extremely logical, of course.
agreed that it looked really dangerous for
It's
them.
only because we, for some reason, has figured out that this was not. Yeah.
So if Arjun wins, Nepomniachtchi will be forced to play in a tiebreak again, and that will be really unpleasant because he lost the first one to Vincent, and I think he's going to be very unhappy with
every right to be in a. I mean, it's hard not to feel a bit pity for Nepom in the sense that, from a chess perspective, that he had an amazing starting tournament, and then he played 1-1 and was sort of on the better side, And then suddenly he's out after
Out,
time.
yeah,
Like, but, I mean, it's complete. I mean, that's sport. That's how it's supposed to be. But and well, how many points you make in the preliminaries is not too important.
Yeah, he won the preliminary actually.
Yeah,
although he
yeah.
had the same points as Magnus, and Vincent just completely.
Also, he won it with a very impressive score. As far as I remember, in Weissenhaus, the winning scores was not comparable to here, right? But so it's also strange. I thought that e6 is an unnatural move. I mean, you explain it well. It is preventing knight f5, and he's scared about knight f5. But somehow, by now, we have realized that knight f5 is perhaps not that dangerous. But when you sit there at the board, it probably looks extremely scary.
Yeah, with the bishop on b2, queen on
Yeah,
d2, it's like if knight f5 is not dangerous now, then...
No, I mean, we are brought up with this thinking in chess-based terms of arrows, right?
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, everything is pointing at the king, yeah? So,
And your idea of h4 maybe, Peter, would it be a good idea here after e6?
He
knight
didn't
but
play
h4
it.
was
I mean,
very decent.
I think it's quite decent, and I guess h5 is sort of a threat. And now,
if black goes h5, it looks... although the engine says it's the best move, I just somehow feel like with my knight on e3 protecting the square, and your square on g5 not being protected.
I mean, knight f3 goes to g5, and I don't know if rook h3 is going to happen at some point, or, I mean...
Yeah.
It looks very unpleasant, doesn't it? I mean...
For black.
But also, he played knight f3 first.
So he played knight f3,
but I mean,
keeping it flexible.
He can do h4 later as well. And no, that's why, I mean... I don't know if you need bishop b2 immediately in a way, right? It's also not too badly placed on c1, I would guess. So
but the question is, if rook e8, I go bishop b2, where does your knight go? Like, I'm threatening bishop f6, knight g4, and I just don't see, like, I've obviously just played e6, so I'm never considering e5, also because I've weakened my light squares on f5 and d5.
But, well...
I don't have knight e4.
Of course, that is the idea of knight f3. He's stopping bishop e5, and then he's getting,
So knight f3 is actually it has a very indirect threat, or maybe direct threat
I think
of
pretty
going
direct,
of going bishop b2 and hitting the knight on f6 and...
Can you go knight e5 here?
Immediately knight e5. Okay, that's smart.
I'll suggest something crazy. I want bishop b2. And now I will take with the g-pawn, and then I will castle long next.
Oh!
Wow.
It finally
Insane.
happened. That could actually be very dangerous.
That is crazy. Bishop, just to show, like, long castling, and suddenly, I mean, in an instance like, okay, of course.
I think the usual knight f5. Oh.
Yes. Knight f5.
Knight f5, bishop d to knight e7 still exists.
Yeah, this is very cute actually. Somehow with the pawn on e6, I didn't spot it.
Exactly. That is what happened.
No, you're not trying to win a pawn. You're trying to
win, yeah.
This is, I mean, the natural flow of this position is very dangerous for black.
I mean, it's possible that just in 20... I mean, and that's the thing that I've always, like, mentioned on stream, that you have to agree that, like, there are some starting positions where white is just significantly better.
Well, not objectively, but practically.
Of course, because we don't have enough, the players don't have enough knowledge, like the engines, to say that...
I don't know if you have debated that, if that feels like too much of a luck factor. To me, well, that's just part of the game. It's not a particularly big problem. But, of course, I think yesterday there was not too much play.
That's actually an interest. I actually like the way you said it, that it's a part of luck and it's part of the game. In some ways, it reminded me of how in some other card games, like you can just start with 2 aces and you're just in a better starting position, but you still have to play.
Now, for instance, I mean, right now, perhaps the biggest golf tournament is happening in the United States, and well, they are 100 players who plays over the day. If you start early and there's no wind, or you start in the afternoon and there's a lot of wind, these things matters, but that is tough luck, and there's no reasonable way to prevent it. If you want to play freestyle, I don't see a good way to prevent it. If you start playing the same position twice, it ruins a lot, and if you start deselecting positions, and also part of the fun part is the players don't know, is this a boring or is it a very sharp position, right?
I think that's the best explanation I've heard so far actually about this, because I was always debating that why not play white and black both, just get rid of this. But I guess it's interesting to have.
But
this.
how will you? Well, you could do it if you have 2 games immediately.
Yeah, back to back. Yeah.
But it also becomes a bit boring. You have the same position twice. You have certain knowledge of what has happened, and so I mean.
Do you though? Like with like,
does it really ruin it? You think that like this?
I mean, this position, for example, let's say you got this with black. Everyone, all the 4 players went for this CD4.
Yeah, that is a bit of a pity in a way. Also, well, Keymer didn't actually. Right?
Ah, yes, Keymer did.
And it's just we just ignored it because the other games had a lot of actions, and we have sort of either countrymen or employees in.
Actually, can we'll just take the look at the move that happened. B3 knight D6 was played. Vincent played knight E3 and recognizes that this bishop doesn't belong in this diagonal, so he can afford to block it because it's most likely going to go.
He wants to push C4 quite aggressively.
And he push C4. He does it. DC.
Whoa!
Wow, the engine really don't like this, allowing the B pawn to capture towards the center. C5. D takes C5. I have to say.
I mean, for
a
D5 looks very human.
Exactly, but
maybe there is bishop A6 then, or
maybe
E6.
the C4 pawn would have become weak, or he judged that.
Okay. He wants the square for the knight on E3 maybe for a while only. Bishop
knight
B7.
F3.
Bishop B7
was played, and no more moves. Like Hikaru is thinking, Bishop B7 looks quite logical.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's something we're missing. Is it like something very weird? Like, cannot be Queen E5. Can it? What? Okay, I'm so tempted. I don't know. I need to stop.
Okay. Yeah.
But this is.
I like you. It's as enjoyable for you every time.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. No, it's,
I mean, a different concept. Yeah.
Yeah,
Now
yeah.
it's like I'm threatening Queen G7 and Queen E7.
Is H4 starting to become a move here? Let me just see if it laughs at me. No.
Wow, that's the best move.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I thought that. I mean, well, now this knight has gone from E8 to D6, so it's lacking over there, right? And if you go H5, I mean, again, we get the G5 square. We could
Maybe
even have Rook H3.
Rook H3, Rook G3.
Yeah, apparently not immediately, but it has a scary feel in a way, right? I was also thinking Bishop A3, but we're not playing for pawns, right?
Also Bishop B2 actually, because now how do you defend this pawn on G7? If knight E6, I felt like knight F5 could be dangerous, but...
Yeah. Okay, we can...
But I
maybe
guess
you fell for knight F4,
yeah,
right? Yeah, you only...
Now suddenly I guess black gets his fun part going. Okay, I mean, looks quite good, but you still need to be careful then, I guess. Like H4, H5, and you still have to make sure that you play accurately.
Yeah.
And it might be time to just bring her rook, into the game.
Ah, like this.
And go for
then you start also... I mean, yeah, adding knight D5 in the mix is nice, because it's not very
I don't know why I've been this rook on F1, like, I was never considering it.
No.
But rook D1 and now knight D5 looks...
No, but that's a good point. It's not like I thought rook D1 was a bad move. I just hadn't registered it was a... I mean, well, why would you do that? But it feels like the wrong rook, right? You castle and you play rook D1, then of course it feels natural. But why wouldn't it feel natural here? Okay. Actually, it seems like we have action on more or less every board.
Yes, so, okay, just to, like, Vincent slightly... So, like, Vincent is doing quite well. We can quickly check Fabi's game. Yeah, and he did play rook E8, which I think was a good practical
Computer
move.
was having it as his second choice.
Second choice, yeah.
But it had some strange follow-up that... let me just check if it's still the case.
It was not simply knight F3, was it?
No, it's not giving much for white. It says knight D5, but it's probably...
Well, if I ever get this, I'm super happy, right? Like if
the computer was saying knight D5, knight C7 as its main line. No, not taking. So allowing knight F6.
Oh, wow. No, but this is, I mean,
It has logic, right? You take back with the e-pawn, you castle, you play d5. And if you take an f6, ef6, then you cover the e4 square, right? And you get d5 next.
Okay, and if I just say that, okay, I'm just going to go e4.
Oh, that's a good question. I haven't spotted that. Looks very weird allowing this. Maybe you take on d5 in Benoni style, or is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
of course, I wanted to take with the e-pawn, and maybe you're in time to go e6. Because d6 I have knight e4. Yeah. Also, I mean, it wouldn't be that crazy if black just goes e5, rook e6.
Yeah, and let's say e6, bishop b2. You take on d5, and you're not too worried about bishop f6.
Yes, so knight d, ed, e6, bishop b2, and just take. Ah, wow.
I'm wondering if apparently.
Yeah, also interesting.
Bishop f6, your plan is to...
Just gf, I mean, it looks really dangerous, but the good thing is we can castle at some point.
But how is the engine evaluating as okay for black with the king looks so weak, no?
Yeah, but with
very surprised.
I mean, white is missing this dark squared bishop now the most. And
I'm also puzzled. I mean, but I threw queen h6. It does probably doesn't threaten anything, mate.
Yeah.
But it's no, that was a mistake.
Rook e5. No, what exactly?
I don't know.
Yeah, no. Just
but the thing is, like, I mean, Amruta, like, I feel like the biggest reason is that these three pieces are not in the game at all. Look at black's pieces. The rook is in the game. The bishop is quite active. Once this pawn moves, the queen will also be in the game. And these.
But I'm looking at two moves, Harshan. Knight f3, knight h4 for now. Or even no, h4 is not working. Bishop is there. But for a moment, what's the move? Next move?
I suspect it to be queen c6. And follow it up with f5, queen g6. That's what I feel that the move.
You're on time.
Yeah. Okay, rook e8 and Magnus is thinking in this position 54. He's taking his time actually because the last move I can't say, but I think at least 10 minutes he's thinking. We saw Vincent's position. Can we just check how Arjun is doing? And we had a lot of moves actually. Knight f3, Amruta, you are right. Knight
played
f5
bishop
happened.
b2 and.
That Peter's idea of knight f3, gf3. That was long castle good.
Okay, Jan is like, okay, I'm already in big trouble. I'm not going to allow the G line to be open as well. He goes d6, tries to cut his losses, but...
Still funny that long castling did become relevant. We didn't expect that. But how big is the edge here? And what are you just going to take on e5? Or what is the idea?
Did not want to take on e5 for some reason.
Yeah, then, I mean, black is slightly worse, but very solid, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and the computer seems to indicate a considerable advantage, but...
Well, it could be that I go bishop a3.
Oh.
No,
and
not too bad.
Because you can't go rook... I mean, obviously the whole fundamental point was that rook d8 doesn't work because rook is undefended.
And knight f3, you're still gonna go g5.
Yes, I'm going to...
Still good.
Yes,
wow,
and go long castle next. Rook d8 and just long castle and rook g1. That's
so
crushing.
You don't need... Well, the bishop will come back to b2 eventually.
Yes.
And you will be fine. Yeah.
So I feel like bishop a3, I mean, it feels weird to go bishop b2 and go bishop a3, but the point is that I'm just asking black a question. I mean, how do you defend this? Because queen c6,
yeah,
I might
still
want... I just
you're not going to go take and take f8?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
You will.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, this is just, you can't even go queen c6. So actually bishop a3 is going to ask black a very direct question.
It's strange.
Knight e4.
I only thought about knight f3, gf3, then long castling. But you can do long castling now, of course, yeah? I mean, is he actually going to do that, yeah?
But, okay, of course, he has to move the rook somewhere. Or the knight, maybe let's say knight g6. Because
but now you start throwing h4.
And now you go h4. h5 is not possible because I take on g6, most likely. Yeah, I mean, this
I mean, you do it eventually at least.
This structure
no, but can I not go knight e4 when you played bishop e3? Bishop e4, queen e4, bishop d6, rook d8 might give me some compensation, no?
That's a good question, but I feel like, Amruta, I might just ignore it and go something like queen d4. And you wanted to go knight c5 or what?
No, I didn't see queen d4. I mean, I just thought of bishop e4. But knight c5, b4, no, you have? Sure.
So you can see how much I thought let's go queen c2 because I was made on 8-7. But I mean, you're just thinking so much standard chess patterns. It's difficult.
That does happen. Sometimes it's like, oh, queen h2 is happening, but king h2, and then you realize the king was on f1. So it's too many times happening. Oh, by the way, look at what Arjun played.
What?
Yeah,
Whoa!
Peter's move is finally on the board.
I
I thought that time it was more of a fantasy variation, but it's actually happening.
But pre-game, I said the chances of long castling is less than 1%. So that one I got wrong. Wow, he managed to clear all the pieces.
Yeah.
No, you have to
Wow.
respect.
And
no, he didn't need to clear bishop b1, right? So it's
He didn't
actually
have-
all, no. So,
and we call this like long side castling. We call it switcheroo.
but it looks beautifully coordinated. But I don't know. Can black start going? But b5, I guess is.
It just looks so crazy, no? Like you just completely switch the king
How
from one.
is the counterplay with b5? That's, I
B5?
mean, just. I mean,
Okay, that's a very valid.
Apparently,
question.
it's not. But no, I just thought if you take it, then the c file,
No, I mean it looks. I mean I'm still
c5
not sure
what's the
why.
plan right now? Knight f3, but it's fine, no? c5, knight f3,
C5.
gf3, d5, rook g1 should be.
Amruta, wow, knight f3, gf3, and you don't care about this pawn because this is just crushing.
Yeah, then.
Wow. Yeah, that's.
Okay, that was.
Ooh.
gf6 and rook g1 is the.
Mate.
Maybe I'll rook this rook. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I mean, long castle is a terrific move by Arjun.
No, I mean earlier we thought it's cool. He gets chances to play. Now you're at the stage where you almost feel disappointed if he doesn't make a comeback, right?
Yes, I mean
it's
this is serious.
I mean, it's probably not winning, but it's much better and completely unbalanced and very easy attack, right? So it's. I mean, he could not even dream of getting this. You would argue, right?
I mean,
So,
what does black do actually? I know this that sometimes it's very difficult to like find a defensive move in commentary, and when the players make it, then we're like, this was his defensive idea. But here actually I'm actually struggling, because I don't want to make a slow move like rook e8, although it might be a decent move because it's just too slow in nature. And I'm not doing anything against the white's king side, whereas white is making leaps in development in his own attack on the king side.
No, I'm generally curious. Why is this not catastrophic for black, right? I mean, well, that's why I tried b5, but that didn't work at all. But
the c5 was a very, very nice suggestion.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you ignore it? Let's say bishop b7 or queen c6, as you
queen
say.
c6 was something that I was like initially afraid of before I mentioned.
Yeah,
c5.
now the c file is still. I mean, do you just go bishop c2 and don't care one bit about we're not playing for pawns?
But then queen takes c5 is a problem.
I'm not sure of bishop c2. I feel
queen c6 is.
Yeah. You see, yeah. It's the question too. Should I play a chess 960 tournament? No, I don't.
Can I go? Can I go b4?
I was wondering, or even 95 and b4. Yeah, exactly. You're just positionally better. And
because if you take, I still have the same tricks with bishop f6.
Yeah. You get b2 for the king.
Yeah, I get. I or just bishop c2.
Wow.
Oh, he made a move. So he's making our top easy. He goes bishop b7.
It's logical, right? But does he want to play bishop to e4? But okay, how do white break through now?
Yes, that's the big question, right? I mean, do you take on e5 at all? In general,
Peter's other idea, h4 now? How is that idea?
But I feel I somehow want to like pose a direct threat, and maybe that's because of my nature of how I look at chess, but maybe it's just that strategically already white is very far ahead in his attack, and you can just make a simple move like h4 trying to go h5. I was trying to see if I could force things with knight e5, d5, bishop a3. Oh, not a3.
Even though you're still better, it seems to me.
But I don't know if I'm going anywhere. Like rook e8.
No, now.
Yeah, I guess this concept does not really make sense. So
you're probably still slightly better, but it's not what you want, right? I mean, you are hoping for more, I guess.
Can I do this?
And also, it's nice to keep that whenever he takes on f3, you have gf3. That's so exciting.
This actually makes this might be something what I would like a lot because I control f8, so black cannot castle. That's one of the biggest reasons that I did this. And I'm ready to go g4,
I like
g5.
h4 direct.
You like h4,
Keeping the knight on f3 because I think d file I don't want to open and
you want
bishop
to keep
on
the
b8
pressure.
also.
It's gonna be embarrassing. Black cannot castle because it loses an exchange or because it's illegal?
Because it loses an exchange.
Okay. It's not illegal castling from g8 to h8 when f8 is protected, right? No.
Sorry?
I mean, it's not because,
I mean, he would not be able to castle. If the bishop goes here, he would not be able to castle long side.
Yeah, he will not be able to cast long, but short is legal
short,
because,
but you lose the exchange.
Yeah, fair enough.
So more moves happen. No.
Okay.
Okay,
We can also shift to
Magnus's game or?
right now. Yeah, let's go. We'll have a quick roundup now. Vincent also played h4 in his thing in Magnus.
He did play. Vincent played h4.
Yeah.
Oh, so he's going for it, yeah.
Vincent's game is here. So DCBC knight f3 we saw. f6 played.
Wow.
Like controlling the knight's knight jumps. But of course on the other hand weakening some of his light squares. So it came with some pros and cons. Rook d1 and goes for this knight d5. e6.
Okay.
h4. And now he's trying to soften up the king side with.
But the computer has dropped in advantage. Before, it was somewhat more optimistic. I mean, but of course, just by sight, white is more active and in a somewhat symmetrical situation, and black has played e6 and f6, which we seem to agree is kind of weakening, right? I mean, yeah.
On the other hand, does control really, like, it stops all my knight jumps, which I'm a bit sad about, honestly, because I can't go anywhere. It kind of feels like I've been restricted.
But it sounds Nakmaura has switched to avoid immediate disaster mode, right? E6,
F6. Like just solid,
Exactly. He's blocking. And then, it's symmetry. I will deal with the moderate unpleasantness later, which he's extremely good at, one has to admit, right? So...
Okay, so Naka has done pretty well actually in this game. Arjun's game, Arjun is clearly better. Let's go to Magnus's game right now and check.
So knight e3, rook e8, we saw this, Amruta. He went bishop b2, just logical.
Magnus is playing extremely common sense strategic chess, right? It's not meant as a criticism, but
he's playing conservatively, but at the same time he's keeping his edge.
Yeah.
Because we already have one imbalance in the position that we exchange the c pawn for the d pawn, and maybe he feels like already because of this imbalance and his queen also being slightly better placed than the queen on a8, one could argue obviously that.
So should he start playing knight f3, rook d1 like you would do and just regroup like this, or are we expecting that he should actually go for h4? Is d5 ever a problem that black will have this counter thrust?
d5, I feel bishop f6
you feel bishop f6 is just taking care of that, yeah.
Maybe can I still consider long castle ideas? Knight f3 long castle?
I was about to say you're crazy, but
because the rook on e8, like,
I'm curious how will the computer react.
Yeah,
maybe
say,
I don't know what is a reasonable move. Yeah, sure.
No, why not short castle?
Short castle is kind of committal, I felt.
Short, but let's do long castle. Let's just predict. Yeah.
Oh,
what exactly?
Okay. But I think knight e4 is the reason. Because
no, not only.
Not only
b5
knight e4.
maybe b5 or d5, one of the breaks.
Okay.
No.
Maybe just bishop f4, bishop h6. Yeah.
That is. I mean, then, well, it's beautiful coordination, right? And also, then the queen is not. I mean, it's less stuck. Somehow, suddenly, the black position starts playing.
So, let's say I play castle. I just want to see if there is ever a case where I can long castle, like, or if that's just. I think, however, because even knight e4 was working, long castle is just a wrong concept in this position because the bishop on b8 is open, whereas in the other game d6 was already played.
Yeah.
Which is a big difference.
So instead of castling, play d6. So let's say knight f3,
d6. I think now long castle should be. Yeah.
So that is the.
So that's the big nuance there.
Okay. So now we have learned that with a pawn on d6, bishop on b7, on b8, and queen on a8, you should do long castling. I don't know if it's very useful for your life, but it seems.
For my life, it's useful, but for the ones who are watching, I don't know.
No. But that's the problem with chess 960, right? We learn some interesting strategic things, but they might occur once in a lifetime at best. Yeah.
We learn to forget.
But no, for Arjun, I mean, it's cool that Arjun actually came up with this over the board, right?
Yeah.
That,
this long castle concept.
Yeah. He is. Well, I mean, he is a cool player. We all know that. So, what is Magnus thinking about? Well, knight f3, rook d1, or is he actually? Is it h4 he wants to flick in?
I mean, is this idea completely crazy to go knight c2, knight b4?
Yeah, I don't like it much because I want to go long castle, no, eventually.
I wanted to I feel like my knight on e1 is the most, I feel like all my other pieces have been maximized. It's like, and the knight
Then
on
why
e1.
not knight c2, knight d4? With the idea.
Knight c2, knight d4, yeah, also possible. I just feel like the knight.
You don't want to exchange.
But somehow I feel like maybe Black might have I'm too slow maybe with this.
Yeah.
Maybe like bishop e4 or something. No, bishop e4 doesn't make sense.
Here you could run into d5. I mean, you will take a pawn, but I'll have knight f4 counter. No, I blundered again. Okay.
Yeah, it's tricky.
But it's actually not bad.
To do,
No?
yeah?
D5,
Knight c2.
D5,
But-
c2, knight d.
Is it h4 that is the computer move? Just try and do it. I'll see
Yeah,
if the Evel bar drops. No,
Yeah.
that is the computer move. And what is the...
Yes.
So,
But like, I guess the knight on e1 just wants to be flexible, yeah? Because knight f3 also... also possible, I guess. Knight f3 also very much playable.
But Magnus played f3.
what? He played f3?
Are you serious?
Wow.
Yes.
Now I am
F3?
nervously checking my phone.
Yeah, it's a good move.
Oh, it's still okay. So. But now the right reply is d5, computer was saying. So
Okay, that is actually a powerful move, yeah? Because bishop f6, ef6, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5. No.
b5 or castling maybe?
No, you can't just give up a pawn like this, yeah?
No, but look at, I mean, that
Oh.
black has clear compensation, I feel.
Bishop
But after
d6
e4?
maybe?
Dark square weakness.
No, I mean, if you think
Knight
about
f6
it,
check, okay.
it's kind of a much better version of the Dubov classical, yeah?
Yeah. You mean the Tarash?
No. Dubov class, like in knight d4, knight f6, knight c, bishop g5, g6, bishop f6, ef6.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, we don't have the pawn on g6, but like this structure
Yeah.
black has
The G6 in classical.
exactly, yeah.
Anything like this is working. Bishop d5, cd5, knight f4, e4, f5.
By the way, people are saying Vincent is winning.
Really?
Winning?
Really?
Winning would be too much. Wait a second.
No. The chat just wants us to go to that game.
No, but
so...
he's better, yeah, substantially.
No, we
I mean, he was even better before, I think. Here, yeah.
He was much better. So I think the chat just wanted to trick us.
In fact, Arjun is the one who has the maximum advantage. And epic idea, Sagar, you should not, you know what you should do? You should close your eyes, Sagar. And then
No,
we should ask
you
him.
didn't close your eyes, Sagar bhai. Now you are...
I didn't hear her so well, but okay. By the way, I was just outside. I met with Anish, Sopiko and the kids for some time. They are here as guests for a few hours, like couple of hours. So just said hi and was playing with the kids a bit. They have 3 of them.
Danny. And Vidit is also there or is Vidit somewhere else? Sagar, can you not hear me?
Yeah, I
he
can
can
hear you.
me.
But I can hear, like when you shout, I can hear you. Like when you
Oh,
said,
you want me
Sagar,
to
can you
shout?
not hear me? I
Wow,
could hear
that's
you.
an amazing thing. I will shout. I'll enjoy.
Also,
But
if
unfortunately,
Anish is
Peter
here
has to.
today only and wants to join, just let me know. I can have a break or come some other day.
No, it's completely fine. I think he is
Yeah.
already gone to the main broadcast. Bhai, pen on.
Okay. You'll see. But
Yeah.
हाँ?
Acha. Harshit bhai doesn't want to hear you.
No, I would not shout. Don't worry, Harshit. And I think.
that's where आप मुझे क्यों फंसा रहे हो?
Sagar, I think we had an excellent analysis here.
Yeah,
and
I can
Arjun's
only
game. If you
imagine,
see,
like, with
Peter
Peter being
actually
here.
mentioned about that idea, okay? And we just thought it's like a fantasy, but it happened on the board, and it's so cool.
Which one?
Look at
In
that.
which game?
Arjun
game, bhai.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Okay. Oh, Arjun long castle.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And it's powerful. I mean,
Arjun Erigaisi is like doing stuff which everyone thought is impossible.
And now maybe he'll just go something slow like Rook G1 and I mean it's not that slow.
No, but you want to play? But do you want to play G? No, that's my main.
Basically, I'm waiting. If you move
Yeah.
the knight, I will go G4.
It's
If
very
you don't
difficult for
move the
black
knight,
to make any
yeah.
kind of move. That is a good point.
And actually, this like at some point, okay, not now, but
How's the fact you're on?
how do I do this? I obviously wanted to go G4, G5, knight G4, but I don't know if I
Take on E5 and G4.
Yeah, exactly.
I can just move the knight as well, right? Like,
This is so
why can I
typical
not move the
Sicilian
knight
with
and then go
clearly
G4,
better for
G5?
white. No?
Completely forgot about this.
It's also weird. Yeah, it's the most natural square. It's just that normally it starts up there, right? So somehow it feels like going back.
Look, it's such a better Sicilian, better version. Like Rook on H8 is just like locked, grounded. Like Harshit bhai, your
Yeah.
parents would lock you when you were not very serious.
Now you're just going F3, G4 and things starts to flow, yeah? Wow.
Nowadays, Harshit bhai is
He
very.
can't hear me.
Yeah, he
so
can't hear
we
you.
can
So,
joke
yeah.
about it.
Okay, so this is looking really good for Arjun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we debated about that we don't feel anymore that it's just, good chances. Now we're at the stage, if he doesn't make a comeback, it feels already almost disappointing, right?
Yeah.
So, it's a huge progress, right? I mean, you can't... What is the time?
41 minutes.
It's not too bad, right?
Yeah.
I mean, fine. You would rather have his position than the extra time, no doubt. So.
True.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Arjun, very good chances. Just to quickly show, Nodirbek made a very interesting decision of capturing this knight
he
on
did
f6.
use stuff, wow.
And he went for this knight c3 and this positional kind of a grip with his knight on d5.
Yeah.
Actually,
Rook E8.
MVL, no?
Oh, sorry,
MVL,
MVL,
took
sorry,
this decision.
yeah, my bad. Yeah.
And MVL also is in a must win. So he also needs to really play well, and he's doing it, I think.
I honestly, I might be biased, but I always feel like black is very solid. Like, because the thing is, like, he does have this advantage that any point, if the position is too bad, he can just take on d5 and go into this opposite colored position. And of course, that would be a huge concession. But I don't know. I feel like, how does white progress? I mean, yes.
If you short castle, there could be some ideas of knight takes f6 that we should be careful about, right?
You talk about how does white develop. For me, I see this left corner being completely sort of filled up by black pieces. What do you do with the bishop on b8 ever, actually?
Well, so first of all,
you're just going to take on
consider
d5.
b5.
Yeah. I don't know. Who's to move?
So I think rook e8, knight f3 was played.
Because with white, I thought rook d1, castling e3. You can make some easy moves. While with black, I don't know where to put my stuff at all.
So let's say I castle. Oh my god.
Yeah, exactly. Knight f6 and queen d3, I thought.
Oh. No.
Actually, simple chess. Queen d3
first. But
Then,
knight f6 and queen d3, maybe there is knight g5 and... No, what is the defense actually? Because knight f6, gf6, queen d3, maybe bishop e4. Yeah.
So take twice and knight f4 in the end?
Maybe.
No, but that also feels a bit wrong. But okay, Queen D3 is...
Queen D3 is
We are not
killing,
looking
yeah.
for a lot simple moves, yeah?
Correct.
This one. It's also weird that such a pawn is undefendable.
Okay, just to show, if I'm not wrong, the point was that gf6, queen d3, there is a bishop e4, queen e4, queen e4, bishop e4, knight f4, bishop d3, rook e2. And black is doing well.
Yeah, nice.
And,
I mean, you have milked a lot out of this, this one.
The E2 square mate, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, we are getting around example number 10.
But it was what
it's very relevant. I'm not saying that. I'm just... I thought, okay, it must be over by now. No. But what happens after b5? Is it just that we ignore it, or what's the idea? It's just for my understanding.
It's hard to say actually.
Yeah, maybe we just ignore, right? Like rook e1 maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, why would this not be an improvement for black, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm struggling to understand as well.
Because I weaken your pawn on c4. And
because I will now next maybe play e4, knight h4, knight f5.
e4,
maybe...
I think you have to be very careful about. Oh, sorry, it's black to play.
Yeah.
I was like, why is the e4 not happening? Okay, let's say I make, I don't know, some move h5. I feel e4 is not something you want to do, but maybe I'm wrong. I felt like I wanted to keep this.
but
maybe. Like, can we not go knight h4? Like, what rook e1, e4 plan we completely scrap, let's say.
Yeah, knight h4, Amrita is saying.
Yes, knight
instead
h4.
Of rook e1. p5, knight h4. Could be possible. Could be. Knight f5, it's interesting.
So right now,
it's a nice position.
Nodirbek needs to find out a way. Okay, he goes for h5 directly. Okay, yeah, I thought that this makes some sense. Usually, I mean, if the bishop was on this side, he would go g6 f5. But now I think he'll go h5 h4 and perhaps try to bring his rook in the game like this. So okay, in the very strategically imbalanced position, I was curious if there were any moves in Magnus's game actually.
There was.
And also Prag's game after Magnus, let's check because
after Magnus we'll look at
bishop f4 was played. Okay, trying to pin this. I mean, very logical.
Yeah.
And now I mean, the only reason that I thought this could potentially bad is because I just go g3. You go something like bishop h6.
And there's no knight f5.
No, but
maybe there will be if you move the queen, yeah?
Maybe rook f8.
Oh my god, I missed this actually. I wanted to show something, but I missed this initially. I thought that knight g2 is possible,
knight
but
g2, rook f8, that's it, bye.
Whoa.
But the engine is. I mean, I guess I don't have a threat, so
yeah.
It's but in general, I thought that this fg3 knight g2 is really good for white, and the reason is that I'm going to go knight h4 next, and this felt really dangerous. Also, with your bishop being on h6, the concept of h4 g4 is very relevant now.
I also thought maybe you could just move the queen out of the pin, and knight f5 starts to become a.
But where do you move it?
Queen d3.
Yeah.
But it will hit you, yeah, somehow I feel.
Then you can stand on c3, but no. Okay, it's extremely.
d5 is also possible. No, d5, always bishop f6. Yeah, I somehow feel like it. I mean, it's high time to develop our knight first.
Knight g2 is a very nice coordination.
And go I mean, I'm genuinely curious. Let's say I go pass move bishop c6.
b4 is not possible. Yeah, you'll just do d6.
I feel like this h4, g4, g5 is really dangerous.
Nice.
And that's why I feel putting the bishop.
I mean, g3. The computer assessor was saying bishop takes e3.
Okay, that makes sense because this looks really pleasant for white, yeah.
But bishop e3,
it
queen
looks
e3.
very complicated, but potentially.
But also this, I mean, I'm very happy with this.
I mean, is this what Caruana was aiming for? It's a little hard to believe, isn't it?
I think bishop f4 might. I mean, it's possible. Maybe we are I don't know. Maybe it's possible that it was objectively not the best move in the position.
Mm-hmm. So this one looking good, yeah, for Magnus if he goes G3.
Only if he goes G3, right? That's a big question.
It takes more to make me very optimistic, but
If
I mean,
knight
it's
D3?
progressing nicely.
This is much better than the game he had with Vincent, where he was worse actually out of the
Yeah, of course.
This here,
No,
is
but
a-
also, for a start, he doesn't have to win this one. This
Yes,
one he
that
had
was
to
a
win.
big
yeah,
difference.
yeah,
actually.
that's
That's a
a
big
big-
difference.
Of course.
From that.
But you're right. I mean, yeah.
Oh, plays G3.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice.
There you go.
It's very curious what he's gonna do, Caruana. You think it's bishop e3? It's just
I don't.
it's very hard to
Why
imagine,
would you?
right?
I mean, I guess actually the point of his could be that I never can go D6.
Yeah.
So he wanted to take his bishop out of that diagonal, but I have a feeling that A6 actually could have been a very, very interesting move in this position, and perhaps try to bring out your bishop from this diagonal.
I mean, this looks like sort of, I mean, headshot style play,
exactly.
right? I mean, of course, the knight on e6 makes it very weird, but okay.
But
Okay.
now I think Fabi is just going to take on E3, right? And play D6.
And then go D6, but
yeah, it's solid.
But I mean, you have to. I mean, by the way, now
Mhm.
bishop f6. This is no, bishop f6. I don't want in general. Okay.
Actually, computer is saying that after bishop e3, queen e3 over here, black can go d5. Or even if bishop h6, knight eg2, still d5 is the
D5,
move.
Amruta is saying after bishop E3.
That's,
queen
I mean,
E3,
that makes
D5.
sense, and that, I mean, that could be his point, that he's giving away the pair of bishops, but he understands he gets this thing. What is you take on d5, and
Yeah,
then
I go queen f2, I guess.
maybe
Not
d2.
Why not e5? Now that black doesn't have the dark squared bishop, why am I not
that
very
is-
ambitious?
Yeah. It's just no. We have. It's a good again. We have this very sort of stock patterns, right? That this square is not supposed to be available.
Available,
Yeah, yeah.
exactly.
I mean,
But this is huge, yeah. Queen e5,
Again-
you cannot attack. It's rare that you say that your queen is on an outpost. Because
no, I mean, I don't want to jinx it, but sometimes, well, it's a little bit uncertain. Why did Caruana choose that? And it's sometimes, they make an inaccuracy, and it's setting up an even bigger inaccuracy. I mean, bishop h6 would be logical in a way, but then because he has misjudged that
Yeah.
position, is he really gonna take on e3 here?
No, I think he'll go bishop h6, knight eg2, d5, which is another suggestion.
D?
Because
Wow.
yeah, here d5.
Okay. Now I'm less optimistic again. But what do you have to do? Take an f6?
d5. Yeah, bishop f6 and queen e1, such suggestions, yeah, which are
Queen?
no.
Ah,
Bishop
queen.
f6 or queen e1, queen d1, like removing the queen.
Ah,
So I
threatening knight f5, and then you can take on e3, but then we have our pair of bishops again. Yeah.
is that the best move?
And to add to a bit of pessimism, Microsoft spent 20 moves more, actually. Yeah.
20 minutes, yeah.
Maybe I could do this simply.
Yeah. I don't know. And you'd say taking on e3, you take back, and then...
Well, I'm in
Yeah.
general very happy to.
I mean, your pieces are actually quite well coordinated, despite
Yeah.
that they look a bit odd. And,
So compared to a
Not
few
bishop
moves
e3.
back-
Wait a second. Instead of bishop e3, Sagar, maybe
Instead of bishop
mouse तुम्हारे
E3.
पास रखो.
Can I do the
हो
mouse?
जाएगा.
Because then she speaks. I can hear both of you.
हाँ.
Yeah.
Bishop h6, knight g2,
Knight G2.
d5, queen c2 when you played, no? How difficult is this? Like g6 and he says black should be okay.
he played bishop h6 at least.
Yeah, and this is
It was very random.
yeah, that is very difficult. I feel like the whole concept.
It's true. I feel like the game has lasted forever, but it's move 9. It's really only move 9? I think the pieces are spread all over the board.
Yeah, it's actually a
Yeah.
very interesting position now. And also, like, the engine is giving a stable edge to white, but this is a very ambitious move to go back with your bishop. And I think Magnus has to be careful and accurate.
Well, to make these ambitious moves work, there usually has to be a very concrete reason, because it's so ambitious in nature. Okay, knight g2 played,
He
And
played
now-
knight g2.
Yes.
Computer said h4 was even better.
But I
mean,
it's
you don't.
It's hard to.
Of
I think it was
course.
also very close. Yeah, it's not like h4 was significant.
No. Also, I mean, he's low on time. I mean,
Yeah.
knight g2 feels much
Yes.
cozier.
So d5 has to be good. I think Amruta is right.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, else.
Should we go once to Arjun's game? People
Yes,
are saying
yes.
that there was some kind of a very interesting moment there.
Yes,
that happened.
You also promised Prague game at some point.
Oh,
right?
yes,
but,
yes.
I mean, no.
We can look at first Prague then. and
But
then-
it's an interesting moment, so we can go there and come back here again.
No, it's fine. So knight e3, rook e8, bishop b2, putting the bishop on the long diagonal. He went knight e6, knight d3. They are not using their pawns.
They're playing very. I mean, they're basically developing something whenever they move. Very common sense style. Okay,
B5.
that undermined that. Yeah. So that was Rapport's point. He actually understood. He wanted to break with d5, and he was just trying to. He's doing it like we want to the broad center, right?
You know
like
this,
it, yeah?
I I think even
This
more
is
so
Harshit
because
style.
my knight is on d3. Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's a bit. I feel.
Yeah, but I like this that he wants b5, but he's hesitating a bit to try and exploit circumstances. Yeah. That's interesting.
The question here is that in freestyle chess there are a lot of creative ideas, and so Richard Rapport should be like naturally doing well, yeah, because he's very creative in general. But it doesn't work that way, right? There are more things to freestyle, it seems, than just creativity.
Well, I'm afraid that even in freestyle, you need to do some work in the sense that you check games with your computers. You try and I think. Well, I think people has been doing that quite a lot. I don't know how much Rapport has worked on this. I thought also actually in normal chess, his openings has improved considerably in a way, right? He was doing second for a start.
Right.
Also, just for my understanding, is something at stake except for money in this game?
No, Grand Prix points.
Grand Prix points,
Yes.
okay, but no qualification for next.
No.
Only top 3 will qualify.
Okay, yeah. So not okay. Fair enough.
And actually, about this game, like Rapport defeated Gukesh in those 2 games, and then in the first game he was pressing a lot against Praggnanandhaa. Praggnanandhaa did save it in the end, but sometimes when you're always being like against some players, like they are always pressing against you, it's a bit hard, yeah, to play stylistically against them. So.
Well, Praggnanandhaa against Rapport is a cool set.
Sagar, can we
because
go
in
to
Lycans
Arjun's
they
game?
also,
Yeah,
if you
It's
remember,
really
like
interesting.
Prague actually was completely winning, and he lost. Oh, what is happening here? Oh, he went very direct, 95 f4.
He played f4.
Yeah, and Sagar bhai, this is like only because he lost yesterday that he wants to win quickly, and he goes for something very direct. Like when you lose a game, you want to win quickly. I've done this a lot, like because you just want to win immediately, but maybe it was not the best.
Maybe this move is met with bishop f6 or what?
I guess so, yeah.
Fe.
And
Just
queen
just
d4. No, queen d4, I think, and queen g4.
Oh yeah.
Because
just need to know how bad is queen d8.
You mean queen e3?
I
Oh,
meant
queen
d8.
d8.
It's draw. Yeah. I thought that. Yeah. No. I'm sorry, but I thought it's probably not too bad. Okay. So, but yeah, I know this. You want to get the game over with in a way, but
But it's not a bad position, yeah, for Arjun right now.
No, it's not.
great,
But I mean, if you just go 2 moves back, where he has like black, it's very hard to think of for moves for black. You go something like rook g1, and you improve your position.
Yeah.
Whereas now, knight e5, d5, f4, the position has become very concrete in nature, and it's possible black can solve.
I'm just gonna say it again. How bad is queen d8?
You're very tempted by. Oh wow, it's actually
Best move. Wow. Amazing. But the threat, there is no threat, yeah? Or is there?
Well, what do you mean? I'm a positional
No,
player.
you're
I'm just putting my.
Let's go bishop c7, Sagar.
No, but it's free
And we get a
bishop.
good ending, yeah.
Oh, sure. I forgot to.
Queen f8.
Queen
But we can take this.
Queen f8 wins maybe now.
What?
Oh no, no, no.
No, maybe bishop
Bishop
a3.
a3 king.
Oh, bishop
Maybe play bishop
a3.
No, then bishop d6.
Oh, it's even worse. Okay.
Wait, let's think.
Yeah. I think.
Oh, what? Bishop d6?
Yes, because it's bishop
Wow.
a3 check. Yeah.
No, but we have a winning move, so let's find it
It's
instead
knight
of.
g4.
Let's find a winning move instead of a losing move.
Yeah, that's a good start.
Oh, bishop e3, bishop e4, bishop e4, queen g5. No?
Bishop e4, bishop e4, bishop g7. No.
But
no, then rook d8.
but bishop e4 allows bishop g6 going backwards.
Okay,
yes.
1 second. Let's just focus.
I'm afraid the chat is having a laugh. But well.
Oh, I know. Queen d4 wins, no?
Not sure. Knight f6 back. Or e5.
E5. Then knight f5. Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
You want me to check?
No, it's fine, Amruta. This one we can manage. This
We can manage.
Oh, knight g4 should win, I think. Knight g4.
I thought so, but no, for
come
sure
on.
not because h5. And then you want queen f8.
Oh, no.
Actually,
look at
queen
this.
d8 is the best move, yeah, by the way.
Knight
Victor,
g4,
it's
h5,
amazing.
bishop e4.
He will play it, I think.
Oh!
Bishop e4, knight f6 check.
Wow.
gf, queen f6.
That's pretty actually.
You lost me. Just take it once so I was
Knight g4.
Oh, it's forcing, yeah, Sagar? This is not working.
Oh,
no.
it's-
It's forcing. Think at, I saw, but think at that position.
Oh, I thought this is winning, but just rook h7.
Oh my god.
Or e5. I mean. Okay. Or
Everything,
e5 is
everything is protected.
It's a loss.
It's about to curse. No.
Okay, here thing. Queen d8 is great move.
Okay,
If
what
Arjun
is this?
will
You're
follow-
I'm
unhappy.
very
Nothing.
unhappy now. What are we missing?
That you also
Okay.
try to think.
I
Winning
found it.
combination.
It's bishop e4, bishop e4, bishop a3.
Yes.
It's a bit underwhelming, but okay.
Yeah. I was like, what is this? Why we took 15 tries?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes you should focus on maybe just winning the game, right?
Okay, so this one,
What are the odds he will play queen d8, you think?
very high.
What?
Yeah, it's Erigaisi, right?
Yeah, it's Arjun. He's like
yeah.
the mad guy.
Yeah!
Oh yeah, he plays it. He finds it. Yay.
I'm not sure I've seen something like this before.
That's so actually that's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Because
How's Nepo feeling about
you
it?
don't have any direct threats, but you're just
It's position.
positional, yeah.
Let's look at Nepo's expressions. Perhaps he's very surprised, yeah, right now.
You think he will miss Queen d8? It's possible.
I don't know.
Could be.
It could be, yeah. I mean,
Look at Nepo.
at
there.
least you had
Where
three
did get some water?
decent players giving it a shot and failing. But
And
he's
Arjun,
he's a different level.
look at Arjun, yeah. Arjun is always, from his face, you can never know that he's winning, losing. No
But also,
expression.
I mean, in a must-win situation, I mean, you're having fun like this. It's not, and it's even objectively quite
Look
good.
at Nepo, yeah.
No, it's also.
He looks. I mean, he's usually like his facial expressions, like show a lot of confidence. But
yeah, but
Queen d8, and I think he might be a bit shocked as well. Like this move has a surprise element as well, right? What is this?
What about Magnus? Let's go there and see. And also maybe Peter, we also have Magnus.
G6, h4.
Wow, he played g6. This is what you predicted a long back, but you said this was quite unpleasant, yeah? So he's actually just reshuffling the bishop to g7.
G7. But is he in time? Because bishop g7 now.
Wow, the computer says unless Caruana plays knight h5, sacrificing an exchange now, he is in considerable danger. Is he really playing knight h5?
Well, if white gets g4.
So basically you're saying bishop g7, you think it's g4 and it's a complete positional bust.
G4?
Bishop g7, g4 plus 1.5.
Yeah, because I want h5, gh5, knight f5. That's the whole
Yeah.
idea. So let's say you go bishop g7.
Wow.
By the way, just before you go to lines, what do you make of Magnus's expression? He looks not very confident, right?
No, I think he's like, what is Fabi doing? I think that's what it means. I don't think
he's looking a bit confused, or what do you think, Peter?
I think Peter knows better.
This is one of the pleasantries that I follow the game with the computer at home. I have extremely little experience with how he looks during the game. It's probably a mistake, but it's the habit. It's just more. It's easier to be lazy and don't have the camera like that. I honestly have very little knowledge of how he looks during the game.
Oh, that's interesting.
I mean, I don't know, but no, maybe I'm missing out on some info, but also I don't know what I should use it for, to be honest.
Well, if you haven't used it until now and it has worked well, there is no need to change.
No, that's also...
Or imagine what could happen if we had that information. Oh,
yeah.
3,000 kilo.
Yeah.
But that means that Caruana did not go for the best idea D5, G6, which was of course very whole thing difficult.
It's
So now he's in trouble.
if he will actually... How difficult is knight h5 to...
But even instead of knight h5, if you go bishop g7, which is the most human...
that makes sense. He thought he would reshuffle it. I mean, he's consequently aimed for that, right?
And now g4. Magnus will go g4 and
this is
kind of...
No, 1 second. Can you not go h5 like Dragon earlier? Like
Just
h5,
direct-
knight h5, rook h5.
The only problem
Knight
of
f5.
Dragon is the rook on h8.
Yeah, but
But,
you make it... It's also very good, it seems.
Oh, you just sack,
yeah, just take and...
Wow, so it's if White gets to
Knight
sack
f5.
the exchange, he's good. But if the reverse is bad.
And now switcheroo.
Yeah.
Switcheroo.
What switcheroo?
Long
Why
castle.
knight f5?
Oh
no,
my
but-
god, no. No.
Why not?
Yes.
No.
Wow. Just to
But,
get
but
the
his
rook
knight
here.
f5 is stronger, I think.
Yeah,
No?
knight f5 may be stronger. Or
Yeah.
could be.
Okay, I was just...
Harshit bhai, whenever there is a castling happening, he doesn't miss it. He loves it. h4. Oh, so very key moment here, and we can see Fabiano really in the zone right now. He needs to find knight h5, and even then his position is not that great.
Yeah.
No, I saw computer was saying bishop knight h5, bishop h8, king h8, and it said rook h2, or did I...
Rook h3 or 2?
I honestly think it said 2, but I feel maybe I have some eyesight issue. No. Yes. Maybe it was rook h3 then, yeah.
But you know, I feel I don't want
Rook
to give up my
h3, yeah,
bishop
rook
on
Rook
h3.
h3, good.
I want to keep my bishop on b2 and I'll much rather just defend the pawn on g3.
You will just
maybe rook
ignore it.
h3 immediately.
He played knight h5?
Not yet.
Because knight h5, rook h3, if you go bishop g7, I'm much happy to exchange the bishops rather than take the exchange. I feel.
So you're saying the computer
Harshit
thinks...
bhai you will do this in your own game or only
I
right
can
now?
only do it when I'm sitting here. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm so much stronger in analysis. It's a big
Because you're
mystery in my
fearless,
life.
I think, in commentary.
Yeah, maybe.
While on the board, the opponent sometimes plays a role, yeah? Here you have no opponent.
Sometimes no, Sagar,
Yeah.
always.
Yeah, I mean, in your decisions. Harshit bhai, can you come a little bit closer? Yeah, it might be nicer to... Yeah. Okay, so h4, we are waiting for...
I mean, we are waiting for
Fabi to make a move.
Nepom as well, right? I mean...
Yes, Nepo's game is so exciting after queen
But
d8.
should we just check Vincent and Hikaru before going there?
Yes.
It's strange.
Oh
Today,
my god, Vincent is getting worse now.
Today is an incredibly action-packed round, right?
Yeah, I mean...
It's,
this is
the
crazy.
position is very interesting.
Yeah,
I think in freestyle chess that makes a huge difference. The kind of positions are drawn.
I have to say that e6, f6 was very impressive.
Yeah.
Recognizing that the short-term idea of knight f5 was...
He managed to contain the damage, and then he left perhaps the difficult decisions for his opponent, which has paid off. I mean...
Whoa! Kangaroo!
First game where Black could actually long castle.
I think, Peter, the number of long castles are showing that in freestyle chess anything can happen.
Or that I don't understand.
The freestyle chess looks like Bollywood dancing.
Did he play it like long? He played long castle?
Yes.
So it happened in 2 games?
2 games.
Wow. It's very logical, of course, but it also means Nakmaura seems to go. I mean, well, I was sort of brought up with Nakmaura is a beast in playoffs. He would always go for that. I mean, it could still very likely end up in a playoff, but he's actually trying to win. I don't know. Maybe he just thought this is a good move. And of course, also short castling, the G6 square is weak. Maybe it's just maybe it's just a pure chess decision.
Yeah, but also, he was just, I feel like in this game, his strategy might be that I'll be solid, I'll be symmetrical. He went for this. And if Vincent tries to overpress, I'm going to take my chances because he knows Vincent is very good in these playoffs.
No, Vincent is also very good at classical format. No, so it's. I mean, I think Nakmaura would back himself more in the rapid control than classical.
Queen A3.
This is sort of the wisdom Vishy was telling me back in the days that, I don't aim for playoffs, but of course if they happen, I will try and win them. But he thought that generally, I mean, it probably also feels psychologically unpleasant if you specifically aim for a playoff. You really put pressure on yourself. Right? I mean, and so.
Like back in the day, Vishy was like clearly very strong at rapid. Like that, I don't think there is this clear. Superiority exists anymore in chess, or does it these days? Like maybe Magnus.
I think Magnus is pretty good. But I mean, well, it's true. I think at some point Vishy won an absurd amount of rapid events, but also at that time people were always down talking it, right? It's only rapid.
Right.
It felt like derogatory, while now the status of rapid set blitz has grown a lot.
Yes.
I mean, well, it feels a bit like people would say now freestyle, okay, and
right.
And we can see that these things can change over time if the players decide. We start caring about. I think at some point we were saying the only one, well, Grishuk seemed to care a lot about World Rapid and Blitz medals. No one else did. But now, of course, it's a huge thing.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
the question for you, Peter, now that you are spending so much time on freestyle chess, like I assume like most of your time goes in freestyle, right? In prep.
I mean, well, I would say freestyle is more research. I mean,
yes.
for normal classical chess or for standard starting position, you have to prepare specific openings. So it's kind of different work.
But you spend time on it. Do you think like there will be specialists created for this now for freestyle with?
I don't know. I mean, well, luckily I don't experiment with my own kids, so one shouldn't. But I wondered what would happen if someone grew up playing freestyle from the beginning.
Right. That would be like right now we
I
were
really
talking.
Hope no parents are listening. And
no, it will happen. This like Amruta Sopiko was there, and they have a 1.5-year-old kid, Rihanna. She saw all the pieces scrambled there, and okay, she doesn't know that chess has. So if now she keeps seeing that and goes to a normal event, she'll be like, "Why are they all playing the same position? It should change."
Yeah.
No, but imagine some player who doesn't. It doesn't feel normal that the bishop is an f1. It's just. I mean. That could be, but again,
I think a freestyle player would be much stronger overall than a normal player. What do you think?
I would guess so.
He would be like a shogi player.
Yeah, no? I mean, I guess it's like, I mean,
I actually don't agree with that, but I don't agree that if someone starts playing only freestyle, that he would be better, because a lot of concepts, especially after 10 or 12 moves, transition into freestyle chess.
And also, I mean, there is the realistic aspect. To become very good, you need to have successes, then you get some funding and help and stuff like this. It's a very theoretical talk, right? I mean, to get access, you need to be good in normal chess in that way.
You mean, okay.
I think at some point I was also wondering, I mean, right now Indians are incredibly good in freestyle chess as well. But imagine you had an AlphaZero that's specialized only in one starting position of chess 960. Would it be even better than them? Well, again, it's a complete waste of resources, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how well we understand chess, freestyle chess, but I guess that Indians are just so good that we do, right? Also, the Indian is jumping up and down, and it's because Nakmaura made a move that was suboptimal. So,
do you think like freestyle
We
chess
can
is a
go to Arjun's
subset
game,
of
Sagar.
chess, or do you think that they are two completely different? Like, you know,
I mean, well, of course they are connected. Also, I shouldn't get involved too much in the FIDE versus
Yeah.
the freestyle.
No, of course not.
But of course they are extremely connected. But I mean, they're also very different. I mean, in freestyle chess, you see positional patterns that barely exist.
in
I mean,
normal chess.
well, I think the DeepMind, the sort of the company behind AlphaZero and now, well, Nobel Prize winners and such, they did all these kind of variants of chess with, you know, no castling and such. And my main conclusion was that the starting position actually is much more defining than I thought. I thought even this self-capture chess where you could take your own pieces, they said that the main line, I mean, they showed games that looked exactly like classical chess with some deviation at move 27 and such. And, you know, sometimes Berlin would be the main
line, yeah.
engine anyway. And it seemed just that the way the positions are, the pieces are put is extremely defining. And that actually changed my mind to that. Before I thought freestyle chess, yeah, sure. Magnus likes it, but at some point I got convinced that actually
it's too exciting.
Yeah, I thought that let's remove stalemate. It's going to make a big difference. It made absolutely no difference, and no, I think this makes it much richer in a way. It makes much more difficult, but that's a difficult.
Sometimes I feel very, very lucky that this is all panning out, that we are able to see this unfolding in our like really prime years, that this is going on, you know, because someone who might have been right now in their 50s and so on have no longer chance to play freestyle.
Yeah.
So
I'm in my 50s. But okay.
I mean, you are a trainer, but I'm talking about playing, right? You cannot play for the players.
I can't. No.
I think it's
Go on. Yeah. You're doing great. But I fully agree with you. I mean, as a coach, of course, it is nice that in the final years of my career, you get to experience this rather than to milk out the last there is in Berlin. I mean, that's the problem, that we are looking at positions we have checked 10 times before with evidence, right? And here suddenly a day like we had today, it feels so rich compared to anything else, and this is fun. And I guess also, well, you can see the players really enjoy playing it. Maybe they get tired, and of course now money and prestige is at stake. They feel nervous, of course. But
exactly. And the thing is, my only worry here is this fact that the freestyle chess, this entire Grand Slam Tour is planned for this year, and for it to sustain for next year and so on, there has to be more funds coming in, more sponsors and so on. So it's like on one hand there is this chess aspect, on the other hand there is this sort of commercial aspect, or you can say the economic aspect, and everything has to come together for this to sort of, and it's very interesting. I mean, so, but as a product, it looks like like firstly the product has to be good, which is the freestyle chess, and it looks like something that people will take up.
But you can see this is what we saw with Rapid. You had many years where if the players don't care enough and the fans don't care enough, then, well, the product, I mean, that is the product to some extent, right? And it's more like if people find it's fun and if they watch it, then it, well, I mean, you're a chess player in India, you know exactly that, right? I mean, to create things they care about.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think money does play a role to make people care about something.
Yeah.
For example, $200,000 at stake, and people do care about it.
They start preparing and such, right? I mean, it's
also for the viewers, it is exciting at the end of the day.
He's thinking?
He's thinking. He hasn't played a move yet.
How long has it taken until now, Nepo?
I guess some maybe
last
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
Wait.
It's not unreasonable that he's a bit in shock, right? I mean,
true.
It's also, I mean, you won yesterday, you want to go through, and you think, okay, why do I sit up in this position? But, well, that's how I would think at least. But,
by the way, did Magnus's game have any?
Yeah, let's look at.
No, H4.
I think he's also thinking. Yeah.
Oh, he's also thinking.
Wow, that's a long thing by Fabi.
And you know, because
he's gone down below Magnus's time,
and because Magnus was making these expressions, like it might play an impact. Yeah, maybe Fabi thinks, what did I just do? I just allowed h4, g4, and maybe now he recognizes that it's panic
I think so.
board,
Exactly. I think that for me, knight h5 is becoming more likely because starting to think a lot here gives the impression of, oh, hang on, I have done something stupid. Let me actually try to see if I can. He was planning bishop g7 7 but suddenly realized that Magnus is not just castling; he's squeezing me completely. Yeah?
By the way, Sagar bhai, just to mention, after bishop g7, if I make a pass move, let's say rook d1, I think if black gets h5 in his position. If black gets to play h5 himself.
So sorry, let's go to Arjun's game. Very sorry, because a big blunder. Nepo has blundered.
Whoa.
E6. Oh my goodness.
And is it the blatant bishop e4 followed by knight g4, sacrificing a queen, simply winning?
Look at Arjun.
He understands because he looked away.
Arjun is like, okay, I know it. I know this is winning. What's the winning idea, by the way?
Bishop e4.
Bishop e4. Bishop e4.
And Bishop a3.
G4 maybe.
That's what it is.
Oh,
whoa, it's not.
Harshit bhai.
Yeah.
What if I take your queen?
I wanted to sack. No.
I thought you just took on b8.
No, but that's.
But it's
the rook, yeah.
The rook is there.
Okay, can you go back? Okay, very curious about this.
No, anyway, bishop a3 was not coming here because rook
Bishop
d8,
e4 looks. I want to eliminate that knight. Also, bishop e4, queen f6, by the way. Wait, just simple chess.
Yeah.
No?
Bishop e4. By the way, there is a stronger move than bishop e4, but let's
that could be rook takes d8.
This is just completely.
Yeah, how can he miss queen f6? There has to be something.
Yeah, but maybe he wants to take the queen. Yeah, so bishop e4, rook
d8.
Okay.
King g7. How do I do this?
Bishop e5, right?
Bishop e5, yeah.
f6.
No, but this is almost mate, I think.
Rook d7. Rook d7, bishop d7. No, wait. King h6.
No, you have to take on e5. This will be mate. Knight g4. Actually, we can just show it, yeah? I'm not sure if I found it, but king h5, knight f6, rook d3 is the easiest, I think. Maybe? Or just rook h8. What have I
want to say... Oh, no. Rook.
Knight f6 and then rook h8.
Yeah, check. King here.
Rook h8, yeah. So,
I wanted rook takes b8 to keep my pieces.
But rook b8?
I wanted g4, but I forgot that the king has g7, so it's not mate.
Okay.
So just ignore me.
So you have to take bishop takes e5. Okay.
Is it a trivial win then? Probably
I take
it is.
on a8. Okay, just to seek rook a8, bishop a8, fe5, bishop e4, rook d1, and I get rook d7. This is really crushing.
Yeah, this should be winning.
Still,
queens on the board. Maybe we should have something better, no?
Let's look at a better move here. In the first position.
Okay.
Archit bhai, instead of taking on e4, something else.
Okay.
Jeet Patel says, what about queen e7?
I was about to say.
Yes, I think everyone just spotted this move. Yeah?
It feels a bit underwhelming, but...
Oh, it's the best move.
Yeah, ef4, rook d8 just resigns, basically. Because bishop d6, you take... Actually, bishop d6, you know what you do? You go knight g4. And you are really happy.
Nice. Nice. What a beautiful...
About life, yeah.
Okay.
This is going to end beautifully, I feel.
Yeah, it almost feels like, from Nepo's perspective, it makes sense to find a way to make it end not beautifully.
Yes.
Because else you are gonna end up in all books.
But guys, imagine if he resigns in 1 or 2 moves, it's over in 13 moves.
Yeah.
The game.
Oh my god.
It's like, it's incredible to lose in 13 moves.
No,
but it just goes to show...
idea of freestyle, yeah?
No, but Arjun was creative. Long castle, then this, knight e5, f4, which I briefly criticized because I missed queen d8 concept.
We spoke about it. The position is set up in the beginning for this attack, right?
Yeah.
Okay, it's easy to say that. To do it is a different story. But is it? Is it down to one move? No, queen e7, bishop e4 is both clearly winning, right?
Let me just switch this on to queen e7 is the best move, and bishop e4 is the second best, and queen h4.
h4.
I think queen e7
but queen e7 is like twice better. Like it's
No,
plus
It
4
will happen for sure.
and rest are plus 2.
No, this will happen, and I think we might even see some beautiful finish to this game actually, because with the Queen E7 EF4, we see that dark squares are really weak, and
But Nepo doesn't even sense it.
missed
Yeah, he's
it. No,
pouring
Nepo
water
has
and all.
missed
yeah,
Queen
but I'm
E7,
sure he knows.
Sagar.
Well, what should he do?
Which means
I want some water. He has to pour it.
No, I mean, he could be worried. Yeah, he sees it.
That was a good one.
But okay, so this one, Arjun is totally better, and MVL, we can say that is pressing now seriously.
Oh, wow. Oh, long castle here as well. What?
Number 3.
Number
three. Wow, look at this B5. He took it.
But now the D5 knight is protected, so it was.
He wanted his rook to come from here or what? Rook H5 into the game.
But why to give up a pawn then?
I mean, Nodirbek is just trying to be brave.
Yeah, it's interesting. Maybe knight C5 he wants, and something.
In the Magnus game, both players has cut. No, Magnus can still end up casting long. Yeah?
He can.
Okay.
Oh, what? This happened?
What?
In Magnus game?
No, this was just
analysis. Okay.
No, I mean he's thought for close to 30 minutes now, guys.
Oh, Fabi, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He had a 20-minute edge, right?
He's looking
Approximately.
definitely. And also, like, think about it.
Fabi cannot castle long. I was wondering.
He can try.
yeah, that's true.
But look at Fabi, yeah, he's just completely zoned in. It doesn't even feel like he's decided on his move.
And this is the 9th move. And you know what? I must say, if you just take out the engine evaluation and
Knight H5 is a difficult move to play.
yeah,
right?
and also Knight H5, Rook H3, like I feel White will not take the exchange 100%. Like I think that I don't want because you allow Black to change the character of the position.
We had one guy saying 100% today. It didn't work out.
And 3 out of 5 games at long castle.
No, because as Black, whenever you're in a worse position, in general they always say that when you're really struggling, try to change the character of the position, and that will help you. And taking on H8 allows Black to go from being strategically worse to having slightly less compensation for his exchange, which is already, in my opinion, some sort of a success.
Yeah.
But Harshit,
I mean, you feel you play for free result, practically speaking, right?
Yes.
I mean, the sort of temptation for material should not be underestimated.
No,
like when you...
It's difficult to allow this bishop. I mean, it looks like a beginner.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Fabi is still thinking. Hikaru, by the way.
But also Fabi's expressions when you
I
saw,
have to
it was not very, what to say, he was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
It was very clear.
Yeah,
He was looking at his vlog and he didn't like his position.
Agreed, Amruta. That's true.
Sorry?
Fabi looked uncomfortable in
Yeah,
general.
for sure.
And Hikaru versus, you were saying something.
Yesterday, Vincent played Rook F8 and then Bishop E8. Like, I don't know how he played Rook F E1. That's crazy.
Knight D2.
Like, Knight D2 and then he goes Rook E1? Like, what?
Maybe he wants knight on F1.
Is it Knight G4 then he wants? He wants Knight F.
A little bit more logical than Rook F8 yesterday.
Yeah.
Just wants to put the knight here. But this is this knight maybe.
Yeah, I was also wondering, what about the other one? How bad is that?
Also good.
No, I don't know if he was planning.
So
knight
it
B.
was to get this F1 square here.
F3 good.
But this game also is very tense, and we already have 18 moves here.
Yeah.
So this game at least has gone like quite some moves ahead.
Slightly more than an average Nasdorf theory.
Hey,
Yes,
he
Amrita.
found it.
He found who?
Queen E7.
Queen E7. Wow.
Oh, Ajjubai.
Let's go.
Queen E7 on the board, and Yan definitely now knows that it's over, I think.
Then tie breaks. Is
Yes.
that going to be super fun?
Yes.
It's today, of
Yes.
course. Yeah.
And I think for Nepo, tie breaks would be definitely a tough thing because he already lost to Vincent. Yeah, you can see him.
But tie breaks, there will be a considerable break, right? They need all matches to finish
All
first.
matches to finish.
That's probably good for Nepom, right?
Yeah.
Then you, I mean, well, you can be...
H5 played.
Oh, so quick.
I think he wants to...
Oh, he just stopped knight G4
Yeah,
ideas.
it's logical. So what is the...
Rook D8? No, now Rook D8. Actually, H5 very logical to even make a square for your king on H7.
Rook D7 looks very tempting to me. Like, if you ask me my intuition, it's going to be Rook D7. If that's
what happens
not,
after, let's say, Bishop C6 or something like that?
I somehow felt like maybe Bishop E4 then, so I gain a tempo already. Like,
yeah.
And the good thing is that even if I ever take on E5, strategically I'm completely winning.
But it's just with... you mean...
Like,
so why don't we do that right now?
But it's just the position is... The engine says completely over.
And next move maybe G4, yeah, some point.
Or Rook F1.
Yeah, this is
F1.
over. So Rook D7 was also good, or just curious?
It's actually... After...
Also pretty decent, I guess.
Knight C5 could be annoying, maybe. No.
But also after
I don't
FE5,
know. It's really everything.
It's basically impossible to make a black move, right?
Yeah, I think FE5 is the best.
Yeah.
Simple chess.
Yeah. I think Arjun will play that FE.
Yeah, I think also we want to create brilliancies. He will be pretty happy to win a game of chess. Yeah.
G4 also. 100 ways to win, no? Here.
Yeah, there are two ways basically. FE
Only
and Rook
two?
F1. I mean, better than...
Oh,
he played FE. Nice.
Okay.
Arjun.
Wow.
Finito la comedy.
I don't think he will resign though.
No, he won't resign. He'll play. I think it's no point to resign so quickly.
You can, but I mean, it's very hard to make it's very, very hard to make a move.
Let's say knight C5, maybe with the idea of bishop. Oh, there is then some G6 ideas could also.
I mean, the thing is, you're so winning that anything. Bishop G6.
BG6 and Rook F1. Yeah, maybe.
That's crazy. That even this is winning.
That hurts. Yeah.
Oops, sorry. This just equalized by
mouse slip.
You blunder a piece and mouse slip. Yeah.
And it's still equal. Yeah, this is over. But I think he probably will start if knight c5. I think that he might start with Rook F1 and.
It does allow Bishop B4, but then probably Rook D8 is.
Yes, and then Rook D8, Queen F7 is.
Rook D8, King G7. I mean, it feels like it must collapse by any kind of accurate move.
Yeah, and then Queen F6, Queen F7, but I guess it's irrelevant.
Ooh. Nice.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, Hikaru did go knight G4 here.
Hikaru, I think, is going to strike today. I think we were all predicting Vincent to do well, but Hikaru is like, let me show you why I'm still, one of the best. I mean, in my opinion, in match formats, Hikaru becomes slightly more stronger even.
What happened to him in Weissenhaus? I forgot.
Weissenhaus, Sindarov won.
That's true. Yeah.
But Sindarov was just but Hikaru had completely winning positions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But somehow he could not.
Yeah. There was this
extra piece in the end game.
Well, I think Sindarov picked Nakmaura, right? That's
Yeah.
number 2, as we call it.
By the way, are you feeling surprised that Fabi is investing so much time here? Like,
I think it's a good decision. I'm just, I'm not judging Caruana. I'm mainly sitting here hoping he doesn't play knight h5. Knight h5, rook h3, the computer says is actually top move. And then it goes queen c8 and has some kind of counterplay, it says. But it's true, Caruana has spent a lot of time by now.
Yeah, I was going to say, Peter, like after spending 40 minutes, even if he finds knight h5, it's like, okay, I mean, you are up on the clock and the position still remains.
What is, I mean,
yeah.
he must be thinking about knight h5. What else, right?
I mean, at sometimes it even happens. Your position is so bad, you think of other things. Yeah, like why did I end up here? And
yeah. Of course. I mean, I have.
You want Arjun's, by the way, Nepo played, but you can stay.
Sure.
But
Oh, bishop.
What happened? FE5? What was the move?
FE5, bishop c6.
Oh, I thought that. How did white make 2 moves?
Yeah. Well, also now the bishop on b8 is. I mean, probably white. You're just saying rook f1 wins trivial.
Yeah, rook f1 wins on the spot actually.
Yeah, but also because the rook has access to d7, d8, and such.
Also, this bishop has no squares.
Yeah.
Bishop a3 is also
he
there.
finds rook h1, and of course Arjun. I think now it's a good time for Nepo to resign. Because rook d8 is just crushing.
Yeah.
Oh, he
bishop
might.
A3, bishop E5,
Oh, there is bishop f5, but then you just take it, and that's over.
Oh, yeah. Because you have e6 under.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
It does activate the black bishop, but mate will happen soon. Yeah.
People are saying looks like Peter is lucky for Arjun.
I think he took care of that himself. But, yeah. I mean, whatever luck I can muster, I'm trying to send to Magnus. Maybe that's what we do as freestyle coaches, right? We sort of.
Oh, there is Queen B8 played by Fabi.
But that was G4.
That is true.
G4?
Is it the best
Queen
move?
G4.
I don't know.
By a huge margin, I think Magnus will go for it. Do you think, how true is this, that when one player takes time, the other player generally mirrors it and takes more time?
I mean, it's reasonable, right? In the sense that your opponent has just invested a huge amount of time in something. So to just expect that it makes no sense is weird, right? I mean, it's and also, well, as he has invested so much time, you can most likely afford to invest a bit of time to understand it yourself in a way, right? But I don't know.
I mean, I was just trying to see if G4 if he was ever dreaming about knight G4, but yeah, that's out. I quickly eliminated it because it takes Queen G3 and G5, and
it's not.
It just should never really work. Or other stuff, but G5 is the simplest. So Queen B8 G4, what is his idea? Because if he goes bishop G7, then he could have started with bishop G7 and at least been more flexible. Because now, as we saw, H5, GH5, knight F5 is no H5 for white, and then GH5, knight F5 is just crushing.
Yeah. Actually, this one, I am pretty sure Magnus will go G4. Is kind of a move that he would.
Yeah, I mean, well, if not G4.
Well, also, he kind of has to, in a way.
Yeah.
Just to.
By the way, he took 34 minutes, Fabi, to make this move.
That's a lot.
You think Arjun's game will sort of.
Oh, Raj's
till now,
it's over now.
No. It's well.
It's a good move, but I'm sure there was a faster way, which is why it's given a question mark. No, it's the best move.
Is it gonna be known as the sort of the most famous 960 freestyle game by now, or
this one?
Yeah,
you think so?
I'm asking you. What are the other
interesting?
What are the other candidates?
That's a good question.
Oh, Gukesh versus Arjun was short, no?
Not the shortest. I mean, the most memorable in a way. Sort of. I mean, well, you know, Queen D8 and sacrifices like this.
That's actually true.
That's true. Yeah, when I think about it, it doesn't come to my mind like someone just crushed someone.
No, I'm sure
there must be some.
Magnus has played some great games.
Yeah, but they were all like a little longer and less flashier, perhaps.
I mean.
Yeah, this is the live board.
So Engine made a mistake that it thought Rook D8 is a mistake.
Engine Arjun outwitted there. But
having said that, how do you win?
Yeah, I was going to ask, how to finish? Just Queen
E7.
E7?
King G8, yeah?
King G8, Bishop E8.
Then you go Queen E8 check.
Okay. That's simple. Yeah. Queen E7 is designed on the spot, I guess.
King at 6. Then
but you already, I mean, you can,
Even queen, instead of queen e7, there was bishop a3, no? Or he has played queen e7.
No, he
Bishop
hasn't
e3?
played. Bishop a3.
Yeah, but e5 you don't want to give, yeah?
This one,
Oh, then
Amruta.
you.
If it is not a... Oh,
It's not
e8
made.
queen is...
Now you are not even winning. Ooh.
I sure there is a blunder possible.
But we are still talking about, trivially winning. Right? Okay, the computer says queen f6 check, king g8, bishop a3. So you cover e5, and then you threaten. This is actually the what happens after
Bishop c7?
Oh, he played queen e7.
No.
rook d1. Yeah, even that is.
Yeah. He played queen e7. Okay, so it's resigned.
He's just gonna.
Yeah.
I mean.
No, what a win, yeah. I mean, I think it will see resignation soon, perhaps, because bishop f5 just to
now they will play a few
finish
moves.
it off. I guess knight f5, gf5.
King a6.
Can I just be fancy with this sacrificing and going? I can, yeah. Okay, nice. I can just do knight f5, gf5, rook f5.
What?
I mean, instead of king h6, if bishop f5.
Okay.
Sure.
I can just take on f5 with the rook and e6.
Sounds.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's a very short line to calculate. So that's true. Yeah.
Also, this queen on a8 is just completely messed up.
Almost a bit sad that White has to win by. But I mean, it's just so much winning because of these pieces being. Now I was wondering, let's say king h6, rook f7, queen f7, then bishop takes g2, and you're going queen e4 next. This could be a human way to continue. I don't know how you finish the game.
That's a good idea. That's a good one.
Well, that would be logical, right? I mean,
how about giving a check first?
Yeah.
And then taking, no?
I don't know.
That might be better.
I mean, I think we can just force things as well.
With what? g4.
Okay.
g4. By the way,
completely
like
g4, bishop g7.
Okay.
Oh,
so,
it happened.
g4, b7, and now I think h5 should be happening rather quickly.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like White will.
What?
No?
What?
h5, bishop h6 back?
Nice.
That's reasonable, of course. Maybe it's.
But that was not in my.
No, but that's. I mean, that of course Magnus will have to think about, because that would be a huge concession if good.
So maybe actually I didn't.
Rook h3, simply.
What is the top move for the computer? How would you humiliate me as much as possible?
Yeah.
Long castle. Oh my god.
Oh.
Yeah.
4 out of 5 games.
Crazy man.
So it's like 100% it will happen. Yeah, if Peter. I'm just joking.
No, but I mean, getting to one, I can find it's funny.
Yeah,
Because that felt like an accident. But if it happens in 4 of them, apparently, that he hasn't played it yet, but he should actually. Yeah? Wow.
By the way, for people asking, will
He
there
played
be a
H5.
tie break today? Oh,
he played H5. Okay. I somehow feels more. Because I feel he's setting up in some ways.
So bishop h6, the computer just says king f2.
And the reason for that is because at g6, when you sack on h6 and go knight f5, queen h2 is a check in some variations.
Yeah.
Protecting the. So you can't really do this, because the knight f5, there's queen h2, which is very nasty.
Yeah.
I mean, in some variations.
Well, it protects the rook from the start. So how is it? Bishop h6, we go queen e1.
Now long castle is out of question, or what? After bishop h6, Peter?
I haven't. Out of castle is a bit strong. Yeah.
So it's not a bad move.
It's also, is Black gonna play king g7? Not really, but. Wow, this is a weird position, but.
Let's see.
g7. Yeah, what the position is very.
Yeah.
And I think having this 11 extra minutes is actually going to be quite crucial.
Yeah.
And he blitzed out h5 to put that pressure. So very nice play by him. Bishop h6.
Oh, he plays it.
Yeah, Fabi finds the
Fabi putting good resistance there.
Oh, he gets up immediately. By the way, Nepo has played and it's plus 10 now.
Oh, F5 on the board.
Bomb.
Ooh la la.
This is really pretty. What a finish! What a finish to
then
an apt finish to this game.
Now it's check. Well, even I can calculate it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should see the finish of the greatest game. Maybe.
Can we go full screen? This was too good.
It's not greatest
we'll see the
game.
board.
I would say like this is like
One of the.
when chess was beginning and
Yeah,
we had
yeah.
evergreen game and we had those, and now there are
Those
clearly
Greco
better
games,
games than the evergreen game. But they got the name, so maybe this would become something like an evergreen game for
Well, also
freestyle
the
chess.
concept. Oh, he goes bishop e5. He's allowing
he's
checkmate on the board. Nice.
I will admit I missed it. So takes now.
And then bishop d6, queen g8 is the easiest.
What is the easiest?
Queen g5, bd6, queen g8.
Of course. Yeah.
No, I don't like this. What's happening
you
because
don't
the
resign.
number of moves are
Oh,
growing.
resignation. Win.
Nice.
24 moves, miniature by Arjun, forcing tie breaks. Peter, this was.
I was impressed.
This was really good, yeah. Wow.
Which move of this game
Queen
impressed
d8,
you?
yeah, that was the.
Queen d8 was Peter. Actually, Peter found
You
it.
found it, yeah.
It's a bit of a joke.
And also long castle, both. Because
What's
at that
that?
point, long castle was difficult, Sagar.
Yeah.
So both he found at the right time because queen d8 was not working a number of times earlier.
True.
So.
Very nice. Very interesting. Very exciting. And now tie breaks, guys. But this will happen after all games are over. So you can expect this to happen after 2 hours or 2.5 hours also.
What
And
is his...
Sagar, sorry, go on.
No, I wanted. What is his nature? Will he come here and show the game, or is he gonna go?
No, it's tie breaks, yeah. So they.
I mean, some might come anyway. Or he will go full focus
for,
on.
no, I think for maybe after tie breaks.
It's very reasonable if he doesn't come here. That's not my point. But I'm just curious. I mean,
if we
I don't
asked
know the
him-
younger generation so well. So.
No, but if we asked him, he might as well come. But I guess we wouldn't ask him.
No, he won't. And let's
No?
not disturb him. No, let's not
No,
disturb
I mean,
him because
he could-
tiebreak
I
is
mean,
most
well,
important.
I would assume he has enough confidence to understand he's
Yes.
pretty welcome.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
think-
also we are kind of we have a very close relation with all the.
Yeah.
So,
but then it's
but we
also
also want to give them their
exactly.
space.
I mean, I'm used to Norwegian journalists and Magnus. I mean, it's
Oh
important
yeah,
to find the balance.
The Norwegian journalists with Magnus speak to him even after sometimes losses and so on. But I guess that has more to do with some kind of an agreement rather than Magnus talking directly, or because I guess sometimes he's just completely after a tough game, but yet he goes and speaks, which is
But
amazing.
it's a bit like you ask me how is Magnus looking, and I don't know. The same thing here. How he acts with press, I have very little knowledge of because it's not really in my
But it's
portfolio.
amazing. I've seen many times. Like I'm following many of the tournaments, and he has lost a game, and he goes and gives an interview, and I'm like, wow, that happens so rarely.
Yeah.
The sport should ideally be like that, but
True.
I hope we will not find out today. But I mean, it's also Bishop 8-6 is a bit in the wrong turn that momentum-wise, but still, I mean, Magnus has a pleasant position. So, I
But
mean,
what else? You mean
no,
long castle?
momentum-wise, I'm on Team Magnus here. I mean, it's like allowing Bishop 8-6 has given Black some kind of counterplay, but White is still better, right? So, I mean, King F2 or Rook H, no. King F2,
Let's find
Queen
a
E1.
cool variation to make you happy again.
By the way, Harshita, I'll just come back. I'll just say bye to them. They're leaving, and then I'll be back. Don't mind. But Peter, your health is okay? Are you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Great.
it's this, but I have some allergies.
Do you want water or something over there?
I'm getting it. Don't worry. So no, I'm completely fine. And else I would just be doing exactly the same, sitting nervously staring at my phone. So it's actually nice to have company.
So I was kind of wondering if I could go for Queen C3, and if you give me one move, I think I go F4 and I win.
You like to think that's how I think as well. If I just, I mean, it works.
No.
At this level, I guess less often. Yeah.
But if I go Queen C3, like what do you do?
Yeah. It's a difficult position.
And maybe now this Queen B8 moves makes some sense.
Now it makes quite some sense.
Sorry?
My guess is also that Magnus feels that, you know.
If maybe
No,
Ramesh can
so-
join,
Yes.
like, you can go there, Harshit bhai.
Yes,
So
sure.
then you can handle with the mouse, and
Yes.
Ramesh can sit here.
Yes.
It would be nice to
Sure.
have, because it's also You're okay.
Yeah. I don't. I mean, also, if you. I mean, again.
We would love to have.
Yeah, but I understand. Well, thanks, but I mean, we'll see. Oh, Magnus Carlsen long actually. So.
Long castle.
Which the computer is not a huge fan of.
And we have one more guest joining in. I'll just wear the headphones. Oh, sorry. Yeah, these ones. Oh, maybe.
In front of him, you will.
I
Okay,
need
great.
to.
Great. You can. Amruta is there on.
One of the other best trainers, Ramesh sir, joining us. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Nice.
We were just. We just saw this finish. I don't know.
No, I've not been following the games.
Oh, really?
That closely.
It's been an amazing round today.
So, firstly, we saw this long castle move,
Mhm.
and takes f4 and white to play.
Yeah. This position I saw.
Yeah,
Okay.
queen d8.
Yeah. This move I saw.
And it was fantastic. Queen e7, and then he just. It was completely just. He just won, basically. After I think queen d8 was such a big surprise that.
It's just objectively good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's. I mean, there's not much Nepon can do at that point, right? So.
Yeah.
No, once we see a move like queen d8 and analyze it after some time, we come to the conclusion it is good. Then it is easy to appreciate the merits of such moves. But for some players, like to even consider move like queen d8 is beyond their radar.
Yeah.
Yeah, to play it when the stakes are high. But I mean, it's cool.
And how is Prag's game going?
It was equal when I saw. Now it's slightly worse.
So we saw till a6.
The Rapport played quite cleverly, I thought, in the open. Yeah.
Bishop b7. He took
queen e5. Okay.
Yeah.
Queen e5 would have been typical Pragg.
I mean, it's pragmatic, but also it's very. Why didn't he do this? Maybe he thought the other one was better, but.
Maybe he thought he could do it next move.
Yeah.
So black cannot trade, right? So I guess queen d8 or.
I can just leave it as well.
So he chose actually instead to go rook c1, attacking the c5 pawn, queen d6. And now queen e5 already was going to be met with queen b. But that happened. Okay. Rook short castling, knight d7, queen h5, knight d4.
Okay, e2 in trouble.
Yeah, e2, knight e2 is a big threat now. Rook e1, e5, queen h3, queen d6, and now Pragg is thinking. But Ramesh sir, like we were also like wondering, like how seriously has Pragg been taking? Like it's his first event in this Grand Slam, and how was his preparation for this? Like
okay, to be honest, like. I've been complaining to Pragg for many years that he takes me to Vaikanzi, which is not a very happy place to be around. Kind of depressing environment sometimes. So I've been telling him like you have to take me to a better city. So that's the reason I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
And apart from this, I have no role whatsoever in this preparation. And so I'm just having a good vacation.
And it's amazing, like venue and weather. That's the perfect week, I think, for this event. Yeah,
and the weather is also very accommodating. Yeah. So having said that, today Pragg was saying he is very happy to play this tournament because he doesn't have to think about preparation, what opening has to come, and so on. He's enjoying chess on its own merits. He's not worrying about the preparation aspect. So I was just wondering, like. If he is feeling this way and also feeling the pressure of preparing openings, that it's not in a negative sense the pressure, but he has to do it. no getting away from it. So is there a way that we still do what we have to do without feeling the pressure? So can we start looking at things from that perspective?
If you find a way, let me know.
Because preparing and having some knowledge would surely be giving some confidence, right? That in classical chess, for example, you know that if this opening happens, I'm very confident. But in freestyle...
to be a good player, you cannot rely on such external confidences all the time. You want to feel comfortable with yourself, who you are, not because of what preparation you have done. Okay, the preparation has to be done by everyone, but we cannot rely on that alone for our confidence. In general, you should feel good about yourself. And so from that perspective, he is enjoying playing freestyle. He's taking it very seriously, even though the results have not gone his way. But it's a good learning process, I would say.
But taking it seriously means he cares a lot. This is a serious tournament.
He's not going to just go and fool around or play whatever move he likes.
No.
He will put in the effort required to...
No, I saw he was also, before the game, he was always checking if he can, just some random positions and looking at some concepts or ideas. So I'm sure he's still...
It's just an incredibly strong tournament, right? Someone will have less than 50%. That's the rule of life, right? But he's enjoying it. That's good to hear, right? I mean, it's Well, that was my impression of all the players. That our second can be a little bit worried about why are we here, but for the players, it seems to feel that it's actually a nice sort of.
Also, like when they play standard tournaments with so much preparation, like if you are preparing, let's say, between 3 to 5 hours before the game, depending on the player, from till the last minute.
Yeah, you can gamble and not do it, but it can have consequences as well, right? Here, I mean, you come to the game, you try to do your best, and that's more or less it, right?
So when you are practicing 3 to 5 hours, let's say in a tournament like Vacancy where you play 13 games, and at some point you miss the originality, the freshness of the game. It becomes more monotonous and artificial.
Also, it's 3 to 5 hours of preparation.
And
the same for the game. I mean, sleep, eating. Well, it's all the time, basically.
And if you're doing it throughout the year,
it just gets tiring.
And for many years, so these young players, they are already much more mature than our generation at this age. So probably I would have had Prag's maturity when I was 30 years old. In chess terms, of course. So they are being exposed to heavy dosage of chess. So it kind of takes away it's tough to keep the motivation for many years.
To just keep working and finding new ideas.
At some point you may feel like, is there anything beyond this? Or my whole life I have to
just keep doing this. So I was wondering, because you don't have to prepare at all and the players are a bit more relaxed, do they still have, do the results still impact them the same way?
In terms of... It may not be the same way, but results are still very important because you are not... so today I was talking to one of my friends, he said he was telling because these tournaments are not rated, FIDE rated, so there is less pressure on the players. But I think the players are not just worried about the rating part alone. They also want to prove to themselves that they are good at this, and so they'll still be judged by others and also by themselves. So all these factors are there. So it's not like they are completely without any pressure. There is expectation within themselves.
Yeah, I mean, they're also coming to this with such big prize money also, if this is a recurring thing, then it could be something that players really, have in their, they might even have a schedule where they try to find patterns and ideas in
probably I believe Magnus has been working on 9-6 freestyle for some years already, but I believe others will start have to play catching up now.
I think you can see they already do to some extent, right? You pay attention when they're discussing things in the beginning. I think people strikes me as much more advanced than earlier and such, right? So that's how it. You look at it, your games with openings, you get some ideas. It's pretty straightforward, right? So
even the fourth game we've seen long castle. bishop g5.
And he
I
played
guess he
bishop
wanted
c2.
to get rid of all like at g6.
Yeah,
rook
out of
h6
the
ideas.
tension, right? I mean,
and bishop c2.
I mean, a few moves ago, Magnus was like +1.5. Now it says 0.08, but still it's black who has to play better. So there is some optimism left in me. But knight f4 would be the strongest move for Caruana. Yeah.
And why is bishop c2 such a?
Maybe just king b1.
He's just trying to
get out of the pin.
Yeah.
Too many things lined up in the diagonal.
But if he has to make a move like bishop c2, that means that he doesn't find anything direct enough that gives him a big advantage, right?
I would guess so. And also at some point you have to press the clock, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, it seems very common sense. And you hide the king and you think you are still slightly better. And I mean...
And now 11 minutes for Fabi, so that's going to play a role.
Will we be considering a move like h6 as a candidate move later? Like next?
For black? For white, you mean?
For white.
Wow.
Like, is it a good idea to think of that or just not a good idea?
No, only if you're hoping to trap the bishop with f4 at some point.
Well, you could see it as an Alpha Zero style thing. But, well, you know, you get your pawn to h6 and it has long-term potential, but I don't know.
No, but you can always postpone that decision.
Yeah.
Unless you see an immediate benefit, because it's very...
Here it feels like too much, right?
Too early.
But,
knight f4. Knight f4. I was like, why doesn't... Yeah, I have to go king
Knight
b1.
h4.
I think
knight
f4.
No, knight g2 is threatened.
No, I mean, I first take and I go king b1 or...
I think you take, he takes with the queen, and then the knight f1 was the computer's line, and it gets into some kind of ending.
Yeah, knight d5, which would have been very nice, of course, runs into some knight e2 business.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but can you play knight h4 here?
So take.
Knight h4.
Knight h4.
No, why do you take?
Whoa.
No, but what is the knight doing on h4? It looks an odd square.
Yeah.
Oh, but knight f5 later I want to go.
Yeah, sorry.
No, yeah? Not a good idea, yeah? Okay, so knight f4, queen f4.
Let's say, if you take with the bishop, this looks really good. Yeah, king b1 and queen c3 next.
So you have to take with the queen.
So knight f4, you have to take with the queen.
And then knight f1 is the only, well, not legal move, but sort of...
yeah, to protect the knight. Bishop d4, e5 would of course be bad news. So knight f1.
There's no way to move the queen around. Yeah.
Take. How do you judge this endgame?
I don't understand it, first of all. I have no clue. I mean...
No, maybe you can go king b1, b4, knight b3.
If I somehow get e3, I would be so happy, but I don't know if I can ever get it.
That's just our
intuition. Because you will always go bishop e3, right?
Our intuition is so weird here, right? Because, I mean, pieces are put in a very strange situation.
Yeah.
Right?
Like, I was considering if I could, like, on the
Maybe
next...
one interesting option is to take bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop e4. Bishop e4, knight e4.
He played knight f4.
He played it, yeah. So we might go into... white has to take, right?
Well, computer is saying moves like rook g1. Even knight h4 it has its equal, so...
But knight h4 I feel is
well, knight
crazy.
Knight h4 the computer says queen d6.
What?
That would be my argument as well.
How?
Okay, if that's the only move, then maybe Amruta is a genius.
You are doubting that?
Oh no! Okay, so let's say if black makes like a pass, like just to understand what white's idea is, like, okay, let's say
making a pass, it's not the queen c7.
Yeah, let's say this. I mean, am I really in time to do this?
No, you do king b1 first, right?
Yeah, king b1. Okay,
yeah, I think that's the main problem, right? That.
Yeah, okay. I guess king b1 and you get out of the pins. Yeah.
Well, to call king b1 a threat is a bit much, but it is in a certain way. Right? So, I apologize to the viewer that I stare at my phone, but I'm just following Magnus games with Engine. It's sort of my job.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, but
This is stronger, I guess.
This is stronger, and
Yeah.
it's closer to my eyes as well. So. What about the other semi-final? Just for our viewers.
Yes. We of
We
Hikaru
saw Rook
will-
FE1 last time, yeah?
Yeah, so Rook E1 and then Knight G4 we were
Yeah, and we wondered
considering.
which knight goes to F1?
He
This
goes
one.
D knight.
Okay.
F5. Queen C1 back.
It's become
I mean,
somewhat-
I'm
somewhat faster.
surprised this is only equal. It feels really good for black, right?
Yeah.
On the
Yeah.
Knight F6. Knight F6. Bishop E5. Bishop A5. Oh, he gave up an exchange. Like he's just giving up an exchange, yeah? And I don't know if... Or he'll go Knight D2, you mean?
I don't know. Well, there's this famous story with Gujrathi, where he writes in one of his books, right, where he says that people were talking. I mean, he hear his teammate says that, okay, Mark has just blundered his queen. He said, no, I didn't blunder it. I sacrificed it. Right? So I don't know. I don't think he blundered it, but let's see what happened.
Yeah, Vincent gives like creative positional sacks.
He went knight d2 or
no bishop? He's thinking.
This is the game. What is the sacrifice?
I mean, he can just play. I thought queen a3 or something.
Yeah, or f3.
But there. Is it too much? Yeah, with my knight on f1, it feels too much. Yeah, if this knight was on b3, maybe. So knight d2. How do you judge this? Like
maybe you can give knight b3 and give the exchange if you really want to do it.
Yeah, like knight d2 and let's.
Now you can go queen a3 and then knight b3.
It's generally weird that he's allowed such a strong bishop on e5, but
knight
if
g4
it's well-
f6 was super
strange,
confusing
Yeah,
because
maybe he thinks that these knights on e3 and f1 are tripping over each other, which is correct. But Magnus has played knight f1, so he's going for this ending.
Yeah. So this in the final position.
Sorry.
What happened?
Magnus played
What?
knight f1. Oh, Vincent
No,
made a
bishop
mistake.
Whoa.
Okay, first I thought it's a transmission error, but then I thought about it a bit. I think he played it. What is this?
So he wants rook d6, knight f5.
Oh, he found something very interesting.
Oh, not knight f5 immediately, no?
Rook takes d6. Rook
Did he
takes
just
d6. Knight takes f5. Wow. So I have to protect the rook on d6. So knight e4 will run into some f3 ideas. So I'll go knight e8. I have to take, right? Take rook d1, queen c6. I'm not so convinced by this sacrifice. And the reason I say that is because my bishops are going to be very close to my king, and unless white gets something very quick with knight e3, knight e5, I feel like black should be in time to
No, it
consolidate.
appears
right?
superficially like white has compensation.
It-
If you can get f3, knight e3.
True. f3, knight e3 is a good
I
idea.
mean, the black king
Yeah.
is sort of
Exposed, you
Yeah.
could say. No, it looks like practical compensation, but until we work out the details.
Is knight e8 forced? Just for understanding.
Actually, yeah, maybe you can go rook d8 as well, yeah, and try to play with two pieces like knight d6, rook d6, bishop takes, queen takes, and play this position maybe. This looks more promising for black, right?
Yeah, but it's also
easy to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks easier to play, but now materially you're not doing particularly well, right? The other one you at
Yeah,
least
so
had
4 pawns and white has 6 pawns. So
Yeah.
rook 2 pawns for a bishop and knight. So actually, I mean,
this is a judgment issue of whether, who is better, right?
Yes.
It's not, the other one was material advantage, right?
oh yeah, actually, how to judge this? If for many people like who are not that strong, like rook 2 pawns, like of course, very in primitive ways we say that rook is worth 5 and pawns are worth 2, but of course depending on the position it changes. But like, is there a certain rule that there is that rook 2 pawns are better than bishop knight, or when the bishop knight are better than rook 2 pawns?
No, I really have no concrete idea on this.
No.
Case to case basis.
Mhm.
But in general, if rook and pawn versus two minor pieces, if it is a rook pass pawn, it gives very good compensation for
Mhm.
the rook. And sometimes it can even be better than the two minor pieces.
Yeah, I would say in general, I would prefer the 2 minor pieces, but
Yes.
there is huge exceptions that you I mean, let's say an ending with a pass
Yeah.
pawn or whatever,
Yeah.
then, I mean, it really depends on the position. I think those guys doing Alpha Zero, they had actually to sort of reverse engineer the numbers. They have some very nice chart. Well, we all know this 2-3-5 scheme, and I still calculate like this, and that's what everybody do because it's so practical.
Yeah.
But I mean, Alpha Zero gives some
3.2 or something.
exactly, and the problem is that well, you cannot do that in your head
Yeah.
during the game, and also, well, it always becomes a concrete. I think this position, it's clear that the 2 pieces are quite promising in a way, right?
And also
but
white
how
has 2 pawns, yeah, this time. Like
yeah,
it's
exactly.
two
I mean,
pawns,
here,
but still we feel like black is.
yeah, it probably has to. Yeah, you were saying
Also,
it-
like the
something-
coordination of the pieces
exactly.
also is not very healthy.
Yeah. These 2 bishops.
Black pieces are coordinating much better.
So this could be very interesting because Hikaru has to now decide whether he'll go for EF5, knight F5, and then I mean, sorry, after in this position whether he'll go for knight E8 or whether he'll go for rook D8. I think
Practically 98, I think, is what more likely in a game.
More likely.
Also, like I'm really happy in a way to see Vincent playing moves like bishop f5. I'm not going into the objective merits of the move, but in general, I used to consider him to be extremely solid, averse to taking risk, and that's the impression
I used to have
mind.
exactly the same impression, and people tell me, "Why did you have that?" I don't know, but I'm so happy you say it because I said, "Yeah, he plays positionally and careful," and I said, "No, he doesn't." I really thought so as well.
Yeah, but I'm seeing like so there is a. I'm very curious to know about this myself in the sense like can the player's natural style evolve over a period of time, and what consequence, what impact the results have. He has been having very good results in the last 10 months or so, I would say. And the more good results you have, I think even a positionally inclined player will start believing more in themselves and are comfortable playing in so-called risky positions. But for, let's say, Arjun, playing bishop f5 would be very natural thing for him to do. He will not worry too much about the objectivity of the move. If he finds it's a way to confuse the opponent and I can get away with it, he will just go for it. But for a player like Vincent to take that practical decision, it just gives me hope that humans, we can, as our confidence grow, we can also evolve. So from that perspective, it's really nice to see Vincent.
We need this. I think that he got that big breakthrough in Weisenhaus, because before I don't think he had defeated like top players like Magnus and Hikaru in like matches. Like, and thereafter winning that, I think he just also after that, I think in classical his style maybe changed a little bit because. Do you think, by the way, like in freestyle? Yeah, this is one lingering question that I've had in my mind and like very curious to get your thoughts. Like, if if for example, Praggnanandhaa beats Gukesh in 2 matches in freestyle, does that impact his view on playing against Gukesh in classical at all?
I think there'll be some impact because it is, you don't see yourself like even if you win some games in blitz, it will have a positive impact on overall how you feel about yourself.
Yeah, you have sat next to the opponent when he's suffering and losing and resigning to you. It is always going to gain
even if you
something.
beat him in a game of polo.
I was about to think the same. Yeah.
Not necessarily chess. You would still feel good about yourself that I'm better than him in something. So that's a nice feeling to have. It removes some of the doubts you have formed yourself in your mind.
Some moves in Magnus's game. Can we check that?
Magnus game.
Yes.
Yes, things has improved quite for Magnus.
Ah, really? So,
But also, I mean, it was like Caruana was computer equal, but not too simplistic.
so we saw it here.
Yeah.
Ah, and he went for e5. Maybe he was like scared of white getting somehow this
Yeah.
f4 idea. Yeah, I mean,
No, I like this idea: bishop f6, bishop f6, bishop e4.
yeah, maybe that was. But if after
Even
bishop
if you
e4,
avoid-
if I go back bishop c8, like I was some.
It's already an achievement, right?
Really? Like I was actually
Maybe I could go f4 to play g5.
Uh-huh.
And either bishop f3, knight e4, or knight f3.
Or maybe bishop f6 you can take back with the pawn.
Like I somehow
Looks
didn't want to
awkward,
give
but-
up this
Yeah.
bishop actually.
So then I should go e4 to get king b1 and reroute my knight.
Well, the computer said gh5 was the correct move.
Oh,
which
wow,
is perhaps
that's really tough. That's really tough. I don't think that was happening.
No, no. I mean,
Okay, he went e5, which
Yeah.
is.
King b1.
I mean, it makes some
Like
sense. Like
king
he wants
b1.
to control the dark squares. King b1, very logical.
And
Rook e6.
to
I
get
guess
a
he wants
very
to-
large edge, Magnus has to find a good move here.
Okay,
And
let's
he's,
try to
he's
find
pleasantly
it. Yeah?
better with many moves.
Let's try to
I'm not
find
sure
this
what I'm
move.
saying is right, but it's a nice little quiz.
So rook at g1 prophylaxis. Huh?
Well, that you could play, but no, it's more simplistic.
And also
It's
idea
top
bishop
top
f5.
three.
Rook
So.
g1 idea bishop f5 maybe also.
No, also like I'm thinking king a1, knight b1, knight c3. No, I don't know. This knight d2. Should I go knight e4 and
Maybe
go for some
I mean
endgame?
no, it's b4, so it's not
Yeah,
very. I mean, it's
b4
not
bishop b3.
It's not particularly
No, that's what I
exercise
was
style.
telling earlier, right?
Yes, you did
Yeah.
mention
King b1,
b4
b4.
actually idea. Yeah.
And just evolving your position and getting some.
And
Yeah, you have all these ideas. Bishop b3,
What is
knight
black?
b3.
Is black going?
well, d6
King
now
is-
with the
Now maybe
inclusion of
e4, knight b3.
oh e4 knight. Oh, this is this looks really good for
No, I mean, white should try to get e4
like this.
followed
e4
by
and
knight
knight
b3.
Ah. Mhm. So d6 you
And
mean
then the
that
d
could-
pawn was perennial problem.
Yeah,
Now knight b3. And
this
double
looks
the rook.
really good. Yeah. So with 9 minutes for Fabian, 14 minutes for Magnus, and a pleasant endgame, I think Magnus should be quite confident to clinch this match in the classical.
I mean, if
segment.
he's a favorite to win over a draw, I don't know. But I mean, of course, it's very pleasant that you're playing for two results now.
Yeah.
And I mean, well, last time we spoke about this game, the computer has dropped to 0.00, right?
Yeah.
So it's, I mean,
But Peter, I wanted to ask you something. Do top players, when they play, are they always thinking in terms of like, can I win this? Should I have a good position? They immediately start thinking about how to win, winning, or they just focus on
I don't know.
delivery?
To be honest, it's a good, it's a very good question, but
But how about Magnus?
I haven't. asked-
I know,
I
like he
haven't
wants
asked
to
him
win, but
Yeah.
will they be thinking about winning or doing what it takes to win? Focusing more on that.
I would guess he's focused more on that, but to be honest, I don't ask him such questions in a way.
Okay.
I mean, well, I mean, you are working with players who are working their way up, right? I mean, I worked with two guys, which is Richie and Magnus, which I work when they're at the best. So I really don't have to. I mean, well, also,
Yeah.
I would be very curious, but generally, I don't think that. Well, they would like me to ask such questions. But
Six played
wow,
by
he played
Magnus.
H6 Alpha Zero style, yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
for myself, I would say that, or maybe this Norwegian player Einar Gausel told me that he said that good shape is sort of the feeling of not wanting to win immediately, but just I'm playing chess. But it's probably extremely human to have this very strong urge to win, right? But I mean,
No, what I was
how is
saying
it
is
with
that-
your students? Or again, if it's a secret, don't worry. But
No.
yeah.
I don't necessarily believe like knowledge should be a secret.
No.
Yeah.
Also.
So the way I see is like we all want good results. We all want to win.
Yeah.
And for some, the motivation is not to lose. That's a sad state to play at. But sometimes it happens. But I think the focus should be more on doing what is necessary to meet your objectives than focus on the objective itself.
No, but I think also, I mean, well, Magnus has won a lot of endings and such, and
Yeah.
well, it's not something we've particularly spoken about, but it seems like in a position that we all consider completely drawn, he will try and improve his position. But he will make good chess moves.
Yes.
And if you make good chess moves long enough, perhaps things actually seems to go well at some point. And that.
But yeah, it's true actually, because like for example, if you have a winning position, sometimes you get this thoughts. Yeah, okay, I am winning. I need to focus. I need to win. Or do you?
Many times, what happens is like the positions we are thinking as winning, we just have an advantage, or we have every right to play for a win. So if we can look at it that way, because if you start thinking like my position is winning before it becomes winning, then many of us become complacent. We start ignoring opponents' counterplay. We don't care for small improving moves because the benefit is not big and immediate. So we may not do what is necessary to win from the advantage. So probably it's better to just tell ourselves, okay, I have every right to play for a win. I have a pleasant position. And then you are focusing on what should be done to convert the advantage.
That's how it should be. Me, it will be like, what will my new rating be? I mean, it's very easy to distract yourself from things. So that's
Actually, I have so many players, like also 26, like GMs, like 2600 players, like some of my close friends who say that it's very hard to get rid of this, like, thought process of thinking about the rating and getting anxiety because of that. Like even 2650 players sometimes, like, they're so afraid of rating, and I, like, of course I'm not close to their strength obviously, but I feel, even I do this, but like I feel like how should players get rid of this? Like,
I think
what would you suggest?
Ramesh, maybe you're not in the camera. If you could just slightly come inside, would be good. Yeah, right now the camera was moved.
Yeah, so I believe the right age for education is when we are young. So imagine if I go and sit in a kindergarten school, the other kids will look at me strangely, right? So when we are young, when the foundations are being laid, when we are playing chess, like we did not play chess to win games or get ratings. That all came much later. So at the formative years, if we teach as trainers to young children that why they are playing chess and how to deal with disappointments, all this stuff.
Look at what has happened here.
Oh, we have to return because it's a very important subject. It seems like
we just became overactive.
Okay, black is a
Rapport
huge
has actually played a good game till now, but
C4 was a mistake because B takes C4, knight B2, and this pawn has become weak, and the bishop on B1 has also opened up. Queen takes D2, knight takes C4, and suddenly white has gotten great harmony.
Bishop C4, rook D1.
Yeah, I mean there is some tactical tricks. He's missed bishop C4.
Which rook? Because this rook, Queen B2, rook C.
Yes, that's the rook
Queen
C2.
B5, A4.
Queen takes.
If rook D1, Queen B2, right? Otherwise, rook D7 just.
But at some point.
So we also have hedge G6.
Yeah.
So we have to interpret it at the right time. So what about rook ED1 now?
Rook ED1 must be right because rook CD1 there is. So rook D1, Queen B2.
Now rook C2 or hedge G? I don't know.
Wait, why not just take?
Sorry.
And then rooks. This look completely, I mean, crushing. Now.
Yeah. I mean,
thing is just to lose.
Yeah, you just have a nice position but no material. So
I guess he missed that rook. I think maybe it was a blind spot that he just missed rook takes C4. I don't know what he missed.
It's so very weird because I felt the same. Yeah, with this rook, the queen goes to B1 and the other one it goes to B2. There is something. Yeah, but why did we all miss this? I don't know. We are staring at
D7, Queen C1.
We are staring at D7.
We just forgot rook C4.
Yeah. No, it's
blind spot.
Very interesting.
Oh, so this is happening. Bishop C4 Queen. I mean, Bishop C4 Rook D1 played, and Pragg has a winning advantage now. I mean, this is huge because we were a bit worried, right? I mean, it's.
I mean, Rapport played a great strategic game, right? There was, I mean, not crushing, but slightly better with black and very creatively and such. So. Anyway, I was very curious about what you were saying about this.
Yeah, I think when we are young, like I have this conversation with my students. Like I try to talk to them why we are playing chess. It's important not to lose sight of it as we grow, because the need to be successful, making money, being popular, having fans, all that will come later, and that can be quite addictive. And once we become addicted to this, then there is no escape. Then we kind of become actors. So we are trying to perform to fulfill what we believe our fans will like or what they expect us to do, and so on. So we are not playing just for ourselves. So I just tell my students usually, like, if you're playing, let's say when we are young kids, we play hide and seek, we did not have any ulterior motive. It's just pure fun.
Yeah.
And there was no winning and losing, right? So it was just fun irrespective of the outcome. So some things just makes us happy. So I believe if you have to really go all the way, chess should make you happy. And many times you will have unpleasant experiences. You will lose games from a good position and so on. All that it can be a temporary setback, but you have to accept them gracefully. You have to live with them, and you still want to get better going through the process. And also there should be some willingness to suffer, because many experiences could be very painful. All professionals would have gone through many painful moments, and they still evolve. At some point, when we start losing this, taking pleasure out of the playing the game itself, then all the other factors weigh in heavily on us. So that's where even a 2650 player is still worrying about the rating. I have some experiences. Recently, I worked with very strong players with a team. All the players were about 2600. When I asked them, what is your ambition? And most of them said 2640 or 2660, when they're already like 2620, something like this. And I said, why don't you think about 2700 or 2750? Then they said, but I don't think it is possible. Maybe I'm not good enough. I'm not professional enough, and so on. So basically, we create our limitations, self-fulfilling limitations. Okay, rook d7 he wants, but c4 is still hanging. Okay, maybe he wants to play bishop e6 and queen h5. But then e5 is hanging.
You have to consider this, no?
Ooh.
King takes h7, queen takes.
No, even if I move the rook
h8.
away, queen h5, I have queen e5. Worst case.
Sorry.
Even if I just move my rook away.
Bishop e6. I mean, the rook on the 7th rank are completely.
These are 1, 2, 3.
But queen h5, queen
Six
e5,
is
what is
proper.
wrong? Maybe f4 or something.
6.
6, yes. Yeah, we have Prague. Yeah, also, yeah. But I think Prague is someone who will spot this very, very quickly. So,
yeah, I think
we need to, and now, okay, rook d7 will happen for sure, right? Yeah, he just takes it. Yeah, he just takes the knight on d7. And does black have any defense? I mean, bishop f7, maybe. But then f5 is also hanging. I mean, like after hg, bishop f7, what do I do? hg6, I guess. And if hg6, bishop f, yeah, this is. I think Prague will take this one, yeah.
It's a very easy practical position, right? I mean, it seems
black's
black's position is so loose. I mean, that's the problem when you play this grand strategy. If it actually goes wrong, it becomes.
So actually, for both the Indians playing, this was a good day today. Arjun made a comeback. He made 1-1, and he'll play tiebreak. Still, it needs to do well. But Prague had. I mean, yesterday he was in some trouble. He defended really well, and today he actually quite likely will win his match. So maybe you can quickly check what's happening in Magnus's game.
But Ramesh, what you were saying was really very beautifully said, actually. I was thinking that everyone still will go through their journey of, getting this experience of fans and everything. And through that, they will have to go through that to know what they really want to do, right? In that sense.
But for most players, it doesn't get to that stage. For most players, before they reach the top, the growth is curtailed at a much lower level. So they don't get to enjoy all this which the top players do. But I think irrespective of our level, we should not lose sight of some of the basics. Like chess should make one happy. I mean, that's why we came to chess. And if so, even as a coach, for me, teaching chess, talking about chess should make me happy. Otherwise, there's no point in doing what I am doing. And I believe the same goes to a player as well. So there will be tough moments, but we should be ready.
It sounds straightforward, but it's actually very important. I mean, well, I suffer from the other side as a player. I always knew exactly what my rating is, and at least, especially in my younger years, I only cared about winning a bit of rating and stuff like that. And I became 2600 when I was 28 or 29 years old. And I remember also visiting Bent Larsen in Buenos Aires, and I said that, I mean, I played the World Juniors here. I was number 8 or 10. It was pretty good. It was better than my seeding. And he said, well, maybe you should have tried to win the tournament. And I looked a bit weird. Yeah, it's true. I mean, that's what you do in sport, right? And I genuinely regret not trying. I would not have succeeded necessarily, but
so most of the time we kind of identify ourselves with our rating, and that is very harmful, especially if you are young, because you still don't know your potential, how high you can grow. So you have to always believe that you still have scope to get better, improve, go stronger. So, and the improvement is not going to happen unless you keep learning. So the learning should never stop. And the learning is not going to happen in vacuum. So you need to put considerable effort to learn things. For example, like in a classroom, if a teacher is teaching on the same subject from the same book for, let's say, 30 kids, all the 30 kids are not going to learn the same thing, even though the message they receive is the same.
Such a, that's so deep.
It's everyone's inclination to learn, how much attention they are paying to listening, so the ability to focus, the interest in learning, how much we invest ourselves in the process, all these matter. So it is very important to not lose sight of these basic things, I would say. But what usually happens is at some point as we evolve, when we get some success, we tend to take for granted these things, that learning will automatically happen. Learning will not automatically happen. I have to invest myself to learn. So when we stop paying attention to small things, when we stop listening, if we have to listen to ourselves as well, like how I'm managing my time, how good is my concentration during the game, and why am I preparing before the game, what is it I'm trying to achieve. It's the basics. So if we have very good clarity on these things, it makes things much easier.
So it's great to have these insights. I think like many young players, even myself, I'm going to like keep this in mind.
Very, very difficult to do, but I think you're right. It should be ingrained at a very early age, because it's so big, so difficult habit.
No, because
I never
humans are a species of habits. So we form habits, and habits are very important for survival. Like if you see a dog, you should get some fear, so you will stay away or you won't do anything bad to the dog. So we need to form opinions, form habits along the way, but on certain things, the principles should be the guiding force while forming the habits. What is right, what is not right, and we should not lose sight of those things.
With habits, I just want to tell one anecdote, but Vichy was known for playing way too quickly, such. But he actually, I think, spoke with Aruna and adapted. But when in Mexico, he basically just needed to make a draw against Grishuk with the black pieces in game 13 to, well, basically not theoretically become world champion, but then he needed a complete accident on the last day, which didn't happen. And you could see that he got nervous, we got out prepared, and he started playing incredibly quickly. I mean, the bad habits that he had actually managed to remove under enough pressure, they are still there.
Yeah, so the bad habits we form at a young age, we can camouflage them. So, for example, like when we were discussing about Vincent, I had the impression that he is more solid, averse to taking risk, and I was very happy to see him taking risk here. But I still believe if he goes through a rough patch, he may play passive. That tendency will come up. So when we are in good form, most of our good qualities will find their way to express themselves. When you are in bad form, our bad qualities will find a way to come out.
Very interesting. Yeah.
I think also one has to live. At times you have to live with it, and you will try to win anyway, right? I mean, that's as
So
it is.
the interesting question as a trainer is: can a human learn to replace our bad habits with good habits? It's not just camouflaging them.
Yeah. Yeah, no, very interesting topics to think about. Here, by the way, 8.5 minutes and only 4 minutes for Fabiano.
Yeah.
So Fabi is gone really
I'm always
low.
impressed with how pragmatic Magnus is. Like
C5?
he takes very practical decisions confidently and quickly. And I've seen many players, they get into deep thought and do some irrational things when they are under pressure. But he just does the most human, natural thing.
C5 was amazing. Yeah, like BC5
He's a good
would go
sports
knight
person.
C4.
Like, I mean, there is no doubt about that. And also,
Strong
well, one
nerves.
thing about this, I mean, we speak about liking to play chess. I mean, it's obvious that both Vishy and Magnus, they really enjoy playing, and that is a huge thing, right? I mean, you should. I mean, Pragg does as well. That's obvious, right?
Yeah.
And, so-
3 minutes and there is no second time control, so he has to.
that is true.
Yeah, there is no. So they have to speed. I mean, he has to speed up because what? I mean, now if he takes knight takes c4, this looks completely
Bishop
crushing.
b7 is only move, says the computer, and it's still equal.
But he just played bishop a6, so it's hard to go back like this, no?
What why hard?
Because you want to stop knight
If
c4.
you have to do something,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
do it.
yeah. Again,
if you realize that bishop c4, knight c4 is
true,
bad,
true.
you have
It's
to do
interesting
bishop
that bishop c4 is.
No, only thing maybe is, but knight b8 also you have b5.
Yeah, knight b8, b5, c6 would be really good for white. So
he
you
has
cannot
to.
take. So I guess bishop. Then why? What is he thinking? Maybe
Bishop d2.
he's unhappy that he missed bishop c4, or
you don't. You have
It's
3
very
minutes
hard
left.
to.
hard to say.
Or maybe b5. I don't know.
B5. Okay, that makes
that of course is
makes
thinking
sense.
Yeah.
And why is this bad? Because bishop
bishop
e2,
e2 and knight-
dc5,
No,
knight
A4
b3, yeah.
ideas are there. Yeah.
And now the knight is hanging, knight moves, bishop is hanging, this knight is also going to jump. Okay. So he has to go back bishop b7, but he has 2 minutes. And Magnus
Are these
is...
clocks accurate?
Sorry?
They are-
These clocks are very accurate.
Okay. You have visual confirmation there. Yeah.
Yes.
This
Bishop
time
c4,
difference, do you call
bishop
it a
b7 is
huge
the only
one?
move, but I think he doesn't want to do it. I think he's hesitant
Peter?
to go back.
Sorry, I'm getting 2 questions at one
Oh,
time.
sorry.
One. No, I was asking you that this time difference where Fabi has been under pressure since the middle game, do you think this is a huge one right now? 6-7 minutes?
It is a considerable one, and especially as I mean, I am so old that it's completely ingrained in me that there is something called move 40. Well, there is move 40, you just don't get any extra time. So, of course, it is a considerable advantage in practical terms, actually, right? But, I mean, I'm just staring at my computer evaluation, but I shouldn't. In practical terms, it's quite nice for white. But, of course, it's a very critical moment if he plays bishop b7 or not. Yeah.
Wow. 60 seconds and he's still not made a move.
So it's clearly not. I mean,
No, when you're under pressure.
Yeah.
This is tough. I think. I mean, even if he finds bishop b7, I think it's going to be difficult with 30 seconds almost on his clock to save this. And Magnus looks quite comfortable now because he has a big time advantage. I mean, 9 minutes doesn't sound like a lot, but when there is only
Maybe he's thinking about knight b8. I don't know. Because
b8,
if
but-
b5, bishop d2, rook d1, c5, all this type. But everywhere positionally, it's just.
Yeah, also it's tricky actually. Because
But
this
you can
back
just
rank
remove
is
the
also a bit dangerous.
Yeah, just bishop e5.
And bishop e5 ideas also in there. This is crazy. What did he make a move?
He
played knight b8.
Wow.
Wow.
Well
Mistake.
again,
Mistake.
Of course, predicting.
No, when you think so much,
predicting
you
good
normally
moves
don't
would
see
be
the right
even
move.
better.
Yeah.
But still, yeah. No, that is wow.
So what's the b5? What? Okay, he maybe rook c5. He wants to start
Computers,
with.
let's just. You can start taking on b6 if you want. That's
Maybe he wants to rook c5 is the idea. ba6, bishop takes d2. Perhaps this is the
I
way
mean,
he wants to unravel.
But you take on d2 and take on e5. So. But
Yes.
this alpha 0 pawn actually it was not so
Now
good
it
in the
makes
beginning,
sense.
but exactly. I mean, eventually. Okay.
Okay, Magnus is thinking now.
Normally, I have a philosophy like if someone believes like carrying 2 pens will help him play better, it will actually help him play better.
Yeah.
The power of belief. If you believe in yourself, even if you play bad chess, you must still get better results.
Well,
that was my problem.
I don't want to jinx it, but I still feel, last time I was in Chess Base office, Chess Base India, and Magnus was knocked out. I'm still nervous, but I try not to be superstitious. But I don't believe it, but still.
This is only 26th move. So actually, if there were 40 move time control, then 14 more moves would have been insane for Fabi actually.
Did he make a move? No, not yet, right?
No, he has to play b5 attack on b6.
Oh, he did it. He played b5, rook,
what?
c5 played.
Okay.
And we were analyzing like takes. Okay, let's do this. Black has to take because white is a piece up now. So takes rook d2, rook takes c4, but bishop takes e5. Because d takes e5 is going to allow a back rank mate on d8. And if the rook goes to e6, what should I take with? Probably with the bishop so that my rook is still on d2 and white has a pawn.
You can still play bishop b8. Even if you
moves
the knight.
Oh, knight.
No, okay, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's cool. Yeah, you can still go. Okay,
bishop,
so.
Yeah, okay, sorry.
And the point is just that it's a pawn up, but it's winning, yeah. But this is the only way to do it. But
okay. Does he have any other options that he's thinking or?
It depends on the style.
He played
Fabiano is such a concrete player.
This is happening.
He will try to find a concrete way out.
It's also the other thing looks like a lot of suffering. And I mean, the computer was saying bishop b7.
So Pragg would have played bishop b7.
But computer was saying bishop b7, bishop e2, bc5, knight c4, attacking d6, then d5, knight a5. It's not a trivial equal position. It's still very chaotic, right? So it's easy to go wrong, and of course you will try to do it. So.
I'm just trying to highlight the
play rook,
style.
Rook f3?
Big influence on your decision.
Maybe he will play rook f3, yeah?
Rook f3, yeah?
It's a more human move, yeah?
But then actually rook d6 and then after knight c6 I can just double already.
Computer said bishop f6, but...
bishop f6 is even
I was thinking rook c8 was like Ramesh as well.
Okay. This is the...
not a good king position, yeah.
If rook
c8, it's just...
also bishop f6, yeah?
I mean,
then knight d7 you have. But this
and then...
I just go e5 maybe, yeah? And this rook endgame should be completely winning, right?
No, but maybe in that
case
I
would be a bit nervous, but yeah. He played rook e6 actually. So.
Rook e6, okay. Bishop takes d6, quickly played by Magnus. And if he wins this match, he's going to secure his spot in the finals and await the winner of Hikaru versus Vincent.
Well, also,
what's happening? Naka is better.
Still materially equal. You can, I follow it on my phone. You can switch there. It's okay.
It's fine. This is an important moment. And Pragg is also winning right now. Clearly winning. Rook d7 happened. We can quickly just show the evaluations of all the boards.
So
Naka is here clearly
f5,
better.
What happened?
e5.
Rook d6.
Oh, he took on e1 first. Very interesting. Takes, queen takes, rook e8, and he's an exchange up. White has one pawn. Bishop f4, g6.
Doesn't look too bad, right?
Yeah, g6 looks...
3,
okay.
Rook e6. Hikaru is just an amazing defender. Like he just puts pieces in a perfect square. Knight c2, bishop c6, knight d7. Best move again, attacking the pawn on h4. Also protecting queen b8, which was the big threat of white. Was a checkmate. Queen e1, king b7.
I just want to improve the king.
Knight b6, queen f2. But slowly but surely Hikaru is taking over. So I think we might have Hikaru versus Magnus in the finals. The way things are looking.
Yeah, right now it feels like that. Can you go to Pragg's game? Because
Pragg's game.
He went to
Pragg is completely winning as well. What happened?
Dead winning.
Take, he played bishop f5. Nice. Because if rook f5, then rook takes d8, of course. So he went takes, bishop a2, takes another pawn on g6. Black's king has no shelter. Queen b2, rook c6. I think we might even see what the game is.
Yeah, it's over.
Magnus played bishop b8 and it's not very good. Wow.
Really? Bishop b8? The move
In whose game?
Magnus.
Oh,
his advantage has dropped.
Really?
Very considerably.
Oh, can we quickly check that? You mentioned this move, of course.
For knight c6.
Sorry. Yeah. No, now black should run with king f8 and he actually gets...
and the best move was just bishop a3?
Or rook d1.
Yeah, just
oh my god, bishop b8, king f8, but I mean he just wants to take a pawn, yeah? Rook c7. 45 seconds. I think it's all going to come down to the clock though, because white is still slightly better, and if...
What you said, king f8, bishop a7, then rook c7.
But then... rook
King
d8
f8, rook d7, then rook c2,
d7,
yeah?
rook a8, but that seems...
No, maybe he wanted to go...
Blunder, rook e8.
Just double the rook. Sorry.
So I have to just take a pawn.
No,
No,
you can take a7.
Yeah, you can take.
Rook e8 was...
No, maybe his point was king f8, bishop a7, rook c7, rook d8, king e7, rook h8. But just...
But at least black has piece up and all three results are possible now. Yeah, I mean rook back.
No, you make it
I think
attack yourself.
But bishop b8 in the game, rook e8 was played, and now I think Magnus can just take the pawn. If b5,
he took.
Okay, this is happening. Maybe bishop d4 back or rook d1. Both look good.
Yeah, bishop d4, rook d1, sort of common sense moves, and you anchor it on f6, right? And you see how my mood is changing all the time. How emotional are you during the game? It affects you a lot. The results are not really.
It does, but I am constantly fighting the battle not to be judgmental. I want him to enjoy. He's not playing to meet my
No, I'm also trying not to let it
so I'm
affect on
trying
the
to
player.
stay as aloof as I can.
Yeah.
So I can keep some amount of objectivity.
I'm not talking... Well,
it affects me,
of course,
especially after they have lost.
Yeah.
But I try to keep it to myself.
Exactly. No, that's what I try as well. As long as it affects me privately, it's not a particular problem. If it affects me, while...
Yeah, when I realize it has affected me a lot, I just keep my mouth shut. I don't give my views.
Pragg won. Pragg has won his game. That's what they said. Rook c7, and can we just see if we can get his camera, because maybe the last few moments of the game, not resigned yet, but Pragg is on the verge.
Just so we understand, rook f5, how is the mate?
Rook f5.
Just
okay.
G7?
G7, king h8. And it could be rook c8, king h7, queen h4.
Yeah, I'm also thinking queen h3, but it's...
Queen h3, yeah.
Queen g6? Oh.
There's something direct that we're missing here.
Excuse me?
There should be something very
I mean, the Indian says plus through the roof. So something there is, but...
I think just one game will go into tie break, yeah? Or is MVL winning?
So right now we were checking Pragg's game. He's completely winning, and we're just trying to figure out the win.
We are solving exercises very unsuccessfully, yeah. It's awkward silence.
Yeah.
Okay, so one option is like rook c8, king h7, queen h4, king g6, rook c6. We still have rook f6.
Yeah. It might not be that trivial because
Queen e4.
I feel like at some
Queen
point.
e4 if king h6 rook h7 is there.
But yeah, it's not. Is there something easy? Like 1 second. Let's go
It
from
looks
the
like finish.
rook
No,
c7.
there should be something
rook
easier.
f5. Yeah, that's looked very difficult.
How about g7?
Yeah, I was going to say.
but I
but
mean,
you have check and rook h5.
After take king h8, the computer is still saying that it's completely winning, right? So something exists.
What was the line you said? This takes
Queen
h4,
king
king
g6,
g6,
rook
rook c6.
This is bad.
G4, yeah.
Wow.
Really?
It's tough.
Okay.
Yeah, G4 and but
Fair
in the
enough.
game rook c7 and rook e8 was played with 56 seconds.
Now
and
g7 idea bishop h7. Is there a difference?
G7 with the idea of bishop takes h7.
King h7,
Such a
G8.
nice idea. G8 to just show this if a3, bishop takes h7, king takes h7, and you have so many checks. I don't know how many checks there it is, but completely winning for white. And I think, yeah, G7 will force resignation.
I think that's why he played rook c7.
But Ramesh, when you were talking about staying aloof or being detached with the results, though it affects, it's very difficult, right? And then
No, but my philosophy is like, why should everything be easy? If everything is easy, everyone will do them, right? So how are we different from others?
So you can
we
do
should
it.
we should aspire to do. If we want excellence, we should be ready to do difficult things.
Wow, very, very well said.
So I have an analogy like lift versus stairs. So if I get into a building, if I have to climb 4 floors, let's say, and I see the staircase on one side, you have the lift on the other side. The lift is quick, easy, less strenuous, very pleasant experience. Climbing 4 floors on steps, it's more tiring, physically hurting. You may get run out of breath. It will take more time to do that, but it's good for your heart, right? So whenever we are presented with an easy option or a tough option, I would tell young children to always by default choose the difficult option, just to learn yourself, to prove to yourself like you're capable of doing difficult things, and not everything necessarily have to be easy and the way you want them to be.
Amazing. Prague is clearly winning there, and here Magnus has 5 minutes.
Well, computer says Magnus is completely winning, but of course, how?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out, like, is it
You
rook
can
d5?
go rook b3, rook d5, or rook d5 direct.
Yeah, rook d5, because rook a8 we can happily defend it with our other rook, and then we pick up the pawn on g5, but we might not win immediately, but
you're winning trivially. That's your argument. Yeah. So
to just take the pawn and then slowly convert.
Becomes a little bit like in Arjun's game that I'm trying to give mate, and what you should do is you should wrap up the game by trivial means. Yeah. Fine.
So I wanted to do the same thing with rook b3, rook d5. The point is b4, b3 tempo.
Nice. Rook b3 is also really clean, very clean. Now rook d5 next.
The other rook can.
Yeah, I think rook b3.
He has this permanent back rank, so it's stuck, paralyzed. The only counterplay is b4, b3.
Top move of the Indian is rook 1 to d2. So it's like, I think we are in the. I mean, we are all in. You have the right plan. Apparently, executing it doesn't particularly matter which way.
Oh, he played it. What?
Ooh.
That came as a surprise.
Okay, so maybe Sagar, you can join.
I mean, in case if you want to finish till Prague game,
We'll have
otherwise I
Prague's
can
game
join.
to finish. No, you can be
Up to you.
Yeah, Prague, just to show, like, this happened, by the way, g7, bishop f7, he took, rook takes f7.
Not g8?
G8 is the easiest.
No, is it? Because taken rook g7. He played g8.
Please feel free.
Sure. Thanks.
I can stay, I can leave, everything is fine.
Please. I'm very happy, it's amazing.
Well, we'll see how it goes. But yeah.
Peter is kidnapped right now. He can't move.
Oh, he's just mating, yeah. King g7, queen g5, king f8, queen e7 is the easiest. Oh, not like that, like this. Yeah. King g7. Queen G5 played
For me,
blitzed out.
it's impressively quick calculation, but maybe it's easy for him.
Yeah, here is Prague just gave Queen G5 check, and I think Richard will resign now. Prague just knows he's won the game, and a good result. Yeah, I mean 1.5. I mean yesterday he had a tough game. How do you like his play in this matchup?
In general, like with Prague, it's like when he's confident, he plays more.
Resigns. So he won.
Yeah. Mr. Queenies. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would be more happy if he plays more games like this. Takes his chances.
So Prague wins this match, and after this he will play the winner of.
No, he's done.
That's it.
Okay. So
Yeah,
that's
so
He
tomorrow
finished
sightseeing.
He finished ninth. Yeah.
he finished 9th. Okay.
But you will stay here for the remaining.
So you can fully focus on.
Focus on what I come here for.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so Prague has won this game. They're analyzing. We can quickly check the final few moments of this game because Magnus is. Oh, by the way, Vincent Hikaru. The other game, which of course.
I mean, it was better for Hikaru. I don't think this is the position because no, it is. Sorry, I'm just blind.
And Hikaru is leaning back on his chair. He seems to be very confident.
God.
20 seconds for Vincent. Wow. And
also, we think it's likely that Hikaru is winning, but objectively speaking, White a computer would draw with White, right? It seems like.
I mean, these checks looks. I mean, with computer, anything can happen. I mean, but I think with 5, Vincent has to play.
The king could end up on h2, being in some safe.
he has to play.
Yeah, Bishop e3, but this is a big blunder.
You can.
Why would
What?
he
He just allowed Bishop d3. This is completely lost. No, I mean allowing to change all of these pieces. I mean, and now rook c6, rook c2. It's like rook on the
d4.
No, d4.
And
he thinks this is a fortress.
Surviving.
Why isn't it?
No, I want to get my rook. Let me.
I think it's better to keep the king cut off. And get the king.
Wait
up
a second. I can start with
F4.
rook c6. And then I get rook in for sure, yeah?
Yeah, no d4.
This is completely
This is what he missed.
gone.
No, he's thinking that
Or
he
maybe
is...
he didn't find any alternative healthy.
Yeah. What also? I mean...
So Bishop e3 and Hikaru is almost on the
Magnus
verge of
versus
Hikaru.
finals, yeah?
What a grand finale.
Oh, nice.
What's happening to Magnus? Like, he's.
His position is winning, but his last move was not the most accurate. But I mean,
I don't know if this question.
Magnus. But not much is happening. I think it's reasonable to follow. He's threatening mate in one move at least.
Magnus.
So, yeah.
Magnus?
Here only on this below.
Yes.
Yeah, he played Bishop f6 and now Rook e8. He should probably go back, says the computer.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Pleasure.
Lot of insightful questions and because also you guys sometimes were bouncing off some ideas. It was very insightful for everyone.
Some very important and good points. People, I mean, young players should pay. Parents, coaches should pay attention to. So that was interesting.
And Ramesh, before you go, one last question to you is because Peter is also here. The World Cup when Prague Magnus happened, at that point of time, was it very difficult after the game, after the game was over with Magnus, or how was it? Or were you already happy by that time?
Even by the time Prague was playing Arjun, they had a seesaw battle. Both were winning alternative games. It was a very tough match, but even by that time, Prague was physically and emotionally exhausted, drained completely. He has been playing non-stop last year, and so we knew it's going to be tough in his state, mental and physical, emotional, energy-wise. He was completely drained, so we knew it's not going to be easy, but we were happy that he could qualify for the candidates at that young age. But then Gukesh happened. But by that point we were reasonably happy because at that age he could qualify for the candidates, and we were very happy with his overall performance that he could go till the finals. So no regrets.
maybe it sounds strange, but for Magnus it was a great moment in the sense that, well, the World Cup he had never won and failed several times, and even for me, I was very, very happy for Magnus that he got to achieve. Exactly. I mean, it sounds greedy, but I was just very happy on a personal level that Magnus actually got to experience that, and I felt very proud of it.
It's really amazing to see Magnus keeping that drive for so long. I mean, even here, like in every game, he's never showing signs of tiredness or fragility. He's always trying to dominate, irrespective of his
gives
physical
the impression
and
of someone who likes to play, right?
I mean, just really makes him happy.
Yeah,
that's my takeaway. Looking at him. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Maybe you should switch to Keymer.
By the way, Maxim, I think, has won his game against Nodirbek.
But what happened, Harshit, in the Keymer one after the blunder? Like, did he find it?
Maybe
Hikaru?
just check the Keymer game if it has happened. No, he hasn't moved yet.
He
Oh,
took,
he did
he
took.
took and Rook C6 happened.
Yeah, okay.
It's over.
Game over, yeah.
Rook C1. Oh my god, he even got this pawn.
Yeah, yeah.
It's over. And actually, can we just see the camera?
It's
of
tough for Keymer, but of course,
Hikaru is a beast.
well done, Caruana
Yeah.
as well, right? He's extremely strong practically, right? I mean, well, that's what he do.
This F6 E6, yeah, that was in my opinion, that changed everything in the game.
He decided to try to be. I will be slightly worse, but I'm not gonna be crushed, and then I'll take care of business later. Which you have to admit is a good strategy.
Oh, resignation. Hikaru Nakmaura qualifies for the finals, guys. Hikaru OP ho jaye. What a game, I mean, by him. Incredible.
Yeah, I thought like Vincent was today going to be pushing, right? At some point he was better as well.
Yeah.
And then Hikaru fought back.
I mean, after his win against Jan Nepomniachtchi, everyone kind of thought that we might actually see Vincent going into the finals again.
Should I hold or you are doing?
Yes, actually, I'll just be right back.
Okay.
बाहेर त्याला पाणी वगैरे दे ना, तो खूप वेळ बसलाय आपला.
Would you like some water? Peter?
Sure, thanks. Why not? You had a bottle there. I didn't realize. Yeah, it's fine.
नवीन नाहीये का?
So Hikaru has won. So let's go to Magnus's game here.
I think Magnus just seems to be. Well, he's gonna start picking up the B pawn, and then
and then he has an extra pawn here. And
now knight f8, but then he can take the G pawn, and it seems to be winning. Well, eventually and trivially.
Like the thing is, Magnus and Fabi are so evenly matched in many ways. Yet Magnus usually comes out on top. So there is something that he. Magnus won. It all happened within like seconds.
Yes.
And thank you, Peter, because I know
Thanks,
that you have to be there when Magnus comes out.
If Magnus games never finishes, I would never leave. So it's good that we have this rule. Yeah.
But
I'm very happy that your office is not cursed. So that's good.
Yes, and we are into the finals now.
Yes.
Congratulations to you.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Be in touch. Yeah. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
What an incredible day we have had, Amruta. Peter Heine, Nielsen here, coach of Magnus, being here and back-to-back results, which means...
I know, and he was there for a full time. Incredible. We're so lucky to
and
be
also
able to analyze
when he
him.
came, Amruta, at the start, he said, I'm not feeling so well today, so I don't know if I will be able to stay for the full time. And then he was there till the full time because
He loves chess, yeah. He loves chess. Like he's analyzing, he's making sure he doesn't miss a moment of Magnus's game. On his phone, it's always there.
Yeah.
So
no, his
amazing.
dedication is impeccable, Amruta. After 11 years of working together, he still is so concerned about Magnus, his games and so on, which is so beautiful to see.
You know, it becomes a family only, and that like there is so much like you feel like you want to ask him, and then obviously you also have to focus on the game. But when he's there for longer time, we get to hear so many insights. And Ramesh and Peter, their conversations were also epic. It was a lot of fun.
I hope that we can make a few clips out of it, Amruta, because I missed
I'm
some of them,
sure.
and I would love to.
Amazing. In fact, some of the very important points were mentioned, and when two trainers are discussing like top players, very highly experienced, it is such a rich, wisdom you have over there. So even more than the analysis, I would say, yeah, because how it's very rare that such people are together and discussing on the camera, and you are able to hear their thoughts. So
Yeah, we are lucky. That's all we can say, that we are lucky. Hikaru, yeah, Magnus. Huh? Anyone who would like to join would be great.
By the way, guys, अपना ये होने वाला है. It's going to be tie breaks. Like Arjun का game है.
Arjun and Nodirbek, Amruta. Nodirbek.
Arjun and Nodirbek was
MVL won, no? Or not? Or Nodirbek won?
Nodirbek lost. Oh, अच्छा.
That means
Correct,
MVL and Nodirbek as well.
Ooh,
Wow. So 2 tie breaks.
हाँ. तो फिर अभी for tie breaks, are you ready, Sagar?
Oh, 100%, Amruta. I was ready throughout.
Where is Danny? I want him to commentate.
Wait, let's hear what Magnus is saying. Maybe it's in Norwegian.
Jeg tror han hadde brukt veldig mye krefter på en måte prøver ikke å tape direkte tidligere.
Er du stolt at du klarer å ro det i land på en dag som dette?
Stolt? Jeg er sliten, men jeg er fornøyd selvfølgelig. Men det var bare jeg ble etter hvert et sånn rent kjempeparti, egentlig. Bare å prøve å komme seg gjennom, og sånn helt til slutt så det er så mye feil at det kunne fort gått noe gærent der, men det gjorde det heldigvis ikke.
Har du noen som helst tanker akkurat nå på Hikaru i finale i morgen?
Ja, selvfølgelig.
I think, Amruta, it is Norwegian, so maybe it's tough for people to understand. So we can just keep the video and we can talk.
I don't know how many Norwegians are there in the chat, but very few, I believe.
Yeah.
Very, very few.
So, Amruta, I'm actually very surprised with Hikaru winning so smoothly against Keymer. I did think that Magnus will triumph, but my feeling was that Hikaru,
Yeah, actually,
Keymer is so strong.
I was very sure he will reach the finals, honestly speaking. So it was a big result. But out of all the openings, I think Hikaru really was answered the best with the black pieces.
Yeah, it seems like freestyle chess is also something that Hikaru excels in, yeah?
Yeah, and Hikaru was, I think, Caruana used to be there, in finals earlier. There was Vincent, there was Caruana twice.
No,
so
Caruana was only in 2024, and then in Singapore it was only 2 players, right? So.
But in Weisenhaus?
Weisenhaus was... Caruana versus Vincent.
Caruana, Vincent, no?
True. Wow, Amruta, we are having the finals of Hikaru versus Magnus!
What a pair, what a matchup. It's more historic in a way because these guys have... I remember one tournament, which is, I think, our favorite, which was... Okay, guess which one? Hikaru versus Magnus. Tiebreak. कौन सा याद आ रहा है?
Hikaru versus Magnus tiebreak.
जो अपन थे वहाँ पे कवर किया था.
अरे 2019 World Blitz Championship. It was amazing, and today Harshit Bhai, Amruta, Harshit Bhai speaking with both the top trainers. You handling the OBS, handling the chessboard.
No, I didn't handle OBS. Harshit.
No, I was talking about Harshit only. You were there.
But you and handling the OBS.
I was saying you. It's also handling you, right? You would also be talking, right?
Actually, many of the times
because Amruta is many times
talk,
demanding. She'll be like, do this, do that, right? So it's...
No, but he couldn't hear me. He made a very smart move. He couldn't hear me. But still, when I was asking sometimes to switch, were you able to hear me? Because वो बराबर कर रहे थे.
मैं I could
was
just
so
see your
impressed.
I could see your mouth was moving, so I was like कुछ तो change करना है.
अरे भाई
उसको change करना है तो he would guess अच्छा which game is it करके. हाँ. But Sagar, I found a 5 audio splitter वाला जो था, like which we had actually, Harshit, we had a whole plan
This is 2
of
audio
5 audio
splitters, so there
splitter,
will be 5.
and I was
Then
going to
5
send,
people
but
can hear.
last moment पूरा सब विदित के शादी के पहले पूरा घर was complete mess and we didn't find last moment. ऐसा हो गया.
It's very much possible that you send it and Amruta, Harshit bhai doesn't use it. So we never know. I think right
अभी भी
now.
तुम earphones निकाल सकते हो हर्षित भाई, चलेगा. It's not mandatory.
Oh, by the way, we have Hikaru in the next booth, while Magnus, I think, has gone up to commentary box. And
can we get any of them?
Yeah, maybe if they would like to join. We have chairs and everything well set up today. Harshit bhai, my question to you and Amruta as well, because you both were watching. What was the highlight in the Magnus game and what was the highlight in Hikaru game? Like that one moment which really made you guys feel wow.
So I think in the Magnus game, it was basically like, this whole sequence of G3, Knight G2, followed by long castle that really gave him the advantage.
Can I just show it to our viewers here? So it was, according to you, this moment where...
And maybe bishop f4 in my opinion was a slight going in the wrong direction perhaps. So after bishop f4, g3, bishop h6, this knight g2, followed by h4, g4, h5, and after that also this very interesting idea of long castle switcheroo. I think this is what it completely changed the game in white's favor.
Do you think that Fabi today would be feeling that my opponent, that I made almost no error, like glaring error, yet I lost?
Yes, but I think it was more than like just the mistake on the board, because also he felt really behind on the clock. He thought for 34 minutes to queen for queen b8. That is a lot of time, and I think like that actually became a deciding factor in the end.
Right.
Actually, he could have gone d5 and that was an important miss he had, because I don't think it was an impossible thing for a player like Fabi.
Also, Amruta, this move h6 is very interesting.
That's alpha zero. Earlier everyone would maintain the tension maintain. But h6 के बाद जो long-term tension
and
है,
then c5 was also
which only the married people understand, long-term tension. हर्षित तेरे को नहीं समझेगा अभी.
नहीं समझेगा अमृता.
जब once you get married ना, तो then h6, a6, all these moves में you will win more games.
Very nice analogy.
Wow, this was such a good game.
It was
good game, good analogy बोलते थे सागर.
No, Amruta, like the moves I'm seeing on the board, so well played, by Magnus. Wow.
No, in fact, he played bishop b8. So, no, Sagar. Bishop b8 was not the best idea.
Bishop b8 was a mistake actually.
Good,
but Fabi didn't take advantage.
Rook e8 was a mistake, King he had to keep it because...
King f8 and he had to run actually. Because bishop a7 and rook c7, your bishop is trapped actually.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh, and Magnus is just leaving the premises. He has had, I think, enough of interviews for today. But what a guy, today he's played. Oh, he's coming back. Well,
Magnus is coming?
No, he's not coming. Amruta, I don't think we'll call him.
Oh, he's not well.
He's not well.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Someone, Abdusattorov said he's not
well. Okay. हाँ ऐसे मतलब अफवाहें नहीं फैलाते. If he's not well.
No, really. He said, I mean,
नहीं but अभ्युदय का अंदाजा रहेगा अपन ये नहीं करते.
उसको किसने बताया?
I mean, he said he is not not.
उसने ऐसे
उसको लगा रहेगा.
अभ्युदय ने जाके टच किया.
नहीं.
भाई मतलब
पे भरोसा मत रखो अभी.
कुछ पता नहीं चलता है ना भाई. And then such...
and also remember very important thing, as Gukesh said yesterday, another thing ki health is another thing, and anyway अपन
No, I mean, he just wants to take
ये तो
rest
नहीं
basically.
बोलेंगे.
Basically, I said it because he just wants to take. I mean, like he's going to take rest, so we won't have him basically.
But today's game, I felt like there were too many errors by both, like by Vincent especially. Yeah, today. In this game, what was your moment? For
I think Bishop F5 was like he thought he actually has some combination, but it was too ambitious. He could have just gone knight d2 and kept it equals, maybe slightly better. F3 also possible. But
this F3 move, he's giving up an exchange.
It's crazy,
right?
actually. It's crazy. Rook e1 and you're just playing compensation.
Wow, because of the dark square bishop.
But knight d2 is simple, na? Simple chess, knight d2. And just keep everything under control. But he instead went for bishop takes f5, very ambitious, and
he thought for how long for bishop f5? I think 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Ef, rook d6. And his point was, if you take rook d6, there is knight f5.
Yeah, we were analyzing this variation.
It's also playable.
It's also playable, but Hikaru, he is just such a fantastic calculator that he managed to.
But here there is not even
position.
much calculation. Yeah, it's just like
intuition. Yeah.
Yeah, he's better, right?
Yeah. But white has some compensation. But then rook e6, then bishop c6, knight d7 are fantastic moves like king b7. Too good by Hikaru, and then with 30 seconds on the clock, finally Vincent faltered in this freestyle tournament because he was so accurate. He never made a mistake. This bishop e3 was the key mistake. He had to keep the queens on the board.
He had to play queen
yeah,
a3.
Just keep the queens on the board. I mean, because bishop e3 of the endgame was completely losing after this, and he resigned.
Wow.
So Hikaru Magnus Sagar by Kal.
Hi, Hikaru Magnus.
अरे हिकारू ने किसको हराया है सोचो. He beat Arjun. He beat Vincent.
And now Magnus.
He beat who else?
Magnus he's playing next time.
It's not so easy, yaar. It's a complex thing. But who else? Sagar?
Complex scene.
Can we look at?
Sorry.
Finals के वक्त I would tomorrow can be a good idea to have Atusa and Ella at the same time.
Oh wow, that's such a nice. That would be so nice.
I'm not sure if it would be
Try
so nice.
करो.
Right?
Sagar try करो. Sagar is like a peace treaty, Harshit bhai. जहाँ पे भी मतलब
I mean,
किधर
if
भी
they both
एकदम
would
सब-
come and we could have a nice.
No, but I mean, if it's clear that they're rooting for this. So it will be hard.
And that's clear, right? Like when they're sitting together, it would be nice, like how we had Peter today, who was clear, like I'm rooting for Magnus. And it's sometimes, for example, if there is a player who is friends with both, it's very dicey situation for that guy. Like suppose Harshit bhai, he's like a neutral person. If you ask Magnus or Hikaru, he cannot say really clearly who. You will be like neutral. But for Atusa and for Ella, it's clear, that who they are rooting
For you also, it's clear, no?
Who? I am not clear, bhai. For me, it's clearly unclear. I mean, if you told me, I generally root for younger generation. So today I was really thinking that Vincent, I felt like had.
No, but I also felt Vincent was playing amazing chess, and yesterday he was the one who was pushing. So that's why I thought with the white pieces, I couldn't believe that he lost because it could have gone to tie breaks. But this was a bit unexpected.
Now Vincent Fabi also for third place. Amrita.
Yeah.
Oh.
Also will be very, very
also
exciting.
another
अर्जु भाई का गेम देखने को मजा आने वाला है दोस्तों.
Too good. By the way,
हर्षित
chess
भाई आप
से
थक
सागर
गए
and
रहोगे,
Amrita.
थोड़ा रेस्ट करना
हाँ,
है.
उसको थोड़ी देर rest कर लो, क्योंकि वो
उनका
पूरा
चालू
time
नहीं हुआ ना?
handle कर रहा
हो
था.
गया ये देखो.
नहीं टाई ब्रेक के लिए टाइम है.
ना नहीं हो गया शुरू अमृता ऑलरेडी
हाँ, तो 5
पोजीशन
मिनट
बीइंग
उसको
ड्रॉन.
rest देने.
हाँ
अरे
हर्षित
तू
भाई
जाके
तुम
walk
रेस्ट ले
walk
लो.
करके आ.
अमृता तुम भी थोड़ा खाना खा लो 8:30
अरे
बजे.
रुक ना, एक सेकंड रुक. आवाज नहीं आ रहा है ना उनका. प्लीज सी द प्रोनाउंसिएशन फॉर अपोनेंट एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी.
हेलो
हाँ वैसे बराबर ही तो है. अपोनेंट एंड अपॉर्चुनिटी. व्हाट्स द प्रॉब्लम चेसल?
अपॉर्चुनिटी ओपोनेंट.
नहीं अपोनेंट. अपोनेंट.
भाई आदित्य इज इंटरव्यूइंग whom? Magnus.
Really?
Okay, position आ गई है. The bishop on a1, knight on b1, knight on c1, bishop on d1. Okay, this I like that the bishops are separated. Somehow when the bishops are together and if Black was wrong. I think it favors white quite
भाई
a lot.
एक मिनट हर्षित भाई
उधर क्या चल रहा है पता नहीं guys, but मजा तो आने वाला है. वो टाइटल, maybe we should change the title and put tie break over there. और पोल भी तो डालना है, काफी कुछ है. अच्छा
Aditya did manage to interview. By the way, let's have a look at this, Amruta.
देखे नहीं हो. तुम्हारा आवाज म्यूट करोगे?
Yes. With the 4-5. Let's
Chip by yourself. Okay. Take, you take queen, yeah? At least you want to. Check is coming. Okay.
And but put next f5 maybe, yeah. This is maybe more interesting.
And if I play b3, let's say, instead of this here. Yes. Castle and kings if I check, and then you can also castle. Yeah. Because it's somehow you're already like d6, c5, yeah. Not bad.
Oh, I prefer c5.
Okay, let's see if I need to do something like that. You probably do take something like h4 then.
Yeah, this should be playable.
G5. G5 is nice.
But even
here I'm not sure like
no, this is better.
See if you go for maybe G5. Yeah.
But maybe this.
This I mean another therapy after h3 or maybe bishop h3. Because they won't just castle here and then your king is left as to be free, it's left under something.
No, you're right.
For sure. But let's say like something almost like c5.
It's interesting to see, guys, that Nepo and MVL are thinking, and here we can see Arjun is all alone. I don't know where Nodirbek is actually. Maybe he's sitting on one of the boards already.
I'm always curious about like some stone structures.
Board number
quite a nice solution.
5. Let me see if we can.
You don't want.
See if Nodirbek is there already.
Maybe you should have taken now because okay, taking actually restricts the knight right? Which I like.
है ना Amruta? Maybe Nodirbek might be already thinking.
नहीं दिख रहा है. He's not.
We can't see him.
But you know what? I was
there you see
with,
Amruta. Nodirbek is sitting all alone.
Acha. No, I was discussing with Peter कि you know many times they're all looking at each other's games, so initially should it be kind of not allowed to see each other's game, but then it's also something which you cannot make a rule. And Peter was also like it's strange, right? In that sense, that's what he was also saying.
Yeah, I went inside today and people were just seeing each other's games.
Yeah, I think first 10 minutes should not be allowed to get up from the board.
Yeah.
Standing tolerance. Because then we get more variations. Okay, there. E4.
B5 if I'm going to keep it square.
Yes. Yeah, maybe.
Course,
Yeah.
He goes B6.
Bishop G2 or not?
Bishop G2 is always it's hanging actually.
No, he has to go F4.
Okay, so F4.
Probably even C5 and this bishop on A1 is.
C5 and then what, like E6, knight G6, knight B6, yeah. Yeah, okay, the structure is not too dangerous here, I guess.
Yeah, yeah, this is cool.
Should be doable.
Hat abgebaut.
Okay, so C4, okay, C5. Almost some other moves like B4. Have to react. Because also it looks like looks very sensible.
Probably go slow.
So this is C4, or whatever. Okay, takes okay, phrase is okay this way. This is we fine with, yeah? With C4, C5 before B6, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Is good enough. I would say he goes like that, yeah? Just 5 in the center. It's also like taking D5, yeah? Like
I thought taking F6, yeah?
Sorry, check. 6, so okay, I would say 496 as F3.
Maybe E5 and D5.
D5.
Bishop
B3.
Yeah. No, this is
ugly.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay, let's hope this won't happen, yeah?
Yeah.
So what do we do? We wait for white now.
Mit wem?
Come back.
Guys, we are ready to rock and roll. We have Nodirbek versus MVL here on our screen, and we also have the game of Arjun and Nepo that we are going to follow. This is going to be very exciting. We have a handshake and off we go. Arjun versus Nepo. The first game has begun. We have B3 by Arjun Erigaisi. Amruta.
We have a beast, kya, Sagar?
Yes, Arjun opening up with the variation that is well known for the beast. But opening and this bishop opens up. Nepo also opens up his bishop. Pawn comes up to c4. Very quick play by Arjun. Actually, he was sitting alone and maybe figuring out all the details on his own.
And like earlier in the last game, the rooks are placed exactly like they were, but that E2 point had E2 and E7 were so weak that all the time tactical ideas were happening. And this time it is defended by 3 guys: queen, bishop, knight.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maza aaya.
Okay, I'm just going to update the bars for everyone to follow.
Absolutely. Okay, so we'll think for Arjun over here. C5 ke baad, what should we do? Which piece, guys, do you want to develop? Or do you want to go for D4 break?
D4 looks logical,
E3,
no, Amruta?
D4. Do you want to go D4? Do you want to go E3, D4?
E3, D4. Also
And
H4,
knights.
Amruta, not so silly. H4, just...
Ooh. Whenever you will tell me that H4 is possible, Sagar, I will choose H4 over anything.
Oh, also E4.
Correct. E4 is
E4 maybe little...
Hikaru structure, but a little early. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Amruta, I just checked the engine. H4 is the best move.
अरे I thought you said with the engines है.
No, no, no,
तुमने
no.
खुद के सर के अंदर से बात बताया ये.
Yes, it's from my own logic.
क्या बात है सर जी. Amazing, amazing. Too good.
It's amazing, yeah.
You should really think of playing Grenke, Sagar. I can do
Oh,
commentary from
D4.
here. I can call the guests. But सोच लेना.
नहीं अमृता, अभी कैसे मैं चेस कैसे खेलूं? क्या बात कर रही है तू यार?
अरे थोड़े पुराने सपने याद आ गए. चल D4 है on the board. What should black now play? He takes. Knight C6.
Okay,
Tempo.
Knight C6 could be possible. Also E5. He goes F5. Wow, Yan's move F5 is a little bit tricky, yeah, Amruta. He's
He wants to go
opening up.
E5.
I don't know why he played this. Maybe he wants to play Rook F7 and short castle. That could be one idea. Or he wants to come out with his queen here. I just think he felt F5 is the right move. Very interesting decision.
Very cool. I like the plan of Rook F7 and short castle which you mentioned. And before Queen H5 if you go, then you may have to be careful about E4 disco. It's the time to disco.
Or Queen
disco.
G6. Amruta, look.
ऐसे चिंदी ट्रैप से हम डरते नहीं हैं.
हाँ, I know. But still, it's a possibility. Let's very quickly just check what has Nodirbek played. Because, you know, he was sitting alone. And he might have even chosen a completely different move also. So, oh, look at, my God, they have played so many moves. C4, C5, B3.
But because it's rapid, should we focus on Arjun's game?
Yes, we will. Just to show the viewers that this is 100% symmetry here after 9 moves.
Oh my God.
This could end in a draw. Going
And
back
it doesn't
to
seem like 9 moves, by the way. It feels like काफी सारे
20
moves.
moves.
Like from classical game, same position would be after 20 to 23 moves. You're right.
Yeah. So let's go here to Nepo versus Arjun. Oh, we also have few moves here, Amruta, very quickly. So bishop d4, f5, f3, knight to c6, bishop b2, e6, queen d2, bishop f6, knight comes out to c3, and this is where we stand.
You are sitting right now after knight c3. d5 is controlled, e5 is controlled, but the knight could go to b5 and then a7 thoda sa weak hai, d6 square is a little weak. In future, that's something to look out.
Yeah, I like Arjun's position actually.
But you know, Sagar, whenever, even in the last time when the rook was on h1 and in those games where the rook remained on h1 passive, they faced a lot of trouble. So, has to figure out कि घर से निकल भाई तू निकल.
I mean, rook e1 followed by short castle can be one idea, Amruta, so that rook can come out of the house. And then we play push e4 at some point, e3. I mean, this position is a little bit slower than normal. But Jan Nepomniachtchi is now at 8 minutes 47 seconds. Arjun is at 8 minutes 31 seconds.
Knight e7, if he goes, then knight b5 is definitely a problem. Yeah? Knight c7. Like if he thinks about a c8 knight. Not so much. Maybe bishop a3 first, yeah?
Actually, this is such a good move that you have suggested. I also felt it's a great move, but somehow just d5 and giving up the a7 because
knight
it's defended.
Knight c7 and then knight a8 is...
And then
you
Amruta,
don't care about the bishop?
The thing is, maybe I can even take on b2 first. Take. And then I can castle, right? So I get a lot of lead in development.
Acha, so it is about the rook on h1.
Yep.
Exactly. Okay. So basically, guys, what it means is the rook on h1 shouldn't waste its potential. Like you guys are at home studying for JEE, board exams and practicing and what not. Do not waste your potential.
100%, guys. Please be focused.
So are you saying not to watch the streams?
Could be.
Yes,
Why
be
not?
aware,
Oh,
guys.
F4
Be
played. Wow. F4 was a very interesting move here by Yan, because if you take here, guys, what's the problem? Black to play and win.
सही question है फटाफट guys, it's a rapid. वैसे ही your answer should be very quick. We have how many people watching this stream? 1600 people. Rating थोड़ा low है but it will increase. Bishop d4, bishop d4.
Oh, beautiful. Check and winning the queen. You can also take the knight. That's also a good move. Both are good. So well done. है ना अमृता?
हाँ बहुत सारे क्वेश्चन पूछना है सागर बहुत सारे.
So knight b5 खेला गया है. Then he took queen takes, and now we are looking at this position. Queen e7 by Yan, just covering the d6 square here and the c7 square.
e3 square is also very weak.
Which
How
one?
do you
Oh,
want the
knight
rooks
e3.
to...
That's a nice move, Amruta.
I'm just thinking about the king on g1.
Can we take on d6 here, bishop d6 and bishop c2? That's the only way to get an advantage.
I don't have queen c5 check. I don't have queen d. I have queen d4 check.
Yeah, you
the
can
queens.
take. And now in this position, I can go with maybe like long castle is one move.
Knight e2 check. One second. Knight e2 check. What? This is better for white?
Because knight
knight
e5.
e5. Wow. Tough.
Yeah, it's tough for Arjun. But I think in such positions, moving instead of short castle, long castling really helps.
Yeah, long castle. As we already saw in the earlier game, Arjun found long castle. But will he be able to, have the similar thing, bishop c2, long castle wala idea? That's why Nepo f5, f4. Look at him, actually, preparing for it.
Yeah.
Solid. क्या लगता है सागर? What do you think? Guys, what's your prediction for the... should I have a poll?
So knight d6, queen d6. Oh, he went rook e1. He did not go for bishop c2 and long castle. So he wants to short castle. So he goes this. This is already an imbalanced position, Amruta, because white has a queenside majority. So guys in the chat, this is looking quite good for Arjun right now. It's an interesting position, but close to equality. And we'll very quickly check what is up with Nodirbek and MVL. It's a very even position. These are the two tie-break games that are going on. And yeah.
Wow. And guys, do like and subscribe, because it's a... When do you get such a matchup that Arjun versus Nepo, even if freestyle, they're playing like this is their third game. They will be playing the fourth game. Maza aa raha hai.
Look at Nepo there, Amruta. He's super focused and he's looking to win here, because winning the 5th place is really a big thing. Meanwhile, Arjun, so calm, cool and composed. I went and told him that he played an excellent game today and he was happy to know about it. B4.
Yeah, no.
Amruta, knight f5. Look at this.
Okay,
Nepo is entering. Nepo is entering the key square.
Okay, I am very surprised that white is so much better, because when the knight is on e3, it looks like such a monster and we cannot imagine that white is okay. So objectively, I doubt if this position is this much better for Arjun Sagar.
I agree,
What
Amruta.
would you play?
I'm also feeling that black's position should be completely fine, but the point here is the knight on e3 may not be that relevant. That is maybe the point. I don't know. Like for example, bishop b3, knight e3. The knight is sitting on a beautiful square, but now I push c5, protected by my knight. Let's say you take here, I take back. You move with your queen. I don't know where. Let's say for example, you go back to e7, and now I go queen e5, and already the f4 square is weak. And if you went queen c7 here, just as an example, I would go king f2, and my rooks can connect. So the knight on e3, I can go g3 at some point, and this knight might become a liability. Wow, that's too tough, right, to assess.
It's very rare that such a knight can be a liability, you know. So that's why our mind is firstly there are moves happening, but our mind is not used to knight on e3, which is not the best. So Arjun assessed this, Sagar. Incredible, I will call this. Like, guys, for this assessment and the calculation and this understanding, Arjun OP. Literally Arjun OP.
Yeah, Arjun has done some brilliant work here. Also now, Amruta, if you jump into e3 square, this f4 pawn is becoming weak. So I can go bishop a4 and put pressure here. f4 is weak. So it would be a lot of problems actually. So Arjun Erigaisi really doing well, really putting up the pressure on his opponent Jan Nepomniachtchi. And guys, what do you feel here in the chat? Can Arjun Erigaisi outplay?
We have a vote, Sagar, and Arjun wins right now is at 73%, draw at 16%, and Nepo wins at 11%.
Wow.
Yeah. In the meantime, Nightbot is saying chat subscribe to Clips channel because we have a lot of things happening over there.
But Amruta, look at this g5 by Nepo. He's pushing the pawn and trying to protect the f4 pawn. But now we can go bishop a4. I'm sure Arjun is going to put his bishop here, put pressure on the d7 point, because that would be really good. Yeah. Oh, he goes bishop b3.
I was going to say.
Also good. Also good.
Also good. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
And at some point, if I can get
go now,
yeah, knight e3, like this pawn is very weak. So I was wondering if we could go h4.
It's very dependent. Ah, because f4 is also weak now. Got it. Distractions. Okay, let's go back and good idea. h4 is a good idea.
Oh, he goes knight e3. Wow. You know, Amruta, what is the strongest move here?
h4, right?
Either rook c1 or king f2. These are the strongest moves. h4 is also good.
King f2 is possible. Rook c1 I don't think you can think about. But king f2 looks very natural because you want the other rook also to come to g1 and g3 ideas could be there in the air.
Yeah.
So 5 minutes for Arjun Erigaisi. Nepo has more time, 6 minutes 35 seconds. So that is something Arjun also has to take care of.
Yeah, I think for now it seems like Arjun has things under control here. But it's one thing to be better and quite another to finish off an opponent like Jan.
Himant says in higher depths, h4 is the best move.
Oh.
Sagar, I'm very proud of you to find h4.
Thank you, bhai.
And Sendel says rook c1, the idea of c6, bishop c6, rook c6, d takes c6, bishop e6, check.
Oh, Amruta, but Arjun went queen d6.
It's not the best move, but I think for his going low on time and maybe it is easier practical play. So let's try to understand queen d6.
Yeah.
Takes, c takes d6.
By the way, Amruta, I can also put up this, you know, our that kind of a thing. Remember which we were doing without any
kind of a thing.
Let me show you.
The queens have been traded, guys, and Arjun's pawn is on 6th rank, but it's isolated. And right now, Nepo goes in rook f5 is a mistake.
Wow,
the king
huge mistake.
On the back rank. Oh, maybe you have to also put the logos, Sagar.
Is this good?
No, it's too small board because the position is a bit complex. For people, I think it's generally they prefer bigger board.
Okay, then I'll revert back to our original. Okay.
But when it kind of reduces in complexity, I think we can switch here. I want to see their heartbeats, says Pranav. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, today we have the
धक कर
heartbeat.
रहा है क्या?
एक मिनट अमृता, मैं heartbeat भी लेके आता हूँ.
हाँ, तो आराम से कर. तेरा heartbeat एकदम ध्यान से रख. ठीक है. In the meantime, rook f5 is a mistake by Nepo. But guys, what should Arjun play here? Oh, there he goes, g4. Was it the best move? I don't know, but
No,
at
I
least
think
right
Amrita,
now
the
on the
best
board,
move was rook c1, just taking the c file, but he went g4, which is also not a bad
okay,
move.
because he thinks that rook c5 is not possible, so rook c1 he can go later as well. But yeah, g4 is a committal move because you have lost the g3 and keeping the tension ideas in the future. And can he play knight g4, fg4, bishop h1, king h1? No, that doesn't look good because of gf5.
Oh my god, Amrita, you won't believe the heart rate of Jan Nepomniachtchi right now.
What? What is it?
Look at this. He is at 134. That is insane. The heart rate of Jan Nepomniachtchi is 134, and my heart rate also is high right now. Harshit Bhai is here. Let's go, Harshit Bhai. How are you?
I was just looking at the position. Amrita, it seems like Arjun has a great position. Look at that move that he has just made right now. G4.
No, you know, there was a better move, Harshit, which was going rook to c1, taking the control of c file
Oh
with the
my
idea of
god.
rook c7, rook c8. He missed it. Nevertheless, he has a very good position.
Sagar
Okay,
bhai,
g4.
yesterday we knew what was coming. I'll just do this so that you will know what is happening.
No, we have to do it with him in the studio.
Gandhivam.
आज आएंगे वो and we'll do it.
Bye.
We have to.
Let's see. But anyway, g4, where is the black rook
En
going?
passant.
Oh, he takes.
En passant,
Not a good
edge takes
move.
G3.
Tension
The rook on
release, guys,
H1.
and rook on yes, exactly. The rook is opened up, and this is exactly for Nepo. He had a choice to move the rook because that structure didn't look good for white.
मैं भी tension release करके आया Amrita. It feels great in this position right now.
Which tension release?
Okay, it's fine. We'll
सुसु
come.
करके आया रे वो.
सागर भाई, जागो सागर भाई.
भाई मेरे को लगा आपको कोई टेंशन है यहाँ पे किधर आप रहोगे कल वगैरह वो सब इसके लिए.
Oh God. Well, okay, King G7 हो गया है. Okay, हर्षित भाई अभी क्या करोगे? टेंशन नहीं है आपको, तो you will be able to find a good
Yeah, I
moves.
think rook c1 has to be played. Oh, played. Rook c7 coming in. This looks really good for Arjun now. I mean, I think he got a lot of confidence after winning the first game, and I think he's going to continue with momentum. Nepo is struggling in this tie breaks against these youngsters.
And also, by the way, Arjun will face the winner of Nodirbek versus MVL, and you can see here that perhaps MVL has a very small edge right now.
Rook mar raha hai na D1 pe.
Yeah, he can take.
And I would not even call that edge as an edge because 2 minutes down, so it actually comes to equal in that sense.
And then take and 93. I think this looks good for.
Yeah. Guys, fatafat light kar do stream so more people can join us. This exciting tiebreak that is happening. Arjun is on the verge of defeating Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. Sagar bhai, बहुत crazy game हो रहा है. We know grand finale में it's Magnus versus Hikaru. मतलब what else do the people want? यार क्या ही मजा आएगा?
I think people wanted Prag versus Gukesh or Vidit versus Arjun. But they are also happy with
of course.
Hikaru versus Magnus. I think Hikaru Magnus is a treat for all chess fans.
Absolutely.
Well, how was Hikaru, by the way? He was looking very happy.
He was so happy. He was very excited for the matchup that's going to happen against Magnus, and I'm very curious to see how he's going to approach this match, as they've had so much history together.
Amazing. And you know what? It's such a beautiful reel by Abhi, by the way, on ChessBase India about Hikaru, and then he meets Satusa. बहुत सही था वो.
Abhi is goated.
Hey guys, look at Nepo's time. He's down to 2 minutes 35 seconds and he's not finding a move right now.
Bishop c6, g4 blitzed out by Arjun. And now bishop takes e6 is falling next.
Or even Harshit Bhai, not to forget, some sacrifice here might not be so stupid.
Yeah, but why? Bishop takes e6, सागर भाई क्यों sacrifice करना है?
Why g4 by the way? Can somebody explain? Why
So
not
that-
directly bishop e6?
He basically wants bishop e6 was possible, Amruta. He wants to go g4, so if rook moves away from the fifth rank, knight e5 jump होगा bishop c6 पे अटैक करने के लिए. वो bishop हिला तो rook c7
नहीं
का
नहीं rook a5. Why
rook
will
a5
you
तो
leave
फिर मार
the
दूंगा मैं
fifth
e6
rank?
pawn.
हाँ but नहीं a2.
a2 तो protected है bishop से.
नहीं मर
हाँ
गया
मार
ना
मार के.
अभी.
Yeah, but if you take, then I have rook c7 check d7. My pawn is almost queening.
Oh, and you will be the meeting that king g6 ko. Oh, knight e5 check.
Just d7 also. Yes, knight e5 also winning. Everything is winning now. But
Got it. So g4 move is very important.
Played.
Well
Oh, it
played by
happened.
Arjun.
Rook a5.
just chop it now, Sagar bhai.
Bishop
Chop
e6.
chop.
Yeah, chop it, or maybe there are some other options.
I think chop chop is the best.
I think chup chup is the best.
Chup chup ke.
चुप चुप के चोरी से चोरी चुप चुप के रे. Does it fit you well in Paris, भाई?
क्या?
आप कुछ चुप चुप के कर रहे हो?
कुछ भी नहीं कर रहा हूँ सागर भाई, चुप चुप के सो रहा हूँ.
चुप क्यों भाई? ओपनली सो जाओ.
Oh my god.
Oh, knight b4. He played knight b4.
Openly सो जाओ.
Oh, rook
Rook
c7.
c7. What a move.
Wow. That was very
Only
important
move,
because
actually.
I thought if you take here, let's say knight d5.
नहीं नहीं equal हो रहा था.
Then knight d5 you control c7. So that's why rook c7. Take.
Rook d7.
Check. Bhai, it's
Bhai,
plus
mate.
4, mate. King e5.
Oh my god. Oh, he
Check.
missed. Can we go full screen?
Wow.
No, this is good. This is good.
नहीं नहीं
Oh my
He
god.
took the rook only.
This is over. King
Over.
f2, rook f7 mate हो सकता है.
Over.
बड़ी analysis है ना?
नहीं, this is live board.
Oh, beautiful. They like the song. जब भी आपने गाया और नाचे.
सागर
बोर्ड पे
भाई
कुछ
जब
अलग ही हो
जब
गया है.
गाते हैं तो मतलब पीसेस भी इंस्पायर हो जाते हैं.
Oh my god. Funny. Sir freestyle का ये लाना.
Almost 2000 people watching Sagar bhai. Let's
Wow.
go. Let's have 10k watching.
2478 reaching 2500. GM बनने वाला. Look at
Look at
Nepo.
Nepo. Nepo is
छोटा
very
कर लो screen को छोटा करो.
Oh my god, he is looking away. He knows he's blundered. He cannot believe it. He cannot believe it, Sagar bhai, that he won the first classical game and now he's losing this game. Very unhappy.
Yeah. He might lose this match also after this
Yeah,
loss.
very likely. Knight c6 is threatening rook f7.
Heartbeat.
This is
सब
over.
बोल रहे हैं heartbeat कितना है?
Heartbeat.
Just दिखाओ मत. सागर screen keep it same. 127. Yeah, he has
Heartbeat
understood.
बहुत ज्यादा है
that is
अमृता.
something. अच्छा change करो. ये डाल दो.
It's a good thing that this is not chess boxing because I would have been very worried for Arjun right now. Sagar bhai, how are you feeling about this victory?
Very nice. Very nice. Today I think Arjun is the man of the day. Yeah,
Crushing victory.
He just created one of the best games of the day.
Of not just a day of freestyle.
Of freestyle
ever,
chess. Do
like
you
one
agree,
of the
bhai?
best.
Huh?
In
One of the
freestyle.
best. at
Queen
least.
d8, yeah, for sure. I mean, even Peter Heine, Nielsen said that, like, this game really was special. And
Hey, Peter Heine seems to enjoy a lot with you.
yeah, it was fun for me as
Yeah.
well. It was a lot of fun. Like, we were
मतलब you don't
analyzing.
enjoy with me?
नहीं नहीं
अरे भाई कभी आप बोलते नहीं भाई एवरी डे
मैं रोज बोलता हूँ भाई मैं कि सागर भाई यू आर सो डिसिप्लिन्ड सो हार्ड वर्किंग मजा आता है मैं इंस्पायर
कभी
होता हूँ भाई
फन बोले नहीं भाई
भाई आपके साथ ऑरा ही अलग है भाई आपका
भाई ऐसे मत बोलो
हाँ.
शायरी प्लीज इफ अर्जुन विंस भाई एक शायरी हो जाए
Okay, done.
हर्षित
If
भाई
Arjun wins,
शायरी
तो कुछ
एंड
भी.
इफ वी गेट अर्जुन हियर वी विल डू गांधीवम
मिलते
Because
हैं
this is the
नहीं
first game, they're gonna have a roll-on wala thing. You know, I remember today also he mentioned
roll on
Ramesh.
bump? What?
रोल ऑन
मतलब वो एक के पीछे एक मतलब more and
तो
more
रोल ऑन
games.
मतलब वो Deodorant
मुझे तो लगा भाई
वाला था भाई
सर
मतलब
दर्द
वो
का
अर्जुन
फटाफट
प्रग हुआ
रिस्पॉन्स
ना
हाँ अमृता, तो ये रोल ऑन क्या है?
अरे अर्जुन प्रग नहीं क्या वो हुआ था वर्ल्ड कप में, देखे प्लेइंग बैक टू बैक, तो रोल ऑन मतलब अभी अपना इंग्लिश का इतना अच्छा है।
बाय द वे रोल
अर्जुन
ऑन
भाई
क्या
से थोड़ा
पॉन
बेटर है।
अमृता पॉन्स रोल हो रहे हैं D6 D7 D8
क्या
एंड
बात है।
वो तो रुकने नहीं वाले हैं. Nepomniachtchi knows it. He's just making moves because it's hard to resign. You know, like only 2 games of tiebreak. If he loses this, he's in a must-win situation. Won't be easy against a very inspired Arjun.
I agree.
Wow.
I agree. And right now it's already, I think Nepo is, you can see him shaking his head. He's unhappy. भाई अर्जुन को आप लेके आओगे यहाँ पे? People are saying we want
First, इसके
Arjun.
बाद और एक गेम है
अरे but
guys.
इसके बाद और एक गेम है, भूलो मत।
I mean, he's not
We have
won
one
yet.
more game.
गेम के बाद.
But he still needs to win. I mean,
After he wins.
if he wins.
If he wins.
Yeah.
You will
Okay,
bring
pawn
him.
on D7,
Done
knight
by.
F6, rook F7 seems to be over.
Knight C6. Yeah,
Rook
this is
F7 and then rook.
knight.
I
Yeah.
think he might
yeah.
do this knight C6 business.
Yeah.
Nepo about to resign. Yes, there he goes.
Resignation.
The resignation. What a
Ajju
strike
bhai.
back from Ajju bhai. Sagar, yesterday we both predicted that Arjun will strike back today.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that happened in the classical game.
I mean,
And
we had
now-
prepared the bow, and now the arrow has been struck.
Ajju bhai,
Gandhi
Bam.
मजा आया यार, मजा आया।
Imagine after the game if Arjun did it on the board, yeah.
Maybe when he'll become world champion someday, he will do it.
That would be incredible.
By the way, Nodirbek
क्या
and
बात
MVL ended in a draw.
Yes.
अच्छा, they might keep playing then.
सागर भाई शायरी हो जाए.
अरे हाँ, तुम लोग शायरी करने वाले हो ना?
सागर भाई एक
वो
शायरी हो
तुम्हारा
जाए.
कैमरा तो दिखाओ और फिर ही शायरी करो। बट अर्जुन किधर जाया? गया। Okay. What a beautiful hall है यार, अभी दिख रहा है।
बहुत ही अच्छा है.
Solid.
शायरी करने वाला हूँ मैं, तो तू मेरी सुन.
सोच।
शायरी
करने वाला हूँ मैं, तो तू मेरी सुन. वाह 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 वाह.
I love you, my dear Arjun.
क्या ही
वाह,
सिंपल
वाह,
बना,
वाह।
मजा आ गया यार.
मजा आ गया दोस्तों.
क्या बात है सागर, सच में ऑन द
मजा आ
स्पॉट
गया.
बना है ना?
Would you like to go? Bye.
आप सागर भाई ये क्या फंसा रहे हो यार?
नहीं मतलब बाहर अगर
क्या क्या हुआ?
ये सागर भाई बहुत ही मतलब कातिल.
नहीं कातिल नहीं भाई. I mean हर्षित भाई, there are some मतलब गाड़ी वगैरह का लास्ट कार.
अच्छा समझ गई, समझ गई।
लास्ट राउंड बाय द वे गाइस.
सबने सागर ये देख चैट में सबको लगा आई लव यू के बाद आएगा कहीं ना कहीं मेरा नाम, बट आज इज अर्जुन द वे ही प्लेड, ही डिजर्व्स that love from Sagar.
सुन साहिब सुन.
I got so scared because Nepo just walked out and I looked there and I saw him.
So scared nahi, he came of course in some, he was not very happy.
Yeah, but like I had a smiling face, bhai.
That's
रहेगा
okay.
ही ना,
We are
obviously.
inside the cabin, no भाई. तुम बाहर जाके उसके सामने का हंस रहे थे.
अपना दोस्त है ना, मतलब ऑब्वियसली ना, तो
Yeah, but
उसमें मतलब अभी पीटर भी आया था तो ही वाज वेरी क्लियर कि वो मैग्नस के लिए रूट करेगा, मतलब कोई डाउट ही नहीं है उसमें. मैं भी ओपनली बोलूंगी.
लोग बोल रहे नेपो है, भूत नहीं. डर क्यों गए भाई?
भाई मुझे भाई वो जब भी बोले ना कि आई एम रेडी टू प्ले एनीवन, आई एम अ बॉक्सर, किसी को भी उड़ा दो भाई, मैं तो डर गया भाई.
Oh God, crazy. ओ सागर, बाय द वे मैंने एक रील डाली है.
हाँ. Oh, अमृता का रील. By the way, guys, please
बढ़िया
follow
है.
Amruta and Harshit Bhai on Instagram for amazing content.
अरे,
Amruta
मेरा
has
भी
put
नाम
a
है.
reel
अच्छा.
today,
अरे पर देखो
which
ना
is
रील मैंने
very
जस्ट
insane reel. Harshit Bhai, we are waiting for some small reel from you today.
From me?
अरे
Yes. If Arjun
हाँ.
wins, will you make a reel with any reel and put today?
We'll
guys?
just tell Arjun to do it with me. This.
Maybe it's tomorrow. There is one more game, so you can ask him
Yeah.
to do after the tournament.
Okay.
Here we can ask him to do just Gandhivam, but that can also be a reel. But do you want to do any reel today if Arjun wins?
Yeah, sure. What can we do?
Just any reel, yeah. We have so many video like shooters. I am a shooter. You can
पर
do
हर्षित
something.
भाई देखो ना, हर्षित भाई
हाँ,
रील
हाँ,
देखो,
बता. हाँ?
रील देखो ना, रील
अमृता का रील
इंस्टा
देखो.
पे जाओ
बहुत
और
ही-
शायद चैट ने तुमको मैसेजेस भी किए रहेंगे तो मिस नहीं करना.
Very bad reel, भाई.
What?
क्या?
किस पे?
अमृता का
चेस बेस इंडिया क्लिप्स?
नहीं, अमृता मोकल, उसने खुद का रील बनाया है भाई।
Hindutva is saying watching till now from last 5 hours. Arre, Hindutva kya hi? Amazing. Thank you for your support. उसका टाइटल देखो ना, ये कि खुद को कैसे समझे।
क्या रील बनाया है तूने अमृता?
Guys, please
आपको
don't
challenge
watch.
कर रही हूँ।
Don't watch. It is.
Don't watch, bye.
अमृता फुल, मैं घर पे पहुंचूंगा तभी she will be like full
अरे मेरे
reel.
कब से
By
मैं
the way,
अकेली हूँ
Arshit
इधर।
bhai, who is this?
Sorry?
You and?
It's a dog.
Who?
His name is Joy. My cousin. My cousin has this dog.
Oh. Where in US?
In India.
Oh, are you looking
Acha.
forward to meeting?
Yeah, for sure. I am very fond of pets.
Really?
Yeah.
You have a pet?
I don't have a pet because I'm traveling so much, but I love playing with dogs.
Acha.
Oh, you're not scared of street dogs, yeah, in India, Harshit?
Yes and no. Yes and no.
How come there are two answers? Like,
I mean, if for example, in our society, we basically adopted a street dog and now he's very friendly and nice. But of course, when they're running behind my bicycle or when I'm like going somewhere, then I'm a bit scared.
By the way, PRT has sent a message saying entered a small tournament in campus for fun. Ended up winning it by.
Oh, wow.
And PRT is someone whom I've met many times.
and he's
have
given
learned
such a beautiful
so many
calendar to
concepts
us.
from CBI all these years. Sagar Shah, proud student. Arey PRT
So
bhai.
nice.
Thank you.
सागर शाह के कितने प्राइड स्टूडेंट है भाई? आई एम हियर लिख दो भाई. Too many भाई.
भाई ऐसा कुछ नहीं. I think in general there are no students.
Too many proud. I think मैं भी लिख लेता हूँ.
नहीं भाई, आप मेरे से
अरे
क्या सीखोगे
नहीं।
भाई? मैं सीख रहा हूँ आपसे बहुत कुछ. भाई.
अच्छा सुनो, Arjun Shahu is saying अगर if today Arjun wins, then Dawn commentary हो जाए.
अरे
भाई ये देखो.
अज्जू
And
के
then you
गेम
can.
भाई अज्जू के गेम पे करेंगे. एक्चुअली
You
मेरा
have the
डॉन
bag.
का अमृता वो सारा मेकअप वगैरह विदित की शादी
इधर?
में रह गया.
सागर
Don't tell me. मतलब किधर? Like where over there?
I lost it.
क्या?
No, सागर उसमें मेरा भी था.
हाँ,
क्या
सब
था?
कुछ चला गया.
टपोरी मुकल का सब कुछ.
सब कुछ एक बैग था. I had brought it down in Vidit's wedding, but then I left it there and forgot.
अरे तू मोबाइल घुमाता, तू ये लैपटॉप घुमाता, सब चलता था, पर डॉन का ड्रेस कैसे घुमा सकता है? वो तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है.
रह गया.
तेरा हाफ पैंट चोरी होता था, फुल पैंट सब कुछ चलता था यार, बट
भाई एक भाई ने लिखा है हेलो हर्षद भाई.
कहाँ पे है भाई?
हर्षद भाई. हर्षित भाई भी नहीं, हर्षद भाई.
हेलो भाई.
oh my god.
Don Shah will not come until that bag is restored somewhere. I'm sure Amruta they have it in the
universe.
Oxford resort.
It's like सागर शाह का मेरा वो डॉन शाह का बैग है क्या आपके पास? नॉर्मली सपोज डॉन जैसे तुमको बात करना रहता था तो वो भी नहीं हो सकता.
अरे अपने का डॉन का बैग एक रह गया है. मुझे मिलेगा क्या वापस?
हर्षद भाई ओपी.
Oh, let's go. By the way,
Rapport,
are about to start.
In game one, Nodirbek against MVL was a draw, while Arjun Erigaisi won his game against Nepomniachtchi. So Nodirbek, I hope you are ready. We have Pragg as well as a backup in case something goes wrong. But for now, it's time to draw the next position. And I would like to welcome to the stage the tournament director, Sebastian Siebrecht.
216, 216.
Thank you very much, Sebastian. The players get 10 minutes to prepare. So good luck and back to the studio.
Arjun und Nodirbek sitzen wir schwarz. नहीं भाई
बोलो भाई now we can hear
nothing.
Huh?
नहीं भाई I was just telling you. म्यूट करो पहले भाई.
हाँ म्यूट ही है. Welcome back everyone, and here we see the analysis between MVL and Nepo. Wow. Nice. And is Arjun also analyzing alone or? Oh, Nodirbek came with Arjun. Let's go, Nodirbek. Thank you.
क्या हुआ?
Nodirbek आ गया ना अर्जुन के साथ एनालिसिस करने को.
ओ भाई.
Crazy. By the way, Polly Walnuts is saying Nightbot ज़्यादा ही inclusive माहौल रखा है because Nightbot is saying to everyone please keep it inclusive. By the way, here we see Arjun and Nodirbek analyzing. We can also look at the other angle and see what's going on there, and we will also have some audio.
What an interesting position.
D5?
We can remove the knight and short castle. Yeah, knight f3 and short castle कर सकते हैं.
Wow.
They don't have to knight f6 for instance.
So then it becomes very normal position.
Very bit normal, like a Retty position, yeah.
D4, C4. I think white will doesn't have so much, yeah, here because you can just play with black very simple chess.
Or Sagar bhai.
Yes, bhai.
What were you saying when we were muted?
Harshit bhai, I was just saying like, what are the plans for today for you?
For me or for you? Arey Sagar bhai.
Bhai, for me it's very simple. I have to do Arjun Erigaisi video commentary. I was thinking perhaps, if possible, to go and meet Vidit and Anish.
Oh wow.
Who are here, who are together. But I think it will not be feasible because they are too far.
They're in
and yeah, they are near like the city and it takes 1 hour in cab to reach and so on. So I would rather just do my work because also there's a lot of work that is there. Kadwa Sach is saying VD को honeymoon मनाने दो भाई. नहीं भाई, if Harshit bhai is very tired, very exhausted. Harshit bhai today
अरे
because
उसको थोड़ी देर रेस्ट लेने को बोलो ना
I was
फिर।
telling him to take rest,
शुरू
but
game हो
he
जाएगा
came
तब
on his
आएगा।
own. The thing is, Harshit bhai today analyzed with 2 world-class grandmasters and also world-class trainers. And I think that really took a toll on him because every day he's analyzing with 2 noobs. And so
and it's not easy to constantly be alert, keep changing the boards to make sure that you don't miss a move which they are saying, to ask them questions, to listen to them. So all of it basically आज एक training session type भी हो जाता है किधर ना किधर. So I think it is tiring. So amazing.
I'm hoping that Harshit bhai's today's session would have helped him for Grenke. I saw him asking some questions for Ramesh sir, like as if he was asking for some friend. Although it was for himself, I could feel it.
Asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend करके. Oh, so sir, 2650 plus players also feel it. I also feel it, but I am asking for them. So it was a lot of nice stuff.
देवांग is like सागर भाई मम्मी कह रही है तू चेस देख रहा है तो ये हनीमून कहाँ से आ गया?
But chess players also have honeymoons. Devansh bhai, please do clarify. Harshit bhai, you are like my big brother, says Swayam Kumar. I won a game yesterday by your advice. Then in opening, losing a pawn in the corner is better than losing a pawn in the corner. Arey bhai, corner is center. I won that game, thanks.
क्या बात है? Amazing. And Ishan is saying Sagar Bhai is more with Harshit than he's with Amruta. Do not take offense. Offense लू कहाँ से? कैसे दिखता है offense? पता नहीं मेरे को.
I think in this year, I have spent some time with Harshit bhai in Prague and before that in Weissenhaus and now here.
In World Rapid Blitz.
World Rapid Blitz was last year, right? So this year,
वहाँ पे मैं भी थी.
2015 में, 2025 में, I think yes, we have spent now in Grenke.
Oh yeah, you are
and I'm
actually
learning
spend more time with Harshit.
Yes, I'm learning a lot, Amruta, from Harshit bhai. So I have become more as a dynamic personality in general, from a static personality.
ऐसा एक चीज बताओ जो you learned from Harshit bhai.
I learned how to be energetic always in life. Like there is no reason to be happy yet be happy. That I have seen from Harshit bhai. Like if you think about it, Harshit bhai has all the reasons to be sad right now. He's with us. He's commentating
tired,
here. He's tired.
hungry.
He's single. his rating is not increasing, but he's always happy. So I'm very amazed to see his positivity.
तो हर्षित को मजा मजा आया
Harshit
पर
is always
हर्षित के
happy,
साथ
yes. Guys, yes, true, iconic. He's always happy, and that happiness has spread to us actually. So it's very nice to see here.
And the battle is about to begin. There you go. We have the position C4 on the
by
board.
Nepo. Let's flip it by. And Ajubai goes C5. Ajubai is ready with his move. Knight comes to F3. And it's going to be English opening. Knight F6. Knight to B3. Oh. I
Now
think
the knights
Amruta,
have,
short castling is going to come up very soon here.
Nice. Okay, but C5
भाई
is
लोग बोल रहे
dependent.
हैं
E5.
आपसे बहुत पॉजिटिविटी मिलती है हर्षित भाई.
कोई नहीं बोल रहा है भाई.
आपसे
श्रीरंग
बहुत
ने बोला ना वो भी मतलब ट्रस्टवर्दी बंदा है ना मेंबर है.
Harshit Bhai is the highest rated commentator after David and highest in India. Don't know that's compliment or insult. देखो भाई दोस्तों, I think Harshit Bhai's truth of what he is doing will be revealed when he plays Grenke now. I am rooting for him to gain finish in top 10 actually there. Although it's too much, maybe he's always saying it's too much to ask from him.
He doesn't believe, so you can't do anything, Sagar, until
Have you
he
seen that
himself
reel?
believes. But today, Ramesh said about,
this was
you
very true.
have to believe.
Yeah.
So Harshit भाई, believe करो, आपका कैसल ऐसे मोमेंट पे आएगा ना कि आपका अपोनेंट आप क्रश कर सकते हो.
Yeah, it's like that reel. Surya Darshini, believe in yourself.
कौन है भाई सूर्य दर्शनी?
Or like some it's very very famous reel, like
who is Surya
believe in
Darshini,
yourself. Like very small, like 4 or 5 year old, like primary school.
I'm not very happy with Arjun's decision to push the pawn, because if you take with the knight, suddenly you are losing a pawn only.
But I can take with the rook, no?
But then suddenly d4 and there is a pin right here.
But then can I go?
Oh,
I
yeah.
think he's
no,
just
but D5
losing
came
a
as a
pawn.
natural move, Sagar, to
No,
my
not
mind
at all
also.
natural. How is it
Really?
natural? You are putting pressure here. Maybe something
Okay,
like
don't take
castle
after C
looks
takes
natural.
D5.
Oh,
No,
castle
no.
is a mistake. It's a
H7 पे weakness चल रही है शायद से. But after D5, what is the problem for castle also? I want to understand. I'm very curious. But
No, he took
takes
with the
मारा
rook,
ना
bhai.
से.
He took
Oh,
with the
he
rook.
took with the rook.
D4 is
Yeah.
coming.
D4 played.
I think Arjun is going to struggle here.
Yeah, I mean, Yan is going to try his best to make a comeback. He won the first game, but let's not jump to conclusions, because Yan can still win this game and can make a comeback.
True. So what do you do now? B6, bishop B6, right?
B6, yeah, that's a nice move.
But E4, E4. Arey.
E4, yeah, possible.
Oh, Queen A6 check. You get
Queen
out of the
A6
way.
check.
But Bishop
Yes.
D3.
Bishop
Oh
D3,
no.
yes.
Arey.
Bishop B5.
Oh. Okay.
Actually, here there is also possibility to play Bishop A4. That's also nice move. Pinning.
Maybe that's what he saw, and then he, like, on a quick instinct, he went rook D5. But definitely, right now, Arjun has to be very careful because it's not a happy position.
E4 Bishop B5 check would be a cold shower.
Why? King G1?
Yeah, but then you lose the right to B6, let's say. B6, E4.
B6, E4.
Oh, by the way, moves have happened. Let's go. D4, C4.
C4. Oh.
E4.
E4.
Rook D8, and he's actually back. Knight D2, and it's around again equal.
Why?
But Knight D2 क्या move है? Oh, he wants to attack C4.
Yeah, but also instead of E4, if you go back, after C4, he could have gone something like Knight A5, and white was much better. Pawn बचेगा कैसे? B5 को तो B3 आ जाएगा. Maybe.
And also
but there is
E4. Yeah, there were many good ways, but he went.
Oh my
C4,
God! Knight D2, B5. A lot of mistakes by both players.
B5, A4.
Oh my! And
A6.
suddenly, black is the one who's slightly better.
Yeah, look at this move is very insane, Harshit bhai.
Yeah.
B4, because you give up this pawn
But
to get
A4 is
A4
fun,
pawn.
Hey, but a6 is a mistake, no, Sagar? If you don't go before.
Yeah, a6 is giving back the edge to white.
He takes. He takes the pawn on a4.
Good move.
Still
Wow,
good.
what a
Good,
move.
best move actually.
What a move by Jubai. Jubai, basically, guys, in freestyle chess, you have to think a little bit differently from normal chess.
Yes.
Because the rook is not here on a file, so a4 is not that powerful. So Nepo's move a4 was more out of this instinct of playing normal chess rather than what the position needed.
Yes.
And that's why Arjun quickly took it. Will you
Guys,
be covering
and the bars are
Grenke?
working down. The right two bars are the ones which are of the current games and the earlier ones. But it doesn't show the results of the earlier ones. Yeah, you should just.
Guys, this is
Grenke we will cover because Harshit will also be playing and Sagar will be commentating, and I'm still trying to pursue
Amrita,
Sagar also to play.
did you know that in Grenke it's a double round every day? So
Sagar, yesterday I saw crazy schedule. Insane. Okay, we have to talk about it.
Yeah,
back
actually, that's why I was thinking कि maybe if you guys need help, I can comment it.
अरे नहीं यार तू एक एक को
हर्षित
हरा
भाई,
हर्षित भाई तेरे पे
हर्षित
pressure डाल
भाई,
रहे हैं हम लोग अभी
आप कमेंटेट करना है तो आप आओ. I very much will be happy,
energy.
but after your games.
भाई after
नहीं नहीं बट
पहले
अरे
दो
time ही
क्लासिकल
नहीं
गेम है
है
सागर भाई एक दिन में.
हर्षित भाई you don't worry we just तुम मस्त खेलोगे तो सिर्फ तुम्हारा
आपको
कैमरा
मन नहीं हो
रखेंगे
रहा
और
है क्या
हमको
भाई?
बड़बड़ करने
No,
का
I'm
मन
very
नहीं
excited, but I'm a bit nervous, yeah, because two classical games will be very tricky, but okay, of course, will be a lot of fun.
What Himang is saying, the game started 10:15 p.m.
Exactly.
IST.
And Sagar, first round is at 6:30 p.m. Next round is at 10. So I thought 6:30 मतलब मेरा रात का 10 o'clock को first round on 16th. So we should discuss it. So I'll leave at the end and I'll sleep soon. And next day I will start early क्योंकि मेरे लिए afternoon रहेगा तुम्हारे लिए morning रहेगा. We'll have to plan that way. But ठीक है चलो. Anyway, right now let's focus on this game because knight has moved to b6 from the corner. I always love when the corner
Kanhaiya,
pieces get
oh
out.
Amrita, can you make a poll?
It is there. What's the prediction, Arjun?
No,
Nepo,
remove
full
that
match
poll
का ही है.
and put a poll
Yeah.
asking
Remove that
should Harshit Bhai play Grenke or commentate? Should Harshit Bhai
नहीं, he should play.
in Grenke? अरे चैट का क्या इमोशन है वो तो देखते हैं. अपना इमोशन तो क्लियर है.
अच्छा, chat is going to
चैट
also
का
say.
इमोशन क्या है ना हर्षित भाई? अपन देखते हैं.
Yeah, will be interesting.
If
What
more than
the chat
90
thinks.
people say that 90% say you have to commentate, then what can we do?
Yeah.
Then you have to
अरे
Disappoint them.
he's so excited to play.
भाई क्या लेके आए भाई? वो आपके पास है?
हाँ.
ये क्या है?
Mint.
Hey, there is a poll, guys, for you. Please decide what Harshit should do. Harshit के सारे live decisions will be here from henceforth.
Guys, so मुझे मेरा Instagram पे सब्सक्राइब कर दो यार.
And
11,500
Instagram
गोल
पे भी
का.
subscribe करो because he's saying that he will whenever
strong है.
he'll have a girlfriend, he will reveal the girlfriend on Instagram before he reveals to his close friends.
What?
ये थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया पर
Bishop d7. This game is going very, very stable, kind of. Actually, closed position, so slow and steady.
By the way, Arjun is clearly better, huh?
Where is the poll?
It's there. Play is saying 80%. Commentate 19%. सबको देखना है तुमको हराते हुए. It's happening. Queen c3 is a mistake because of what? e5. Do you want to go e5? Oh, sorry. d5
He already
के बाद
castled,
knight a7
Amrita.
e6
He already
आ रहा है, so
castled.
not doesn't work.
Harshit Bhai, we have the poll here.
Where?
79% says play. And actually, we have 2,200 people watching. Guys, do like the stream. Do follow Harshit Bhai's Instagram. Do follow Sagar Shah's Instagram. Do follow Harshit
Amrita
Bhai's
Moka's
Instagram.
reel.
And
That she
reel
has
तो
just
देख ही
posted.
लेना.
वो
And
देख लेना और सब भूल जाना लाइफ में.
हर्षित भाई को चैलेंज किया मैंने, उसको भी एक रील बनानी है.
वैसा तो नहीं बना रहा हूँ भाई.
Oh, 95, another mistake. 1 second, big mistake.
Yeah,
What is
big
the
mistake
heartbeat?
by Arjun. Knight h5 to f4.
No, by Nepo.
Yes, but Arjun is much better now with knight h5 to f4. Crushing advantage.
Tough है यार. Knight h5 suddenly
दिखेगा
you
कैसे है?
can't play. What else can you do? दूसरा move बोल, हर्षित भाई.
Any move. Bishop takes e5 also much better for black.
कैसे? If you take, then your knight is going to...
I'm a pawn up and then your pawns are also doubled.
And then the queen is jumping to g4. Okay, interesting. Can I go knight g4 here?
Knight g4 also possible. Doesn't seem like a bad move.
f4
But after knight takes, queen takes, मेरा c4 का pawn maybe मर रहा है maybe.
Crazy. Sagar, what are you doing? Are you busy?
No. So 95.
So 95 and Arjun is thinking, he recognizes that this is a difficult position. Like he has some chances here and that Jan has some difficulties in his position. Knight h5 would be crazy if he finds it.
This if he finds,
if he finds knight h5 Sagar bhai, I think we will just all like
we will when Arjun comes, we will be like Ajju bhai.
No, we'll just do Ajju, hooray.
Right now.
If he finds it.
Yeah.
One
Phenomenal says, I think
suggestion
Harshit is hesitating to play because more people will be watching him play this time. That's true actually. I've seen from Levy that the pressure can be quite high when you are well known and you don't play well. So Harshit bhai, my only suggestion to you is, even if you lose all the games, it does not matter. I will be there to support you.
Right. Thank you bhai. Love you.
So please don't
नहीं,
worry.
हर्षित भाई, आप है ना, आप खुद को फेमस अभी इतने हो गए हो, पर ऐसे समझो नहीं फेमस हो. ऐसे समझो कोई पहचानता ही नहीं हो और उधर जाके खेल दो. Bishop b5 was my move, but it's not the best move.
Amruta, why are you not playing Grenke?
I wanted to. I really would have. I will play freestyle one day. But
Amruta, you can take a flight and come.
Yeah, you can come.
अभी पासपोर्ट इतना इजी है क्या?
है ना तुम्हारे पास?
वर्ल्ड में ट्रैवल.
Do you have the visa?
Visa and all. No.
वीजा नहीं है अमृता?
नहीं.
करना पड़ेगा यार फटाफट.
Knight f3.
Okay, next what? What do you do?
I think this kind of position can give Nepo good chances, because if you think about it, he has pieces nicely positioned, and although he's not even a pawn down. Right?
I just want to get rid of that knight on e5. Maybe knight fd7. Can I go? Just try to exchange that piece on e5.
Or how about just moving the knight away and pushing it f6?
e6. Ooh, not such a good move. I think players are very nervous, and also after classical they might be a bit tired. A lot of mistakes are happening, but I just want to exchange pieces as black right now.
Yeah.
Very good point actually. What you've said.
Bishop d6 to e7.
Sagar, apna heart rate, is there a possibility to bring it on the screen like forever? Because ऐसा एक जन ने suggest किया है.
If I do that, Amruta, it would be insane if I can bring that.
Cover one of the bars को right left click.
नहीं मैं डालता हूँ. I might be a genius if I do that, huh?
Even if you don't do that, you're a genius, Sagar.
No. Let me try.
Amruta is so supportive.
You don't know me. I can be dangerous.
Arre.
Sagar bhai, you should. Okay, Bishop. Harshit bhai, what's your plan until Sagar is bringing the heartbeat?
My plan is to follow how he brings the heartbeat. No, I want to go knight fd7.
Heart is beating कि heartbeat कैसे आएगा वहां पे अभी के लिए. So many moves. अच्छा, काफी moves गए आगे. Got it.
I think knight fd7 has to happen, Amruta. Happened. Knight bd7 happened, but that was a big mistake. White is much better, +1. Looks a bit scary now for Arjun Sagar bhai. e5, queen c2 maybe. Oh my god.
And
Queen
this
c2.
is the Greek gift kind of a thing where the pawn on e5,
Battery
the
lag
bishop
gayi.
over there, the knight on f3, knight f8 पे आके so rook e8 अभी के लिए, queen c2, knight f8, and then the sack is going to happen यार h6 पे rook e.
I mean,
Queen
maybe
C1
some rook e8 played, but knight. Oh, he missed queen
first.
c2, knight f8, bishop b4. Kya?
Oh, rook e7, you will have to give up the exchange.
Looks very dangerous right now. Maybe even some queen c1, bishop takes h6 ideas are possible.
Yeah, now this, and it is also converted into a normal chess position. So the chances of, if you're better, the chances of mistakes are very less.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Nepomniachtchi is
wow.
about to make a
Brilliant.
comeback.
Brilliant heartbeat,
Oh,
yes.
la
You're a
la.
genius. Agreed. And Arjun's heart rate at 88 is actually higher for
Hi,
him.
even bishop h6, g8,
Oh my god.
queen c2. Isn't it mate?
Knight f8?
Direct first queen c2.
Knight f8.
And then takes करके queen d2 आ रहा है, queen h6 forced आ रहा है, king g7 को rook e4 आ रहा है. It's just crushing attack.
Rook e4.
No,
Oh la
Nepo will
la.
not miss it.
Oh la la
It's
la la.
just no, you can't miss it.
Very
He played queen c2.
He
Queen
played queen
c1, the
c1.
best move. Oh my god.
Stacking
Bishop
here.
h6 is coming. No way to defend it.
Wait, can you find some counterplay with knight f8, bishop h6, rook d4 भी नहीं है उधर, knight भी है, rook भी है, सब
No,
कुछ है.
Amrita, white black's king side is just falling apart.
F-
Queen c1, bishop h6, bishop on that b1 h7 diagonal is also deadly rocket लगा है वहाँ पे.
You have no time for bishop c6, bishop
F5.
f3.
f5.
Bishop h6, no? Bishop h6 takes, queen takes. Knight
He takes
Knight
ef6
takes.
again, the best move. And now bishop h6.
Will he take it?
I think he has
Yeah.
to.
Oh, he takes
Yeah,
it.
he is-
No hesitation by Nepo.
Nepo showing his
D5.
class here.
Go rook
Nepo is
d5.
really in the zone right now.
Yeah, perfect chess by him. And I think Arjun very close to losing this one. And then if that happens, we'll move
Hey,
to
wait. We'll focus here right now. Rook d5. What are you playing?
rook d5. Amrita is like full
Rook
at-
Knight
d5 क्या हुआ है?
e5.
Crazy.
bishop वापस.
Yeah, but I mean, you just lost a pawn. So even if you like go rook d5, you can just go back and be like, okay, मैंने तो pawn मार लिया.
That
हमारे
way
king
he was
side का.
looking at.
I mean, materially it's still equal. 5 pawns each.
Because I thought
But वो
A4 is
A4 और A7 के pawn को तुम क्या ही गिनोगे? वो
queen b7.
Arjun clearly realizes that taking here and queen h6 would have led to a mate with
Yeah.
these bishops and
Yeah.
queens. So that's why he plays queen b7, improving his position a bit.
5 minutes for Nepo. He always keeps a time advantage in these rapid games, which for sure can be something that he can also utilize in this situation.
130 is Nepo's heartbeat right now. And he's gone queen g5 or what? Yeah, queen
No
g5.
way. Queen
but the
g5 is a
piece-
mistake.
Oh!
Queen
What?
g5 is
Rook
a
d5 or
mistake.
what? Or g8-6? Queen
Bishop
h6, queen
c6
g7.
is somehow the best move. Hard to understand, but
Tough.
attacking
एक ही
the
है
knight.
क्या हर्षित?
एक ही
Bishop
move.
c6?
Rook d5 also gives. Oh, he plays rook d5. Also decent
But-
move.
But still bishop c6 was stronger. Though very tough.
Rook d5 also a very decent move though.
Knight e5 आएगा अभी?
Knight e5, rook e d8. Somehow black is able to put pressure on the d4 pawn, and he is kind of
Fight.
coming back in the game now.
Coming back, I don't
The
know.
best
Next
move is
2-3
queen
moves are
g6.
very critical.
Very critical now because queen कहाँ पे जाएगा?
Queen g6.
Queen g6, queen h4 would be a grave blunder because of rook to h5.
Oh.
Trapping the
Queen
queen.
g6 को queen f7, king f7 is
Bye.
a lost endgame.
हाँ sir.
ये इसको queen f7.
Lost endgame.
Why?
I
Lost.
wouldn't say
Long
lost.
term lost, na?
Yeah, I mean it looks bad.
I mean,
though.
it's playable.
Right.
Playable.
Yeah, you survive in that sense. But okay, what else is there? One thing is this.
I mean,
Good
he's
that Nepo
thinking
has
now.
to use
He's
it.
thinking now because he's not sure whether to go queen g6 or to go knight e5. Knight e5, rook e d8.
Knight.
That can
बताओ
really.
95 एक बार is
Knight e5
is
देखना
rook
पड़ेगा.
d8 only move
I think
Sagar
knight
for
e5
knight
will happen.
e5
I have a feeling knight e5 will happen, and I don't know if
Yeah.
rook e d8 is that easy to play. but it does put a lot of pressure on that d4 pawn. वो pawn मर गया तो फिर black is gonna be.
Rookie
Oh, he
D8
finds
is
queen
tough.
d6.
He finds the best move.
Best
Amruta.
move by Nepo.
Heart rate more than 135.
Wow, 135, more than that.
Abhi 100. Okay, Queen F7 because that's still the best way to survive right now with all the attack coming at you. Arey, Anshul is watching since 2020.
Thank you,
Badhiya.
Anshul bhai.
Arey, thank you, bhai.
Thank you.
Good.
Titash says, can anyone explain the process of qualification for the next Freestyle Grand Slam? Okay, three positions from this who are finishing in top 3. Then 3 positions, I think, by rating. Then 1 position to the world champion, 1 position wild card, 1 position to the local favorite, 1 position for online qualifier. ऐसे कर करके 12 लोग हो जाते हैं. Exactly, I can tell you in some time.
Rook E7 played. The biggest difference in the position is black has 4 pawn islands and all of those pawns look so weak. E6 ka pawn weak, C4 ka weak, A4 ka weak, whereas white ke pawns look much more harmonious.
Yes, these black pawns are like my hair and white pawns are like your hair. They are much more together. भाई मेरे बाल देखो भाई.
Sagar bhai, your ball can have more coordination if you do a trip to Turkey.
Turkey? Turkey में क्या होता है भाई?
वहाँ पे कुछ तो करते हैं मैजिक मसाला.
नहीं भाई, I'm happy here.
Bishop goes to C2. Sagar,
by the way,
Vasishta says.
guys, huge news.
What?
Maxim is winning, which means he will qualify to the to face the winner of Arjun
Third.
Nepo. No, not
Acha.
third, for the 5th spot.
Okay. Sagar Vasishta is saying, I'm also watching you guys and Samay from COVID times. Oh, that's nice.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Vasishta. But I have a strong feeling that Nepo will take this one.
Yeah, and also now bishop C2 is wanting to go rook A1 and try to take those pawns one by one. This is not easy actually. E6 और rook E7 का भी ना मेरा stuck है क्योंकि E6 का pawn
What is
weak
the
मर रहा है.
play that you have? Like,
Yeah, counter
what
में
is the
D4
play?
pawn.
If you go
D4
here,
pawn.
yeah. Then maybe bishop
E5 कभी तो आ सकता
C7
है.
to B6.
क्योंकि सोचो, the bishop C2 and D2. One bishop you need to exchange and D4 pawn you need to win. So some mistake like that, if it happens, then I think Arjun should be back. But it's
That's what
too
Arjun
much
is
to ask
doing. He
for.
wants to take the pawn. It's a good try.
Wow. What's the price for 5th position? Srivatsa has asked.
$50,000, guys. Oh, again, a great move by Nepo.
Bishop
Because if you
D1,
take,
wow.
Bishop takes, rook takes.
And then he'll just
आगे
take
बोलो.
rook, bishop C3 maybe.
Bishop E3, Bishop C3. I
And
don't
then take the A4 pawn, and after that both bishops are going to be on open diagonals and weak pawns for black. I mean, even though the
मतलब double
material is
bishop
equal,
पे.
bishop pair or material equal है Amruta, but still it's almost winning for white actually because C4 is very hard to defend. Oof, tough. Then that means we are going to the blitz. भाई और excitement यार, कितना excitement आज
भाई
के लिए.
मेरे को एक चीज हमेशा अर्जुन में I have seen that many times in crunch games he's faltering. Like for example in World Cup we saw against Prague, then we saw in Grand Swiss final round, or before that, then we saw in Qatar Masters last round against Nodirbek, then we saw recently in again it was I think in Qatar Masters only, wherein against Esipenko. Then we saw again in when he was about to cross 2800 something, then he did cross. But I think Arjun does make errors at key moments. That has
no, but I mean
Experience, no, because that experience is adding
I know
now,
it goes wrong
and one
for
day
many
it will
people.
completely change.
But actually, what Hikaru said was so true that playing this event and getting experience against playing all the will really help him in his future events. So I think, I mean, what is his age, Sagar bhai? He's like 19 or 20, extremely young. I mean,
no, of course Arjun is very young, but I'm just saying that sometimes key moments he has to work on that part of his game. Something like, of course, what what more to say. Yeah, like he's 2800 and he's world's best player. But there are always some things that can be improved
that's
upon.
a good point. That no matter how strong you are, you'll still have something to improve on.
Yeah, and imagine that if there is such thing that is happening again, if he fixes that, then he might even reach 2850.
Yeah, completely possible.
Because that's how talented he is.
He has that caliber. Correct, 100%.
And I have to say, Nepo has not been playing the most accurately in this endgame. He's somehow getting like he's giving Arjun some chances to defend, but of course, still retains the majority of his advantage.
And look, Arjun actually is fighting hard, and I mean, his time is less, but I'm not giving up on this thing that it's gone.
Yeah. Of course, here Arjun has to create play and finds the best move. Wow.
Bishop f4. Wow.
Arjun is going to laugh at me basically and say, Sagar, you said it, now I'm going to prove you wrong.
Abhi dikhata hu tere ko.
Ruxi
Tarun
sir.
is saying, hey guys, I bought a board only after Gukesh won the championship, and hence since then have been hooked on to your channel. Honestly, guys, I feel I know all of you personally. Love the work. Yeah,
thank you.
See you soon someday.
Okay, Bishop f4.
Okay, guys, do you think the game will go to blitz or do you think Arjun will
Draw.
take it?
Arjun will take it because one bishop is exchange. मेरे दो aim थे, एक bishop exchange हो गया है. अभी d4 pawn is the next aim. उस पे कैसे तो करके पूरा pressure डालो. Draw हो जाएगा.
Pressure तो बहुत है यहाँ पे अमृता. 1 minute for Arjun, 3 minutes for Jan. Getting
क्या हुआ भाई?
Very complicated.
Why you are laughing?
Usually when I get tired, I am always very joyous.
Laughing.
Really?
Yeah. Very cool, guys. हर्षित को हंसते हुए देखोगे तो समझ लेना कुछ तो प्रॉब्लम है. थक गया है, उसे सोने की जरूरत है.
देख लेना. Now rook b5 rook b3 कर सकते हैं क्या? Rook b5 rook b3 is a good idea or no?
Rook b5 में टेंशन है is like कभी भी d5 के लिए rook d1 नहीं आएगा क्या? He
rook
goes with the
b7.
same idea.
Okay, yeah. That's a better idea.
Nice. Bishop b4. e5 जाओ. Rook b3.
Rook
गए हो. अंदर जाओ.
Oh my god, mistake. Can we go there?
Get in.
Oh my god, what a mistake by Jan allowing rook to b3. This is crazy.
And now
knight d7 is a draw on the spot almost.
क्या बात कर रहा है? ना rook e4 knight c5 मर रहा है. Oh blunder. बढ़िया.
Guys, if Arjun wins this, then he will face MVL tomorrow for the 5th spot game.
What? MVL won?
Yeah, he was winning, no, against Nodirbek.
Yeah, Nodirbek के साथ. He was
And
winning.
first game क्या हुआ?
Draw. Nodirbek won. Sorry, MVL won.
MVL won.
That is incredible about MVL, yaar, because it's very difficult to beat a player like Nodirbek.
Agreed. By the way, knight d7 found.
What a move.
Arjun bhai.
Just when I said Arjun bhai will, it'll go to blitz and all, he is coming.
सागर भाई थोड़ा एनर्जी ट्रांसफर करना पड़ेगा अज्जू भाई के लिए to hold this final moment.
मुझे लग रहा है कि
अज्जू भाई let's go.
Knight c5, rook c5, rook e4, c3 baby, let's go. Push them.
Let's go inside. Oh no, there are 3 versus
c4 मर रहा है भाई. C3 बचा लो. C3 rook
because rook b3 blunder, take and then
this
lost
endgame might be lost. बचा के रखो सागर भाई अपने सैनिक लोगों को.
बचाओ.
Wow. Arey Akshit Sharma, after listening to your advice, I played a FIDE tournament in which I finished 9th as an unrated player, getting an initial rating of 1517. Thanks a lot for the advice.
C3, rook e3, and now rook b3. Now
rook b3 and rook c7.
Big question.
Either.
That's the big question, Amruta. Rook b2 would not.
Rook b3. Oh, rook b3 a4.
Rook b3 a4. I think maybe rook behind the pass pawn is.
Oh, but then the bar didn't like it. Oh no.
This is going to be difficult to hold, but
not easy,
very difficult to hold. He needs that energy, guys. Arjun OP ho jaye. He needs to have the positive energy to win this match against Nepo. It's not easy. Not at all easy. He has his back against the wall right now.
Yeah, 137 for
A4.
Nepo.
A4.
Oh my god.
A4. Players are getting very tense now. Maybe bring the
अभी
king.
rook c4. Rook c4 खेलो.
कौन मेल कर रहा है यार?
भाई आपको बहुत सारे नोटिफिकेशन आ रहे हैं टुडे.
हमें भी बताओ एक आध नोटिफिकेशन में क्या था.
मैं पढ़ता हूँ. I am playing Reykjavik Open and I have one of my students is playing there and he beat a 1970 and drew 3 IMs.
Congrats.
So I'm very happy.
Crazy. Congrats, Harshit bhai. King A2. अच्छा, what is the plan for white? If you were white, if you want to try, मतलब इस पे पूरा सब कुछ dependent है.
मुझे कैसे तो करके connected pass pawn निकाल ले.
So you want H4, G4 and that way, na? You want to advance the pawns.
Yes.
Sagar, now as black, if you want to defend, what will be your plan?
Just to stay here and to wait.
Sagar bhai is in relaxed mode right now.
But abhi tum
Because if I go and take a pawn, I will lose my c3 pawn. So I have to wait, unfortunately. There's nothing else. I could go g5.
Would you go rook e5, Sagar bhai, in this position?
That would be a terrible move, right? No?
Yes.
Takes king d3. Wow, good question, Harshit. Very
Aditya M says, was away from chess world for a while. Last stream I watched was World Championship. Thanks Chessbase for signed chessboard during the event. Arey, kya baat hai Aditya M. Congrats. I think it was by chess.com there who were our partners in that stream. So thank you so much.
Sagar bhai, क्या ही partnerships कर रहे हो आप?
हाँ भाई, मेरा अमृता के साथ सबसे strong partnership. Rook d1.
तभी सीखा ना. Hans says sending all my mental power to Arjun, but not Hans Niemann. He is Hans Wilkstrom.
Oh, we know him. Hans Wilkstrom, regular viewer.
Rook b1 maybe now or no? Will you just keep it on that? Okay, he just keeps it like this. Yeah.
ऐसे ही रखो भाई.
Just keep it solid. Yeah.
Just keep double here. His one rook is tied.
Yeah.
Draw होने वाला है.
One rook is tied, but the tides Arjun has right now overcome.
Very tricky.
Nepo.
140 heart rate.
My God, Nepo is increasing his heart rate.
144.
44. बस वही देखना है.
Oh my God. King f5. Not the most accurate move because rook g4, rook g5 is a nasty idea.
Nepo deep breath ले लो एक.
Sagar bhai, deep breath, breathe in, breathe out.
भाई इधर का AQI इतना अच्छा है, मेरा हेल्थ बहुत इम्प्रूव हो गया है सिर्फ सांस लेके. Really? Guys, we are inside a forest only. You should check our venue tour. I'm showing that in that. It's amazing. Rook c6 defending here.
बॉम्बे से तो कहीं पे भी अच्छा है सागर.
सागर भाई आपको सांस लेने का तो भी टाइम है क्या?
हाँ.
Rook d3, king e5, king f4. I have to enter with my king.
No, king e3.
Ah, that's annoying. Rook c4.
टाइमिंग देखो. a4 पे
And now king e5, king e5.
Don't take.
King e5. King e5 and then what will white do? What a defense. Rook c6 back.
Wow. Ajju bhai not letting his opponent make any progress.
No progress, bhai. वो connected pawns अगर ला लिए तो Nepo will win. So we have to avoid connected pawns and Arjun knows this.
And Arjun's heart rate. Look at that. For the first time ever, Arjun is reaching 100. 99 पे अटका है. ओ नीचे आने लगा.
अरे अरे
Arjun 100.
100 for Arjun.
इसको भी टेंशन आता है रे. अपने को भी आता है.
King e5 now. I think king e5 या कुछ तो active king move is needed now.
But to not take a4, Sagar, you can explain that one more time to the people.
Yeah, if you take here, guys, then
that
take,
would be very bad, guys.
Take,
क्योंकि now rook c6 check, g5, f4 खत्म हो जाएगा
and
game.
I'll get 2 passers from here.
पिताश्री सिंह भाई ये हार्ट रेट लेके एक्साइटमेंट थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया.
बहुत टेंशन है रे बाबा.
Wow, insane.
3.5 minutes for Nepo. He's trying to find a way to break through. Rook e3, rook c7. Arjun is like, I'm just going to wait and increase my time so that I can have some seconds left for the crucial moment.
Yes, 30 seconds.
पर 5 सेकंड बढ़ेगा ना भाई. फटाफट खेला तो.
अरे हाँ यार, time pressure is important because this is not a situation where he may not land in having to make perfect moves. So
और many moves. Sagar bhai, let's go. King f2,
in the meantime, the vote says 75% for Harshit to play, and Harshit is taking all the energy and experience right now from commentating.
Yes, Harshit bhai, just go and play. Don't worry about result.
Thank you for all the well wishes that you sent me from the chat. I really appreciate it. Rook C7, Arjun is just waiting, asking Jan Nepomniachtchi, do you have a plan? Because if not, I'm just going to keep waiting. You have to make a decision now whether to push F4, G5. I feel like F4 is going to happen. क्या लग रहा है सागर भाई? F4 होगा क्या नहीं?
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Because F4 and G5, King G4, if white gets that set up,
So
maybe.
F4, G5, King G4, Rook F3 and
H5. That's the dream.
And then you have two passers.
That's the dream.
F4.
King F3. Ooh. What? Rook F6 he allowed?
क्या? Rook F6.
Rook E4.
But Rook E4 नहीं, Rook E4 आएगा ना?
Okay. Rook C7. Just wait, Amruta. He's like, Arjun is like, I'm going to wait until you play G5 because जब भी G5 होगा, I feel he wants to go King G7, Rook F7.
Swayam says, Sagar bhai, I left IPL because of chess and I will not regret it. So much entertainment here.
Too much entertainment. भाई यहाँ पे इधर 6s और 4s की कमी नहीं है because 40 seconds
Nepo's 146 heart rate.
Q3 भी है, 6 भी है, 4 भी है. मजा आ रहा है.
मजा आ रहा है. Rook T3. Amruta, you're also here. It's incredible.
हर्षित भाई गाना कौन सा है कि ब्लैक इज ओनली वेटिंग पे या रुकने पे कोई गाना याद आ रहा है क्या आपको?
रुक जाना नहीं तू कभी हार के.
हाँ वो तो
ये तो हो रहा है. और
रुक
I keep waiting for the world to change.
फिर
बस भाई रुकते रहो. और क्या भाई?
और थोड़ा ज्यादा गा लेते. By the way, now G5 very likely. G5 King G4.
G5 King G4, but G5 now A4 pawn is hanging, so you have to be careful because the C3 pawn is protected right now.
Nice point, huh? Can I go Rook A7?
Wait a second.
Rook A7?
Rook A7, Rook A4.
अरे हाँ वो भी.
Oh no, Rook A7, Rook F6 भी आ रहा है. We have to be careful.
Yeah.
ठीक है.
Well, Arjun isn't playing his moves here. It's Nepo's move, by the way. He isn't playing. Arjun has 42 seconds. Nepo has 2 minutes 8 seconds. Guys, right now the heart rate of Jan Nepomniachtchi has reached 146.
My God.
And Arjun is at 80. So Arjun looks very calm.
Now he's got it. After 100.
Although his heart rate is 50% of Nepomniachtchi, his score is 50% more.
Wow. Yeah, 146 means I think it's really risky, right?
Yeah.
Can we not?
No, but his base heart rate is higher.
Rook A4, free pawn.
Yeah. Looks good, no?
I think he wants to go H5, GH5, G5.
Yeah.
maybe.
H5 maybe.
Takes.
But
Nepo had to try, no? Kuch
yeah, he has to try. I mean, the difference between draw and loss doesn't exist. Because he has to win in order to level the score and force it into tie breaks.
Agreed.
Remove jacket. Yes, pressure is heating up, bhai. यहाँ पे. Oof.
He took the pawn and now Nepo has just 1 minute. He plays H5 and now definitely G5, right?
Yeah, but if G5...
Oh, he takes.
But
draw.
This is a draw.
This is a draw.
I thought G5 should have been tried.
Anything where white rook gets time to get into a checkmate. No, because वो सारे files ही available नहीं है. Rook E2, C2, Rook E8 के लिए time ही नहीं है.
Rook B4 trying to go Rook B2 and F and H pawns are notoriously drawn. H6?
Rook H6.
What?
Rook
Free
C3.
pawn?
हाँ, no, he wants to go Rook C3 with the idea of
But Rook
H8
G6 check पहले, फिर मारता हूँ pawn.
King F3.
ये तो draw हो गया.
King F3.
तो draw हो गया.
H6 because then there will be a check. Oh, Ajjubai going through, guys. Ajjubai proving me wrong today.
And look at Nepo. Look at Nepo. He's very unhappy. What a result
knows
this is
it.
going to be. Jan Nepomniachtchi is a very formidable player. He played in the World Championship match as well. क्या ही crazy upset.
अभी अर्जुन रुकेगा नहीं. ये वाला win and it will
नहीं
give him
अमृता,
such a boost.
रुकेगा नहीं
इसके
इसलिए
बाद
भी नहीं,
झुकेगा भी नहीं.
झुकेगा नहीं, झुकेगा
झुकेगा
नहीं.
नहीं.
ये टूर्नामेंट नहीं, बाद में नहीं,
Oh,
कभी
we
नहीं.
should do that, Sagar bhai. Na na na
झुकेगा.
na 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 na. Hey.
Done है.
King
Anasvi Mishra says it is Arjun's year. अरे Anasvi, आपके मुंह में घी शक्कर.
Rook H1 and now just checks. अच्छा पुष्पा में
क्या बात है.
क्या?
Checks. Yeah, this is a draw. Guys, what a save by Arjun. Actually, in the beginning of the game, it felt like Nepo was really better. Like almost +2 advantage at some point. But A3 move ke baad and the way he played Bishop F4, very, very instructive. The way he has drawn this game and about to, continue his quest for the 5th place, which they're paying for a lot of money right now.
Yeah, Harshit bhai,
No,
as we
I'm
revealed
so
a few
happy.
hours ago,
Oh.
highest prize money won by Harshit bhai $4,000, highest prize money won by me $2,000, and at stake is $50,000.
भाई हमको मतलब क्या ही कुछ खेला ही
That is
नहीं
how
हमने.
many rupees?
45 lakh.
45 lakhs.
Okay.
अमृता इज लाइक क्या ही बोलूं भाई, इतना बड़ा प्राइस फंड है.
Speechless. है तो सही यार, सच में. Crazy. Wow. No, this match was epic.
Yeah,
Like,
and now
Nepo versus
look at
Arjun.
Nepo, Amruta. Look at Nepo. He's so sad. Reminds me of his World Championship. He's really sad. I mean, this is tough.
But Nepo has calmed down, and he's what to say now, very mature, and he takes things nicely now. So yeah, it's a great change.
Yeah.
Now Rook D1 check. Oh, that is the
Hemant
easiest. draw.
Ghosh says भाई इधर GM टूर्नामेंट का प्राइस फंड होता है 45 lakhs.
Yeah. Wow, draw, handshake, Arjun defeats Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Arjubai!
Wow. And Nepo immediately gets up from his chair and leaves. Of course, going to be very unhappy with that. Look at Arjun.
I want to see the heart rate. Sagar, don't remove because Arjun's heart rate अभी कितना नीचे जा रहा है या क्या है सीन? Really want to see.
ठीक है रखता हूँ.
पैच कुछ.
ओ भाई ये इंटरव्यू
भाई ये तो भाई इधर ही आ गए.
गेम के बीच में कैसे नहीं आए? इतना जल्दी भाई थोड़ा.
Breathe. Give him.
अबूदा भाई.
अभी भी है वहाँ पे.
भाई इतना फास्ट कैसे आ गए वो?
नहीं भाई 5 seconds. Let him breathe. Very important to pause.
And Nepo
feel
has
the
already
moment.
exited.
No, I think he tried amazing, and we did not imagine the amount of advantage Nepo had last round. It would really hurt him to slip that away.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Sagar bhai, what a day of chess we've had.
That was a slip, yeah, by Nepo. He had a chance, but Arjun converted it in the end.
Yeah.
Manasvi says interviews around the world learning from Sagar bhai.
सागर भाई तो बहुत कुछ सीखना है.
भाई इतना जल्दी ये देखो.
अरे बेस्ट एंगल है इंटरव्यू का, लगा ना सागर? बढ़िया है.
अर्जुन लाइव
मैं आया जरा. मैं
आ रहा हूँ मैं.
अज्जू भाई
आ रहा हूँ मैं.
अज्जू भाई इधर आ जाओ भाई.
Interviewer
Will
भी like.
Arjun bhai come for 2 minutes here? It might be a long day for him as well. He's exiting.
नहीं, I think first you might have 2-3 other interviews lined up. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But 1 minute भी अर्जुन ऐसे आएगा तो बहुत मजा आएगा. Oh, look at Nepo over there. Yeah, it's tough for him for sure. But I think Nepo also had a incredible tournament.
क्या दिखाते हैं भाई वीडियो में? ये क्या?
अरे सागर तू में भी तू ये मत
अरे
दिखा
भाई
ना
भाई भाई भाई
सॉरी भाई मेरे को
भाई 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 भाई
हर्षद तेरे को दिया ऐसा लगा रहेगा
अरे बाय बाय
Arjun भाई took it very personally somehow. I don't know why.
एग्जैक्टली हमारे बोर्ड पे लिखा हुआ है हर्षद भाई डोंट टेक थिंग्स पर्सनली उससे लाइफ बहुत बदल चुकी है
हाँ अज्जू भाई आएंगे 2 मिनट के नहीं तो if he is busy then you guys can only do his short interview and ask him about his victory in 24 moves today.
Abdusattorov bhai, people want to see you.
Against what?
First game 24 he played a beautiful game against
Oh
Nepo.
yeah.
And then second game he won like first blitz game, second game he was minus and then he came back and drew. So we can ask him.
See you, bye.
Oh. Wow.
Can you show points table? Why there are no points table here? It's very clear what is happening here. We are going to have the finals between Hikaru and Magnus for the first place. Then we are going to have the third place fight between Caruana and Vincent.
Yes.
Then the fifth place fight between MVL and Arjun. Then the seventh place fight between Nodirbek and Nepo. And then ninth already Praggnanandhaa has sealed the deal. I don't know if Prag is here. Is Prag here? Why is Prag here? I could see Ramesh sir. So maybe Prag is also around.
Yes.
Is he there?
I don't see him.
So 9th spot goes to Prag. 10th spot goes to Rapport. 11th and 12th to Vidit and Gukesh.
No, but tomorrow Arjun will play against MVL, right?
MVL for 5th and 6th place. Whoever
5th and
wins.
6th place. Okay, but वहाँ पे भी prize money is $50,000 का difference.
नहीं
Like वहाँ पे.
नहीं.
Or is it okay? Tell me about that. Shriram says Abhida bhai crazy reels बनाता है. Yes, absolutely Shriram.
हाँ भाई.
And I think Aditya Abhidaya have like जैसे Anish we read a tweet at that point of time like so many videos and so much this thing. So they both are a terrific combo. Firstly,
You are a
amazing.
terrific combo with Sagar bhai.
And Harshit bhai has many different terrific combos. Like with chess, with commentary, with his studies.
Oh,
so
what
many.
a swindle, Sagar Shah.
Man of
What a
so many
swindle.
Not at all.
मजा आ गया मजा आ
Harshit
गया
bhai, what are your plans for tonight?
Tonight it's
Oh,
raining, so
Arjun is here.
Yes, Arjun is here.
खींच के लाओ उसको दोनों एक हाथ तुम सागर एक हाथ हर्षित भाई
भाई मजा आएगा यार. Ajju bhai will join us.
Bhai, if Ajju bhai comes, can we do like
Yes. Oh yeah, we'll enter him and then he'll come. Yeah, that will be great actually.
Yeah.
Before he comes, Abruda, you should also do it.
and everybody in the chat who should say Ajju bhai
Gandhi Bam. Gandhi Bam.
Gandhi Bam ठीक है गांधी बम होगी
Guys.
but
He'll join us in a few minutes. Hopefully after that, ready रखो अपना script. सागर भाई.
शायद ना भी आए.
ना आए तो फिर भाई बहुत बुरा लगेगा यार.
नहीं तो वैसे भी वही करेंगे वैसे भी
Harshit bhai, you are used to rejection, right?
I'm so very used to rejection भाई.
अरे रिजेक्शन क्या रिजेक्ट वो फियर ऑफ कमिटमेंट हो रही
Actually,
है पहले
Harshit bhai is not used to rejection. That is
करेक्ट
why.
बिकॉज़ ऑफ फियर ऑफ कमिटमेंट
No.
हाँ
Not at all.
पहले कमिट करना रहता है ना फिर रिजेक्ट होते हो
नहीं Harshit bhai का Amruta can only think in one direction. Like when he wrote to US university, he got the admission there. Then when he like many things he says happen, right?
Yeah,
So
no, I'm
not
joking.
used-
I've been very blessed that whatever, like, I mean, also I feel like if you really want something, you get it. So I was just joking. Like, I've been very blessed that I've gotten more than sometimes what I need. भाई मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई आप ऐसा क्यों हंस रहे हो भाई हाथ तोड़ दिया यार ये क्या गलत ये सागर भाई बहुत
सागर ने क्या सोचा मुझे पता नहीं बट
मुझे भी नहीं पता Bye.
Oh my god. But
Spoiled
guys,
Shy is
forget
coming
about
back. Spoiled Shy is coming back, yaar.
क्या
To
था
be
सागर?
honest, Harshit bhai does god commentary, a good commentary and analysis as well. But he should play. He has got great potential. Anonymous Jack says.
But guys, we have to remember that Nepo versus Arjun ये जो matchup था, forget about it. Doesn't matter first round, last round, कौन सा भी round. Just this pairing and we getting to see these 4 games and at the end of it, Arjun winning. I think the whole thing in itself is like amazing, no?
Harshit bhai, do you have black goggles?
Yes, do you want?
No.
अच्छा तो उसमें डॉन एटलीस्ट डॉन तो कर सकते हो ऐसे बोल रहे हो सागर
नहीं डॉन भाई आ सकते हैं क्या इधर पूछता हूँ
पूछो जरा भाई जरा
आज नहीं लाइव में नहीं होगा
एक सेकंड में जरा लगाता हूँ फोन
भाई नहीं लाइव में नहीं होगा
देखते हैं ना भाई थोड़ा रिव्यू हो जाए
भाई वीडियो
किसको फोन लगा रहे हो
भाई नहीं इधर नहीं भाई लाइव स्ट्रीम पे नहीं भाई
अच्छा किसको वो आएगी क्या
भाई किसी लोग बोल रहे हैं सागर वर्सेस हर्षित नीडेड अर्जेंटली गाइस वी आर नॉट गोइंग टू प्ले चेस एनी टाइम सून
ओ बाय
what a match
Arjun great win
Ajju bhai what a match this was please have a central chair no
chair अरे सेंटर में बैठो कुछ तो गिरा है सागर
अरे
fourth with which Arjun has completely destroyed
destroying everyone here Arjun today was an incredible day of chess by you
yeah today was a very good day here best day so far
and we want to begin today with your first game that you played which is according to we had Peter Heine Nielsen here we were arguing or maybe just discussing that this might be the best ever freestyle chess game played in the history of freestyle chess.
Yeah, not sure in terms of quality, but in terms of beauty, yeah, I think it's one of the more beautiful.
No, but even quality. Sagar, give him earphones now once again.
Amruta is here as well. She is just saying something.
Yeah.
No, hi Arjun. Hi. Congratulations. And I was saying that even the quality was so high for that game. Actually, you were very creative. It was
practically
beautiful.
it was still good. But like objectively there was some inaccuracy.
Can we just see a little bit of that game?
Yeah.
Harshit bhai, 1 second. I will. Yeah, we have the board here. So you are right.
And how was your thought process after like you lost yesterday? Like how did you approach to coming into today? What was your like mindset like?
Yeah, honestly, like in such situations, I haven't done so well in the past. So this is definitely like giving me confidence and good thing with freestyle is like I did not have to worry like what I have to play. So I was just trying to relax and not think about it.
Did you go like to dinner because here dinner is a little far away, no, from the venue?
Yeah, I did not go for dinner.
No, you were okay.
Yeah, so.
And how much does it influence when you see the other players' games? Because are you someone who likes to just see what other players are doing, or do you just go?
No, in classical, I think everyone is keeping track of what's happening on other boards because it's like some information that you can get. And
sometimes it feels a little bit weird, no? Like someone is waiting
on the first
for.
Day you ask like, what is one thing I would like to change about freestyle? Maybe it is this that like players shouldn't be allowed to
watch others.
Oh, look, exactly. I was saying the same thing because it becomes otherwise many of the games are same. Like the variations, and the whole point is people can bring so much creativity on the board.
Harshit bhai has not played like such an event, but he was saying sometimes in examinations something similar he used.
I used to just wait, see when the smartest girl writes down the answers and then just
okay, just a joke.
Yeah, so
but Arjun also in the chat everyone's like Gandhivam OP.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were having fun. Like we saw some line where knight e6, queen d2, knight e4, you have knight d5, and we were just having fun with it.
Yeah, knight e6, I could go queen d2, and it would transpose to what Magnus did. But I thought this is also interesting.
Yes, this actually both me and Peter thought that this is the reason why he went knight c6, e6 to stop knight f5.
But yeah, the knight on c6 is just misplaced and with e6 played, f6 is also vulnerable long term. And yeah, this position like is
And
very
long
under the
castle.
wing.
How
Yeah,
how
beautiful
like was it a bit confusing like to move your king like so?
Yeah, it's my first time like doing such a long castle.
Such a long castle. You know, Peter actually mentioned about this idea of long castle, and at that point it was like, wow, because I think none of the games had it, and we were all, like natural. It's not very natural, you know. And then you played long castle, and we all were like so happy and excited to see it on the board. The attack, which
I think
now
Arjun was
is
the first one to
coming.
long castle
Yes.
today. Yeah.
Yeah, I had this. If knight f3, I was intending gf, and otherwise also I was intending some knight e5, d5, g4 idea. So for that, king on this side is really helpful, and he's not really in time to create any attack or counterplay. And yeah, I think this was a bit of an inaccuracy, at least practically.
And did you see it here? Like after bishop, did you already see the sequence of f4 queen d8?
Yeah, so I was first seeing queen d8 here.
Ah, okay.
With bishop a3 other threat, but the problem is he'll go bishop c6, and now rook d8 is an actual threat because
so you have to
come back. So this didn't make sense. And then I saw this idea f4. The point is after ef4, bishop f6. If f3, does this important move queen d4,
Yes, nice.
and if gf6, queen g4 is a mate.
Yeah.
And if he takes here, knight g4, and his king is very weak. After bishop e5, I thought I'll go e3.
Wow.
Oh wow. Just opening of the position also looks completely
Yeah, okay, bishop a1, I don't think you... Yeah, this line is very tough. Queen b8, ef4. He cannot take bishop f4 because there's knight f6, king g7, knight h5.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But bishop a1,
Oh,
I didn't
that is a
really.
crazy move.
Wow.
And yeah, knight e4. I saw like I at least had bishop e4 and bishop e5, like winning a pawn. But if this works, I was definitely going to go for it. And
the difference was that with the knight being on e4, bishop c6 no longer
there
gives
is
the threat of rook
there
d8.
is no
Yeah,
bishop
exactly.
c6 to e8. Correct.
And if he
At
takes,
which point did you like get this whole idea of queen d8, that pattern? When did you spot it?
so like here I spent quite some time. First, like I was looking at some rook g1 these ideas, and then I saw like take there's queen d8. So then I was looking in this f4 direction, trying to make all of it work. And yeah, here he had to go h5.
You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it, but we both thought like it's very promising for white because take, check,
and
king
rook h8,
e7,
yeah.
rook h8, ef4, and there's this very important move, rook d1. Point is after f3, rook d8.
And rook e8
and
is
rook
mate.
e8 is a
Oh my
mate
God.
threat, and also rook b8 wins
Yeah,
the
this is-
So
queen.
bishop c6, rook b8.
Yeah. So he had to go here. I thought I have many options here. Like I considered c5 because if he takes, I'll go knight c4. This is okay. I didn't see all of this, but
What? F3?
What's the problem though?
What the hell?
f3.
What?
so
This
that
is
No,
knight
quite
come on,
deep.
you
Check
can't
because
find
of
it.
bishop f4 check
Yeah.
later. Crazy.
Oh, no.
But it
I
look,
see.
you, I mean, also intuitively you could just come here and then later.
Yeah, too. I have many options. I
Yeah.
thought knight c2 is one safe option, and I also looked at this line, but I didn't think it's that promising because in this position, yeah, I'm exchange up, but I thought like he has some compensation because of this pawn. But I
But
did
the
not see
engine
this.
likes it.
Yeah, rook d4, rook h4 is a strong idea which I missed. So instead of h5, he played g6, but now I have many winning moves.
Now
And
we
I
were
think
all,
this
we
is
were
the
having
most
fun.
precise.
Like
No, queen e7 is the most accurate, but
yeah, if it works, I have to play. Like I was just briefly seeing this.
rook
and I
d8,
thought,
no?
Rook d8, take king g7.
Ah.
I thought I'll go f5.
What? Wow.
Because
that's such a
if
cool.
ef5, I can just take knight f5.
And queen f6.
Yeah, and if gf, queen g5 is a mate.
Wow.
And if
And
knight
F5.
h1. Can you show that? Knight f5, knight h1. That's so cool.
yeah.
And now just queen
There's
f-
also like queen f8, king
Oh.
f8, rook
Oh.
d8. So
All the checkmate patterns were, happening
yeah,
here.
there was like so many mate patterns. Like knight h1, I thought like knight g4 is, you can just go like knight h6 or like many ideas. and he's not really in time to meet with any of them. And yeah, he played h5 to prevent that, but like he's too underdeveloped and his king is also very weak.
Rook f1 was also very nice, getting the last
Yeah,
piece.
getting the last piece. And like bishop a3 was never really on my radar because it allows bishop e5 and
Yeah.
like although I win exchange, he's like full
No, that would be not great.
The finish was also very
Queen e7
beautiful.
again.
You went
Yeah.
just boom
Yeah.
bam. Yeah, e6 and
Wow.
and
What a
was
game.
going to
amazing.
Nice. Got the king into
True.
e8, the square where it belongs in normal chess, and checkmate. Beautiful, Arjun. I think
Oh,
this.
this was amazing, Sagar. Like, I'm sure, Arjun, that this is, like, as Peter says, one of the greatest games until now in freestyle.
Yeah, it was also fun. Like I saw a lot of like very interesting lines, like the unusual patterns that we don't really see in normal chess.
Can we call it like there are two games, no, in chess, immortal game and evergreen game? So maybe because they were played in the olden days, remember? So now this is like the start of the freestyle chess. So we can give it a name like evergreen game or immortal game.
Yeah, immortal game, definitely. Love it.
Very nice game, Arjun. Congratulations here. Then, when this began, there was a moment where you were sitting alone and analyzing because Nodirbek was analyzing on his own, and here MVL and Nepo were analyzing together. Did you feel like lonely at that point?
No, actually, in this tournament, like I have seen in the previous tournament, some people used to unless to get unless like, by themselves.
Gukesh many times.
Yeah, and like I thought I'll experiment both and I'll decide then, but like I just like the concept of unlessing together, so I never really got the chance to unless by myself. So I thought like this was like that
Today you got
experiment.
it. Yeah.
So, yeah.
But then he came later, which means that
Yeah,
in the
second
second
game
game he
we-
came.
yeah,
Alone he didn't enjoy perhaps.
Maybe.
And then just a very quick overview of this one. Do you think like it was very smooth, this win, or in the
Yeah,
first
there were
rapid?
interesting moments. So yeah, here I played knight c3 quickly, but I zigzagged allowing f4. Like briefly, like I had seen f4, but I thought I'll just get the e4 square, but then I realized how strong this is because take knight e7 and bishop e4 is a threat, knight f5, knight e3 is a threat. So I went here, like knight c7 is a threat, and I think for the rapid game standards I played this quite well.
There was this bishop c2 long castle here instead of rook
Yeah, I
e1,
had
but
seen, but I just assumed e4 hangs, but I checked that like Indian likes to just sacrifice it.
Oh, that's very tough. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's really
And
This b4 also
yeah,
very
this
nice.
b4 c5 expansion was good.
yeah, this is so beautiful. Actually, the concept is engine shows a big advantage to white, but you are giving up the e3 square, but it's not that important.
Yeah, and f4 is also potentially a bit vulnerable, and this pawn on d7 could be very vulnerable because like sooner or later he will have to play knight e3, and then I'll go queen d6, trade queens, and d7 would be a target.
This queen d6 was a classy move that happened after knight e3, right?
Yeah, this is like very pleasant for me. And I was actually looking at h4,
Yeah.
but then he would go rook f5, queen d6, take. I thought he'll go g4 here, and
Yeah,
it's not
yeah,
clear.
g3 if he gets your king
Yeah.
is completely boxed. So that
So
queen d6 was
I
a very
played queen
nice.
d6 directly, and perhaps he played rook f5 because he saw rook f5 there. But here, and also it prevents knight e5, but here it's just like not good enough. Yeah, I was expecting him to go for some rook a5, h4, h5, rook c1, something.
Why
like
didn't you
this.
play rook c1 directly instead of g4?
Yeah, that was also possible. Like I just couldn't decide which is stronger. So I thought like either. And yeah, here I thought like g4 is very strong.
Yeah.
Because if I take bishop e6, he has rook f6.
Yes.
And
Perfect.
after g4,
Amazing.
rook a5.
Now you can.
And if king f2 is very natural, but it allows this. Like he has
Some chances.
compensation now. He goes rook a6 and
Oh, he got
eliminates
loses
pawn.
that, yeah.
So when knight b4, and I was looking at bishop a4, but it would reach the same position after bishop b3.
Mhm.
And Yeah, honestly, like after King G6, the winning move was Rook E7, which I checked later. I'm pretty sure I was going to take A B3.
Oh wow, so that would have actually given him some chances.
Yeah, because A B3, what I missed was like after King H2, Knight F1, King H3, there's H5.
Wow, that would have been scary actually.
Yeah. Like he played King F6 fast, but I think he just blundered this H6 square, and after this, it was quite easy.
And the second game, you were on the verge of a very difficult position.
Yeah, that was tense.
But you managed to hold it somehow. We were also getting ready for blitz at some point because we thought you are in big trouble.
Yeah, when this bishop takes H6 happened, I also told.
Oh yes, Queen C1 Bishop H6. That surviving that was incredible actually.
Yeah, when I got to like, I had honestly like lost hope here. But when we got this end game, I again became a bit hopeful because, like at least if I like it happened in the game, if I give up some pawn and have some setup or something, I can look for.
Like at this point, you mean this end game? Once the queens were exchanged, you already felt that there might be something for
Yeah,
you
like
to
obviously
break?
I knew I was much worse, but it was better than like some middle game where I would just get completely
Collapse, yeah.
destroyed. Yeah, this bishop E8, bishop H5 plan was, I
Wow,
think,
that was
practically
a
good one.
right.
Yeah, because
actually your move A3, I was the most. I think that
Yeah, I
that
think
was the
A3
most
was-
important move.
Yeah,
I feel.
right.
to get counterplay.
Yeah, because this is very stable, and with this I unstable as it,
Great.
destabilize it, and he cannot take knight c4
Rook
because
C7.
of rook c7, and
Yeah,
this-
now it was possible to
yeah,
hold.
this is already counterplay, and this Rukken game when it arose, I wasn't like able to fully evaluate this because like he has two
Yeah.
extra
Yeah.
points on this side, but once I played rook c7, like I understood that like it's
Better than Rook B3 actually.
yeah,
The move.
like I know these positions with the pawn on c3, like the double rooks, like king just can never attack it because you can always check and come back, and like it's quite stable. And like this pawn on, it's very important that I have the g pawn and not h or f because on g6 it controls all three pawns.
Beautiful.
And I think I defended this quite accurately. Maybe yeah, at some point, actually Ramesh sir pointed this out that I played this move king f5. It allowed rook g4.
King F6, rook.
Yeah, rook g5. And I cannot trade rooks because then he will take on c3 and he will win that endgame. If I come back and try, like, probably I would have tried something like this, but at least like he has this rook going back to g5 and now he's 2 pawns up. It would have been dangerous. But it's also like a bit unusual to go to g4 to g5. Neither of us saw it, and I guess it was clean after that.
Wow. So Arjun, you are now going to fight for the 5th place tomorrow with MVL. Are you enjoying this fight for the 5th spot, like this journey?
Obviously it's not pleasant to be not playing for first, but still it's a lot of fun, and it's also like practice for the other freestyle events as well.
Yes, which
Yeah.
you will play in Grenke very
Yeah.
soon, the open
Oh,
tournament.
yeah.
And Amruta,
And
I
also
think
Nepo, I think 4 times you played in a day. It's not happened before, right?
3
You
times.
have played with him. How many?
Maybe in some of the online tournaments it happened, but over the board, yeah.
No, but over the board, not much.
Yeah.
Not much in Rapid. Yeah, because yesterday and today 4 games, and they were really a delight for all of us.
we enjoyed it a lot. Arjun, your bus or your car is about to leave. I think you should go. Thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you.
Thanks and congrats.
Thank you.
Guys, Arjun Erigaisi scoring a confident victory over Jan Nepomniachtchi and getting ready for the 5th place battle tomorrow with MVL, playing some amazing chess today. I think he was the player of the day today, Harshit.
100% player of the day, Sagar bhai. Let's get ready for
Harshit bhai,
tomorrow's
what was our
finals.
step?
Sorry?
What was our step for today? आज कुछ तो सोचा था ना अपन ने?
हाँ, झुकेगा नहीं. This one, yeah.
Black shirt.
एक मिनट भाई.
अरे दिख नहीं रहा है वो
बैठ
ठीक
के.
से. हाँ.
क्या?
कैसे करने का?
एक सेकंड नो क्या?
रुक
मेरा
के.
नाम
फ्लावर समझा है, पुन फायर है.
फायर है, फायर.
झुकेगा
नहीं. Ajju bhai. Beautiful win today. गाइस कल फाइनल्स ग्रैंड फिनाले हिकारू वर्सेस मैग्नस. सब आना, मजा करना. बहुत मजा आया सागर भाई with you and Amruta. Too much fun. And yes, that's it for today.
Thank you guys. Amruta, thank you so much for being there right until the very end. And thank you all for watching. Tomorrow we'll have a lot of fun. Harshit bhai, it's time to party tonight.
No, it's time to go and get some rest, bhai.
अरे
हर्षित भाई ग्रैंड के की तैयारी चालू करने वाला है.
ग्रैंड की तैयारी बोल रहे भाई.
Everyone
is saying ग्रैंड की तैयारी.
Chris is saying humility of the day award to Arjun. No, Arjun.
अरे
Guys,
चालू
thank you
है.
so much
See you.
for all the positive comments when Arjun was here and all the love. It was very nice. कुछ तो ये लोगों का चल रहा है.
Amruta, I'll switch off now stream. See you.
What? Wait a second. Wait a second.
Okay. Amruta is talking.
No, people are so nice over here, except for one or two people who love talking negative things. I hope their life gets better. Wish you some happiness, guys, in your life, so that you'll be able to talk positive
Harshit bhai is so tired. He's
And-
continuously laughing.
ओ यार वो थकता है तो हंसता है यार. ये अमेजिंग है. उसको बिठाओ ना कुर्सी पे. इतना हंस रहा है तो मजा आएगा देखने को.
No,
It's
Amruta,
like-
he's going now. I think Amruta, we should end the stream because also we have to do lot of games and everything.
100%. I'll also go and have food. इंडिया में भी लोग 10:30 बजे बहुत लोगों ने 5-6 घंटा स्ट्रीम देखा हुआ है. सागर मजा आया. थैंक्स फॉर ज्वाइनिंग एंड guys, yes, all of you positive guys, amazing. Thank you so much. And all of you negative guys also, thank you, because you build our mental strength. So everyone, thank you. Take care. Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.